Good morning, everyone. This is Pinkie, the housewife. Good morning. I just woke up, guys. I'm sorry I'm running a little late, but we are here for the verdict watch party, okay? Yes, Sean Diddy Combs verdict watch. Uh, P. Diddy was found guilty yesterday of 2 of the 5 charges. 2 of the 5. I thought it was 4 of the 5. Well, whatever. But anyway, I'll correct it. Let me oh, I'm so sleepy. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. Let me go ahead and get it up and then I'll start talking. Let me I'll take my avatar down once I go wash my face because I'm just getting up, like I said. You know, I'm just getting up. So let me cast this. This is Law&Crime. Okay. Verdict watch P. Diddy SEX trafficking trial. Okay. U.S. versus Sean Diddy Combs. Let's see what's going on. But let me just, before I do all that, you all need to go ahead and hit that like button so we can get started. Welcome to the Pink House. Hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel. Let me say thank you. And let me just put up my graphic warning content right quick. Graphic warning content. It could be a trigger for some. Okay, so let's get started. There's the Diddy. You've been in court all day. They started at 9 this morning. I guess it was at 9. I'm going to have to go back and read the transcript and make sure. Oh, my God. Let me see who's all in the Pink House this morning. Good morning, Linda Gamble. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning to you. I'm fine. I'm fine. How do you do? I used to sing that to my kids, and I sing it to Phoenix. Because I haven't even washed my face, brushed my teeth, put any clothes on. So I'm going to do all that in just a minute. Oh my God. Oh God. Oh, this is too early, guys. I woke up too early. I woke up, it was almost 10 o'clock. It was a few minutes to 10. Hi, Divine Virtuous Woman. Thank you for being here. Chat blessings. Miss you all. Thank you. Let me see. What else? Linda, hit that like button coming in. Y'all better do what Linda Gamble say. I'll do what Linda Gamble say. She's the best moderator and all of you too. Yes, she is. Y'all better do what she say. Hit that like button. Oh. Hit that like button on your way into this chat. Welcome to the Pink House. Okay, let's hear what they got to say right quick. So I can I'm gonna take oh my God, it is crowded out there. Y'all see that? People is on steps, on ladders, on chairs. They are on everything, box carts and everything. Everybody is out there today.
And forth arguing. So not sure, since I'm kind of across the street, what's really
Guys, I'm going to be listening to it from my phone so I can go brush my teeth and wash my face, and I'll be right back so I can take this avatar down. Okay? Because we on the Watch a verdict watch party. Okay? This is the verdict watch party.
So we'll continue to keep an eye on that. Mina, I have a super chat question coming in for you. I'd like to know how much of this is going to affect Diddy's future and career after all of this. Will this break him? This is from Miss Cheryl.
He will never, in my opinion, be viewed the same way. You know, maybe there wasn't enough evidence, or maybe the defense did an awesome job of discrediting the victims here. But I think that it is clear that these women were victimized and there was illegal criminal activity going on, not just on the behalf of Diddy, but on the behalf of his employees. I don't think that his reputation bounces back from this. You know, there are some people saying, oh, well, you know, he's just, I don't even want to use the word that people use, but they're normalizing some of the behavior here. I think there's a group of people that are never going to view this as normal, as something.
This will never be normal. Guys, I'm going to mute myself so I can go brush my teeth. But I will be watching. I got it on my phone. Okay?
And he continues this behavior of giving women drugs, of illicit, you know, soliciting prostitutes, and continuing these sex acts. He's going to find himself right back where he is. So I hope that he gets some of these victims is just not normal.
Yeah, no, incredibly good point. I know that we're hearing some commotion. I can hear it in my ear. I don't know if it's coming off over. I know Elizabeth's been talking about some of the people outside of the courthouse. I want to get to Elizabeth in just a moment. Do you have another super you from Kelly Bezick? Can they sentence both charges consecutively?
Sure, absolutely. Again, I don't think they will, but the judge does have at his discretion the ability to sentence Diddy consecutively to these charges. So he could get a 10-year sentence and a 10-year sentence stacked on top of it. And that's not likely to happen. But there is a possibility that he could get, for example, on charge number 1, let's say a 24-month sentence, and on charge number 2, maybe 10 years of probation, so that he is under the supervision of the probation department for a while. He probably would have to take drug tests. He probably would have to abide by the terms and conditions of that probation. And if he were to violate it, then there could be a probation surrender hearing that could land him back in federal custody. That's how that could happen. But to get the sentences as far as incarceration stacked one on top of the other, that's highly unlikely.
All right, Elizabeth, I want to go back out to you because I know I can hear people chanting in the background as there's been a group of people along with the media outside the courthouse. What are you seeing?
Yeah, it seems like from what I can hear of them, because a lot is going on, there's a lot of traffic behind me. Obviously, there's a lot of people, and obviously I have my earpiece in right now too, so a lot is going on. But what I did hear is people chanting, "Let him go, let him go." I'm assuming that means let Sean Combs go, but obviously I'm not over there. So, but given the events of today, it's likely that that's what they're saying. But it seems like a lot of people are still kind of crowding around. It seems like a black SUV just pulled up, and maybe possibly somebody's inside that, because everybody is swarming over near that vehicle right now. And so I can't tell who is about to come out. It seems like whoever it is might be going inside the courthouse, but can't tell because of the swarm of people. But it's definitely a rowdy crowd, especially after today's verdict.
No, absolutely. Mina, I'm going to give you the final word. What we're doing here at the bottom of the hour, we're going to take just in a couple minutes from now a break, but then at 11:30 live here on YouTube, Jesse Weber will be taking over for me, and he is going to be breaking down everything post-verdict. So get your questions in the chat. I know Elizabeth is going to be part of that conversation as well. But Mina, for you, and I know we were talking about kind of what is the future for Sean Combs after all of this. There's obviously the civil lawsuits that he is going to have to face. But as we see people outside the courthouse chanting, "Let him go," theoretically believing that they're going to see Sean Combs walk out of the courthouse today, whether or not that happens, what are the conversations like surrounding Sean Combs moving forward, considering just from professionally speaking, his body of work goes back for so long, people are such fans of who he is, but then also, I mean, how can you unsee the video from 2016 even with this verdict?
I think his reputation is definitely damaged, and he might not do a ton of jail time from the 2 counts that he did get found guilty on. But I think you don't come back from this, right? It's unfortunate that the jury did find him not guilty in some of these counts, but there's also the court of public opinion. You know, there are some people that don't believe he did anything criminal, but then there are people that have strong opinions about the fact that you can do such a thing to a woman, to multiple women, and not have to serve a lot of jail time. So I think the conversation, and really for me, it really comes down to, as a society, what are we accepting? What are we saying is okay and not okay? And to me, it's really sad that you have video evidence of a woman not consenting to sex, and that the jury doesn't see that as a problem. So those are the conversations. But I think that Cassie was extremely brave for coming forward. Her lawyer did release a statement with her story. And I think that this sends the caution to other people who might be engaging in similar behavior. You need to be careful.
Yeah, and we are just beginning our coverage today as we're just beginning to digest everything that went down in the courtroom this morning related to the verdicts for Sean Diddy Combs. I want to thank all 3 of you for being with me. William Corman, criminal defense attorney, who was with me from the very beginning this morning, sticking on great legal analysis. Mina Sewat-Lona from SiriusXM, thank you for being with us. And of course, Elizabeth Milner, I know you're going to be on the live stream with Jesse Weber, which will be starting here just at the bottom of the hour. So get your questions into the chat here on YouTube. We appreciate all of you. Thank you for joining us here on Law and Crime. We'll be right back.
Okay, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Let me just do this. I will be taking my avatar down. I just had time to brush my teeth. Now, I got to go put on a top or something. But I see Taffy is in the house. Taffy, good morning, Pinkie in chat. Girl, we having a watch party. Yes. So y'all know this is not muted. It's gonna just keep so many people. It's just like the O.J. Simpson trial. Lord of mine, and people probably are still waking up because if they just like me, you just waking up. That's why I can't. I'm gonna take this avatar down, but I just woke up right now. I got I haven't washed the face yet. I brushed the teeth. Okay, so let me see. Thank you. Okay, how gorgeous, Taffy. Hello, gorgeous. Okay. Queen Liz is in the house this morning. Girl, we getting ready to rock and roll. Oh, oh my God. Can't believe the BS and privilege. But hey, 8 men on a jury, so yeah, you got 8 men. You got y'all talk that crap because y'all know the bull crap. Y'all know the bull crap. Yeah, it's a bunch of bull crap. That's what we talking about, the bull. They should just brought out the big riding bull and put it out there so people can ride on. That's what they should have did. Let me go and put my shirt on, but I'm still watching it. That's how I knew everybody was coming in here, because I could see you. I have my daughter to pull it up on the TVs so I can see it better than from my phone. When I go back that way, have her to pull it up for me while I finish getting dressed. Y'all, if a verdict happened, Pinkie gonna be running so fast in here, y'all gonna swear that I just got a track scholarship from somebody. No. So y'all just hang on. I don't think he should get life, but damn, they voted not guilty, where I would have said guilty, in my opinion. Hi, sweet tea. Oh my God. Pinkie, hello. I'm in the bushes at work. Okay, sweet tea. I'm going to be coming out from behind this avatar in just a minute. As soon as I go wash this face. You're like number 11. Okay. Mm-hmm. Queen Liz. He plus has the. Okay. Not traffic. Okay. I had a 9:30 doctor appointment, so I will be leaving soon and put my headset on. Okay. When you got that headset on while you're leaving for your doctor and listening to it, be safe while you're driving. Don't let Pinkie scream out and something happen. Okay. You just keep driving. Okay. At 9:30. That's okay. Sweetie, I heard he was found not guilty on the RICO charges. Is that correct? I'm going to get into all of that. He was found guilty on, let me pull it up right quick. He was found guilty on all the charges except for the RICO. The RICO is the one that they had to continue to deliberate on. I did a short video on that last night. I'll bring that little short part up where I talked about that. Sweet tea, yes, not guilty on RICO. Oh yeah, I tell you, he makes my blood turn. Okay, where's my phone? Okay, it's not muted, guys. Y'all, it's not muted. So we're gonna watch these people here just while I go wash my face. And I'll bring my clothes in here because I'm in my studio. I can get dressed in my studio. I got a closet in my studio. So I go in my closet and get dressed. I have my baby girl put my stuff in my closet. And I'll be getting dressed in here. I just need to wash the face, okay? Until then, y'all stay put. That's what you call a watch party. Okay?
Hey there, everybody, I'm Jesse Weber, and welcome to our continued coverage of the Sean Combs criminal case. What a day. The verdict is in. Sean Combs has been acquitted of all charges except two: transportation to engage in prostitution, the Mann Act violations. This is a massive, massive win for Sean Combs. There's no other way to say it. When he was facing racketeering conspiracy and up to life in prison, and now, oh, by the way, sex trafficking, a minimum of 15 years in prison, acquitted of those charges, both with respect to Cassie Ventura Fine and Jane, and now has been convicted of transportation to engage in prostitution. Yes, they are federal crimes. Yes, the prosecution may be even advocating for 20 years in prison. Each one has a maximum of 10 years in prison. They want it to run one after the other. That could be highly unlikely. There is no, our understanding, mandatory minimum for transportation to engage in prostitution. In other words, he is looking at a totally different reality than he was at the beginning of the day. And now we are trying to understand what happens next. There is a consideration today about whether he will be released. Will he be released pending sentencing, which might happen about 70 or 90 days from now? And that will come out today. We're going to get a little bit of logistics about what's happening. And we're also going to try to figure out what the possible sentence could mean and what this verdict means. You have to imagine this is a loss for the prosecution. This is a loss for the Southern District of New York, who compiled a case about him. The accusation was operating a criminal enterprise for years. The jury did not believe it. We have a statement right now that came in from the United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York, Jake Clayton, and Special Agent in charge of the New York Field Office of Homeland Security Investigations, Ricky J. Patel, on the verdict. This just came in, quote, "Sex crimes deeply scar victims, and the disturbing reality is that sex crimes are all too present in many aspects of our society. Victims endure gut-wrenching physical and mental abuse, leading to lasting trauma. New Yorkers and all Americans want this scourge stopped and perpetrators brought to justice. Prosecuting sex crimes requires brave victims to come forward and tell their harrowing stories. We and our law enforcement partners recognize the hardships victims endure and have prioritized a victim-centered approach to investigating and prosecuting these cases. Today, we recognize the important work of the SDNY's Civil Rights Unit, as well as the tireless efforts of the women and men at HSI who are devoted to combating human trafficking. We thank the special agents from the U.S. Attorney's Office of the Southern District of New York, Digital Forensic Unit, and the Complex Analytics and Social Media Enhancement Team at the New York, New Jersey High-Intensity Drug Trafficking Area. We would also like to thank our partners at the NYPD for their assistance in this matter and for sharing our victim-centered approach, to combating sex crimes. Nothing necessarily on point about the verdict per se. Interesting. Let me bring in, by the way, so we're going to take your questions as they come in. We're going to try to do extended coverage as we figure out what the rest of the day will look like in terms of when sentencing might be scheduled, in terms of whether or not Sean Combs will be released today. Will we see him? That's a question. That's a consideration. We have with us Law&Crime's Elizabeth Milner, who was in court today, who was in court for all of the action for this trial, and SiriusXM host Mina Say What Lone. It's great to have you both here. Elizabeth, I'll start with you. Your reaction to this verdict, and number two, what can we expect for the rest of the day? And you know what? Let me add a number three in there. What was it like inside that courtroom when the verdict came down?
Well, a lot of people were at the edge of their seats when that verdict was about to be read out loud. I was very anxious,
I don't know
even
if we're
sitting
having
in
an
my
audio
seat in the
issue, if we can hear Elizabeth, but I can't hear her on my end. There we go. Now we got Elizabeth. Hey, Elizabeth, you're back with us.
Oh, okay. I was like, is my mic on? My mic is on, I promise. So I will say this, Jesse, that there was a lot of anticipation while that verdict was about to be read out loud. I think a lot of us who are on the press side of the courtroom were at the edge of our seats waiting to see the jury's reaction whenever they came into the courtroom, but also what their verdicts would be rendered. And obviously we know that to be that he was only found guilty on count 3 and 5, that being transportation to engage in prostitution in relation to Cassie, in relation to Jane, but not guilty on count 1 RICO conspiracy, and not guilty on count 2 and 4, that being sex trafficking, Cassie and Jane. So I think from the family's perspective, from the defense's perspective, and even some people inside that courtroom, I think they were pretty pleased by the outcome of the jury's decision. I did note that there was an audible applause. A lot of people were kind of either doing prayer hands up to the sky, that type of thing. And that was coming from the family's kind of point of view. And it seemed like they were pretty pleased. And I don't know if you heard, Jesse, when I was talking with Chris earlier, he being Sean Combs, turned around in his defense chair and told his family that he's coming home. So it seems like from his perspective that maybe his defense attorneys told him it's a possibility the judge may let you go today. I didn't think that was at all a possibility, given that he has been found guilty on 2 of the charges. But it seems like from the defense's perspective, they were so pleased with the verdict. Obviously, they would have loved for an acquittal on all counts, but in terms of the guilty counts that were rendered, I think that they were just pretty happy. And according to Mark Agnifilo, now Sean Combs has his life back. In terms of just other people who were inside that courtroom, it seemed like, again, people not even just from the Combs family, but other people on the public side were applauding the defense team after the verdict was rendered. There were a lot of hugs inside that courtroom. It was either the family, it was the defense attorneys. I saw, even when the verdict was read out loud, Tinny Garagos and Sean Combs really having kind of a tight squeeze on their hands. There was tears flowing from Brian Steele, from Tinny Garagos, from Ana Maria Esteval, from Mark Agnifilo. And so it seems like the defense, and they did a good job. They didn't put up any witnesses, but they did an excellent job with the cross-examinations, and they were pretty pleased given the jury's decision.
Getting a lot of questions in about this, Elizabeth. Before we get to them, just real quick, what can we expect for the rest of the day? I understand we might have a development at 1 p.m., or at least we believe those are when papers are going to be submitted in terms of bail, right? In terms of whether or not Sean Combs can be released today. which, by the way, we are in a very different scenario. When he applied for bail during the course of this trial, during the course of this criminal case, the sex trafficking and the racketeering allegations were hanging over him. So when you talked about, was he a danger to the community? What was he charged with? The seriousness of the offenses, likelihood of fleeing, those considerations were coupled with the charges that he was facing. He no longer faces those charges. These transportation charges, sure, they're federal crimes, but he is in a much better position to argue for release today than he has ever been. What do we expect the schedule is going to be for the rest of the day?
Well, I knew I missed one of your questions, Jesse. So sorry about that.
Nah,
but
no
yeah,
worries.
it seems like
No worries.
so it seems like both parties are working right now to kind of draft up an email or a letter to the judge as far as their arguments as to why Sean Combs should or should not be released on some type of bail condition pending his sentencing. Now, Mark Agnifilo, he stood up and he says that Sean Combs should be released. He should be able to walk out of that courthouse today. Now, right now, he's not at NBC Brooklyn. From my understanding, he's still being held at kind of a holding cell up inside the courthouse. But Mark Agnifilo was pretty adamant. He wants his client to be released on some type of bail condition. He should be able to return to Two-Star Island over in Florida. He should have travel limits only to Florida, Los Angeles, where he has another home, and to New York City. If there was any type of questions in regards to him being a very wealthy person and him having access to a private plane, according to Mark Agnifilo, his plane is currently over in Maui. He doesn't even have access to his plane. In terms of just even Sean Combs' passport, Mark Agnifilo said both he and Tinny Garagos have possession of his passport and that they would return it to pretrial services, even proposing that he be released on a $1 million bail, given that he was acquitted on RICO conspiracy and given that he was also acquitted on 2 counts of sex trafficking. And so they said that even the family who was inside that courtroom for the verdict, that they would be able to kind of sign some type of condition to help him be allowed to leave on bail conditions if the judge goes for it. Now, obviously, from the government side, they were saying that the defense is being a little too lenient, given that Sean Combs was still found guilty on 2 charges. But we'll see what those arguments look like when they return later this afternoon.
We're also talking about the reaction to this verdict. I mentioned the statement from the government. Per CNN, Cassie Ventura's lawyer, Douglas Wigdor, told CNN, following, again, the Sean Combs being acquitted of sex trafficking and racketeering, found guilty of the Mann Act transportation to engage in prostitution charges. There was a lot of mixed emotions in that courtroom. Obviously, we would have liked to have seen convictions on the RICO charges and the sex trafficking charges, but Cassie prompted this investigation by the Southern District, and now Sean Combs stands before this court as a convicted felon of 2 crimes. To be very clear, he was acquitted with respect to the sex trafficking of Cassie Ventura. He was found guilty of transportation to engage in prostitution with respect to Cassie. So Cassie and her testimony did support one of the convictions in this case. Let me bring in Mina Sewat-Lona. Mina, so good to see you. Thanks so much for joining us. We have a number of super chat questions that are coming in. For example, we have a super chat question from JB Dub. Thank you so much. Jesse, man, just want to say thank you for everything, man. Great job covering this. That's so kind. Thank you so much. This is an interesting one we had here from super chat. This is from JAM. Thank you so much. How does this verdict impact the civil sexual assault lawsuits that he faces? Mina, you and I both know different standard of law, right? Different burden of proof. But I do wonder if we see some sort of movement or action as a result of this verdict.
I mean, there's no way to foresee that, but I would say I don't think it's going to change anything. I think that he's going to still have to fight those allegations. And they're lengthy, there's over 80. And in fact, while we were waiting on the deliberations, there was another lawsuit that came in. So I don't think this affects that. And a lot of people sometimes ask, why do people, file civil suits as opposed to something with the government? And this is why sometimes, according to the law, people don't get the justice that they are looking for when it comes to some of these government cases. So then they resort to civil cases as a way to get some kind of payback for what they feel like has happened to them. So I don't think it's going to affect the civil cases.
Yeah, I think that's a different animal they'll be attacked in a different way. But look, I mean, if you look at OJ, right? There was a criminal case, there was a civil case, different results. But also he's facing allegations in the civil context that have nothing to do with the criminal case. And that's something that's completely different. I want to bring back in Elizabeth on this because Elizabeth, I know we have to sign you off in a minute. We got this super chat question from Shiri B. Thank you so much for this. Love Law&Crime. Thank you so much. Jesse and Queen Elizabeth. Did the defense ever bring up a conspiracy theory of the timing of the allegations due to Diddy's lawsuit against Diageo? There was nothing about that in the criminal case, right?
I mean, surprisingly, Jesse, it was brought up just a little bit in relation to one particular witness, and that being Derek Ferguson, this chief financial officer over at Bad Boy, when they kind of mentioned during his cross-examination whether or not Diageo might have played a role in kind of, they were talking about the expansion of Ciroc and how they were only isolated to certain urban areas, and that Derek Ferguson was kind of talking about how the Combs enterprise, not to be confused with the one that the government was alleging, but the Combs enterprise wanted more of an expansion outside of just to be marketed at urban areas. So surprisingly, it was brought up in that particular context. And then that when I remember reading, or not reading, because obviously I was there, I remember hearing it and I was like, oh, this might be in relation to the Diageo and kind of the civil matter with that. And so it was brought up in court, yes, but as far as just the overall conversation about it, it was really just kind of limited to that.
Yeah, and not the timing of it. There was some insidious reason. Before we let you go, I know I have to wrap up. There's a lot of commotion going on outside, right? What's happening around
there is. Yeah, honestly, Jesse, if you guys saw me kind of looking around, looking back and forth, it's because literally right behind our tent, somebody was yelling, getting into a very heated debate about, again, the emotions are running pretty high after this verdict came out. A lot of people, especially those who are very much free Diddy, free Sean Combs, those who are kind of in his support system, kind of yelling a little bit at us. I even see some of the comments from you guys. Some of y'all are saying that we're biased, all of those things. And so in terms of just the emotions running kind of high after this verdict is read, it's definitely spilling out over into the courtroom. The yelling kind of stopped for a moment. Not sure if it went kind of over to the other side, but it seems like there is still a lot kind of going on. I'm glad that it kind of calmed down a little bit before you went back to me, but it was kind of a little bit of a commotion going on. I was just kind of nervous for a moment that he might interrupt our live shot, but it doesn't seem like that's happening. Right. It seems like, you know, for the most part, I was taken over to the side a little bit over there.
Well, you stay safe. We will talk to you a little bit later. I will find out what today is going to have in store for us and whether or not we might actually see Sean Combs exit that courthouse. That would be something. We have not had, the public, have not been able to lay eyes on him for quite some time. Elizabeth Milner, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. Want to bring on Tyler Bailey into the conversation. Tyler, thanks so much for coming on. It's good to see you. I mean, I'm made of questions, but we also have a ton of questions coming on. We have a lot of questions about this. So JAM has a super chat question. Thank you so much. Must Diddy register as a sex offender? And Martina McGowan, again, has a super chat question. Thank you so much. Is he classified now as a sex offender? So is he classified as a sex offender right now after being convicted? And will he have to be under federal law?
Yeah, that depends on the statute. I don't believe with these charges that he's going to have to register as a sex offender. He'll probably have some terms of any supervised release that he gets that may require sex addiction counseling or things of that nature. But I don't see with the charges that Mr. Combs has been accused of and the remaining ones that are left of him having to register as a sex offender. This isn't a case involving minors. I'll need to double check the statute, but I don't believe that's going to be a part of his penalty.
Tyler, got a super chat question from Robin Donnellan. Robin, thank you so much. Will Diddy get back all the tapes and other items that the feds took in the raid? It's an interesting question because I wonder if he could put in a request for whatever was taken for property that was seized. But at the same time, he was convicted. And the argument could be that evidence was used to convict him. I mean, what are the chances he could get any of that material actually back?
It's unlikely that he would get that material back. And also unlikely that he would even ask for the material back. And still, he was convicted of 2 charges. He may appeal. those 2 convictions that he has left here. So it's still relevant for purpose of the appeal on the record. So I don't see him trying to get it back. And also sometimes, when you win, you get a win, you don't need to overplay your hand like the government did in this case.
We have a super chat question from LC. Thank you so much. I'll throw this to you, Mina. Elizabeth's a star. Did this boil down to closings? She threw paint on a wall and left it for the jury to paint the picture on their own. I'm assuming they're talking about the prosecution. Could have said charge, crime after crime, line by line. Jurors are not painters. Thoughts? Did the prosecution, I guess the question, were they too broad? Did they just give too much for the jury to consider? Was it, a little too, too much when you look at all the underlying predicate crimes of kidnapping, arson, forced labor, sex trafficking, transportation to engage in prostitution? I know they were trying to set up a criminal enterprise, but was it too much, Mina?
Well, I think there's a lot of nuances in the law. I mean, even me just being on air, having to explain to my audience, what are predicate acts and what do they need in order to get the guilty on the RICO. I think it was very law heavy, and it might have been confusing for the jury. I also think the defense did an awesome job of discrediting some of the witnesses. They presented extensive text messages that were loving from Jane Doe and Cassie, and even Mia. After she claims that she was raped and all these horrible things happened to her, Mia continued to praise him on social media. And and in the case of Cassie and Jane Doe, they continued those relationships despite them testifying that they had been victimized in some way. So I think the defense did an awesome job of disproving and discrediting some of the witnesses here. And I think that's what we're seeing. All you need is a little modicum of reasonable doubt. And clearly that was there because we see how the jury decided this case.
Look, I came on air yesterday and I gave my prediction. I said, based on the juror notes, it seemed to me you couldn't have jurors who were voting in favor of racketeering. There was a split there. And them not have already convicted him of something else. There's no way they could say we're thinking about convicting him of racketeering and he's completely acquitted across the board on everything else. The easiest, I've said this from the beginning, the easiest convictions for the prosecution were transportation to engage in prostitution based on the phone records, text messages, travel receipts, testimony. It was there. It was there. What was more up in the air was sex trafficking. And I thought because the jurors did not even ask for a read back of testimony with respect to Jane, and because of already some of the grayer parts of her testimony, it was likely that they were going to find him not guilty with respect to sex trafficking of Jane. Where the one that was a toss-up was sex trafficking of Cassie. I thought because of the readouts of the testimony yesterday of the key alleged moments of alleged sex trafficking, right? When they talk about 2016, the attack, when they talk about the plane incident, when they talk about Daniel Phillips' testimony, I thought that was the jury reading that back, coming back with a verdict shortly thereafter that they might convict him on sex trafficking. They did not. Maybe there was a debate about, let's just look at this one final time, and they were not convinced. Racketeering was up in the air always and did become a question even after a modified Allen charge from the judge. Would they come back and say, we still can't come to a decision? Would they say, nope, actually we find him guilty? Here they found him not guilty. I want to bring in Sierra Gillespie, Law&Crime's reporter who's been on the ground, who's been doing excellent coverage, the host of Scandal. Hope everybody can check it out on YouTube as well. It's a great show. Couple of things that we have coming in here, super chat questions. So first of all, Maria Jimenez says, no question, this person is just showing support. Thank you so much, Maria. That's so kind of you. But this is an important question we have coming in, and I want you to answer it, Sierra. Pizza asks, and thank you for the super chat question, Pizza. This is a spit in the faces of victims everywhere. This is why victims don't come forward. What's your reaction to that?
I think it's an emotional reaction for a lot of people, right? And we talked about this throughout the case, the facts that this witness testimony was so intimate, so personal, going through some of their own trauma that they had to do. Number one, in front of a crowd. Number two, in front of their alleged abuser is hard, right? Okay, so we have that really intense stuff they're talking about. And yet, unfortunately, most of us know someone who's been affected by sexual abuse in some way, separating it from the case altogether, you know? And so I think that's really why this case has struck a chord with so many people. If we're setting aside P. Diddy and his celebrity status, which is interesting, yes, but if we focus on the sex trafficking allegations, almost everyone unfortunately knows someone who was the victim of sexual assault, if not themselves. And so, of course, it's going to be emotional to have a result like this, not guilty in regards to Jane and Cassie and the sex trafficking. Honestly, I heard what you were saying, Jesse, before you called me up, and I tend to agree with you. I thought, Jane, I could see that being not guilty, but with Cassie, that's not at all what I was expecting. And I don't know if I can say exactly what our viewer said about this being a spit in the face situation, but I do think, I mean, maybe it's true. If we're believing what the government had to say in some of their statements, they were saying this could deter other victims in other cases unrelated to P. Diddy from coming forward. This is very important. A lot of cases rely or hinder on the testimony from these witnesses or alleged survivors and abusers because sometimes it takes a while to come forward. Sometimes there's no longer that DNA or it happened way back when if we're talking a civil suit. So I do think it's a statement at the very least.
Sierra, what is going on around you? I understand people are quite tense. Who's around you? What are they saying? What is happening right now after the verdict?
It is tense here, Jesse. It very much so is. I mean, just seconds ago, before I came on air, there were people live streaming, literally screaming at each other. So much so that I was like, okay, am I safe here? Which is what we're all evaluating all the time, making sure that we're okay and safe, because people are legitimately screaming, yelling at each other about differing opinions. Some people are so pro Diddy. How could you have in the past said something so bad about P. Diddy? You reported that. How could you? Other people who are literally smoking cigars and saying this is a victory because he'll at least spend some time behind bars, according to these people. And behind me, I don't know if you can see it as much now, there were so many people here. I'm going to guess around 200. It could have been growing, that the crowd was kind of falling into the streets. I went across the street and kind of wanted to see what the vibe was over there. Again, very tense. And New York police officers were there saying, get back, because this is an active street, by the way. You've seen the sirens and heard the horns. Like, people are driving up and down this road, and it's unsafe to be walking in the middle of the street. So just probably 5 minutes ago, an NYPD giant van with barricades came, and they were going and putting them farther across the courthouse there so that people can't spill out over into the road for their safety. And also, honestly, possibly because the crowd has gotten so wily and so rowdy, and we just don't know what's going to happen. So there is a pretty decent sized police presence here too.
We have reporting from NBC to couple this that say men outside the courtroom screaming over their opposing views on Combs' verdict, as Sierra was saying. Apparently, there is one man who's been reported to be wearing a denim jacket, sunglasses, questioning another man in a red shirt and a bucket hat over whether Combs is going to prison. The man in the denim had yelled, he beat her. The other man said it doesn't matter. The other man says he beat her, he kicked her. The other one says, and she liked it. How about that? This is a verdict, Sierra, because essentially, let's be entirely clear. The jury was not convinced that Cassie or Jane were victims of sex trafficking, that they were not, that Sean Combs did not use force, fraud, or coercion to induce them into commercial sex acts. They believe that they were transported across state lines for the purposes of prostitution. That is a very different legal conclusion than sex trafficking. And you wonder, you respect the jury's verdict, you understand the jury's verdict. I have no reason to question the jury's verdict. This seemed to be a very methodical jury, took their position, their role very seriously. But you can see how people are now going to interpret this in different ways.
Oh, yeah. And that description that you just made, the man who was wearing the red bucket hat and then the denim jacket, that was literally right behind me. Where the camera is, right behind the camera is where that was happening. And it was tense. And you do see this, Jesse. I mean, it's opposing views. Some people who say that they are advocates for people who are sexual assault survivors, who are saying one thing, and other people who are saying they are advocates for P. Diddy, he's wrongly accused, saying another thing. So there's a lot happening.
Yeah. Tyler, I want to go to you real quick. We got a super chat question that came in. Keon Roper, I'm so sorry. Pronunciation's not my strong suit. But thank you for the super chat question. Could Diddy have a civil suit? Could he sue the government misconduct for Brianna Bagolin's perjured testimony, overcharging with RICO? Because RICO seems like a clear overcharge. Can he sue the government now?
He could sue the government. He would likely be unsuccessful in suing the government. I think the government had probable cause for the charges that they accused Mr. Combs of committing, but they were not able to prove some of those charges beyond a reasonable doubt. Generally, there could be, malicious prosecution or a false arrest or false imprisonment case when somebody is arrested without probable cause. But here, based off the evidence that we've seen over 7 weeks of trial, there was clearly enough probable cause for the arrest. But the jury felt differently, that he was not guilty of mainly the RICO charge and along with the sex trafficking charges.
Okay, so here at almost noon, we are getting a report that Sean Combs' family is entering that courthouse once again. This day is not over. We are going to see whether or not Sean Combs will be released. Will we see him on the outside? Will he walk out of that federal courthouse? It's going to be up to the judge. Both sides are petitioning one way or another. The prosecution wants him locked up. The defense wants him freed. There is an advantage in the defense's camp right now after him being acquitted of racketeering and racketeering conspiracy and sex trafficking. We're going to take a break. We will continue with more live coverage here on Law and Crime.
Okay, guys, that was something else. I hope y'all enjoyed that. Like Jesse and his panel. Yes, Jesse and his panel, they be on fire. Now, this, like I said, it's not muted. I wish we could hear what everybody is saying. Okay. I know I was putting on some clothes, so y'all have to excuse me. Okay, we left off with Sweet Tea saying that I know what Sweet Tea is doing. Okay, hi Sharon, how you doing this morning? It's still morning. Thank you for being here. Sharon is speaking to Linda, Divine. Okay, I got that one. No, I didn't get it, but I know Divine is here. Wait now, that's not Divine that was here. Oh, yes, it is. Okay, I'm trying to catch up. Now, that's not muted. We're going to see all these, y'all see all these crazy people? I ain't calling them crazy, but y'all know what I mean out here. Hi, Renita D. Hi there, my Renita D. I woke up late and I was in a hurry to get this watch party started. Okay. Whew. Guys. BRD. Okay. BRD. Miss Missy. Missy, thank you for being here too. I'm trying to figure out what and let me tell y'all something. I got on my ancient alien socks to give me courage today. I need all the courage. Let me show y'all. I put them on today. My ancient alien socks to give me some courage. Oh, you see that? I need all the courage I can get today. Yes. I told my daughter I'm going to put on some alien socks. I didn't know what pair I was going to do, but I figured when I got to looking at all my socks, I better make sure I got some pink in it. So that's how these here come about. That's how. See here, Let me show y'all. Don't be talking about my legs. See, I'm gonna do a strip tease for y'all. Yes. So, okay. Come in. Thank you, sweetie. Oh. That looks good. Thank you. I just got my food for today. She only gave me one snack. But you know, I will be getting more because they know I'm on a watch party. Oh Lord, I don't have no water. They brought me some cereal, a big bowl of cereal. I got another banana. This is a little banana. Okay. I got a cup of milk. I got my lemonade. I'm thinking, guys, because I don't have nothing to drink now. I have nothing to drink. I don't want lemon water. I don't want lemonade right now. Can't drink the milk because the milk is going in the cereal. What am I going to drink? I don't want water. Water is not for me right now. I got to let somebody know. I don't have what I need. Oh, Lord. Y'all, I'm trying. Is TriStar Revolt TV and KKK and Young Mammy going to be charged? I wonder. I hope those two heifers be charged because otherwise, if you don't charge, I know KK is hiding out for dear life because she got stuff. She can lose a lot. She can lose everything. I bet Diddy was paying for her house. Wait, y'all. Let me get this from under my desk. Oh, shit. Oh. Ooh. Okay. And so, but that young mammy, she got things to lose too, because she's a mama. But she need to be charged because she was pimping women out too for Diddy. And she was his drug mule. Just like Brandon Paul was a drug mule, she was too. And she was threatening people too. I think they have many more evidence, but it's not all Diddy. I do too. I think other people is getting ready to get tried too. Diddy has that privilege. You know what I'm talking about? It's baby. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. You need a bell, Miss Pinkie. I got a bell. A gold bell. Whatever I ring that bell is so loud, it's gold. My husband bought me that gold bell when I had broke my pelvis and I couldn't walk for for the first 5 months. I was flat on my back. That's when you break your pelvis in two places, one here and one there. You can't sit up. Your pelvis is that connects your top torso to your legs. You take away the pelvis, you be walking around with no, you be walking around half and half. So I had to have that. Let me see what's going on here. Y'all, I got to see what's going on. Give me 1 second. Today is Wednesday. Happy Wednesday. We're going to read what's going on in the courtroom right quick. Okay? See what's going on. We're getting ready to see what's going on in the courtroom. I'm just trying to get some things set up right quick. Oh my God, people are everywhere. Don't y'all be misguided. These people are all over the place. Okay, let's see. Let me see. Can I get to what's going on today? I think this is that's June 2nd. Let me see. Can I find? July 1st. That's July 1st. I'm trying to get to July 2nd. Okay. July 2nd. Okay, here it is. Okay. Let me let y'all see this right quick, because they're just standing outside. If anything happened, maybe some tea or OJ. Yeah, I need my you don't know what I need. I need my lemon water. Y'all see I'm depressed right now because I'm trying to think. Let me see. Sonny Bonnie said, "Good morning, Miss Pinkie. Thank you. You look and sound great. Thank you. See, you just made my day too. Sparkling water. Sparkling water sounds good too. Sparkling water sounds good. Dana Crane is still his girlfriend and the tech company exec. She said if he's guilty, she's gonna faint. She is involved, in my opinion. Yes, she is. Happy Wednesday, everybody. Okay, I want y'all to hear what inner city press is saying right quick. Okay, we're gonna come back to this. Like I always tell everybody, we this is our standby. This is always going to be sitting here, so we can go back and forth. But gosh, see how the other people are able to drive the cars through there without hitting people? Because I remember cars used to be zooming all through there. I guess they say you ain't getting through today unless you drive 5 miles per hour and let us move. Yes. Yes, that's what's going on today. Okay, let's see what inner city press got going on. Okay, let me take this down. I'm going to take it down just for now. Just for now, okay? Y'all, let me get inner city press up right quick. And inner city press is going to be another one that we're going to keep up all day today, okay? Wait now. Where did I put inner city press? Oh, here it is. That's another one we're going to keep up all day today. Let's see what Matt has to say today. I'm going to enlarge it for a second. This is July the 2nd.
Okay, here we are, Matthew Russell Lee, Inner City Press, here at the Southern District of New York. Day 35 of the Sean Combs trial, and this may be our last walk, at least during this trial, because the verdict is in. Not guilty, Rico. Not guilty, sex trafficking of Cassie. Not guilty, sex trafficking of Jane. 2 guilties, transportation of prostitution as to both Jane and Cassie. Now, Mark Agnifilo has asked for bail. He's asked for immediate release today, and there's letters due at 1 p.m. The judge didn't say, no way, go back to the MDC and we'll have briefing. So it could happen. It could happen. And I'm pretty sure that the Mann Act charges are going to be appealed. Alexandra Shapiro, during the pretrial, said, that the statute is unconstitutional, racist as applied. So I don't mean to, it's a tragic thing. I just spoke to somebody as I came out, and what I can say is that the conduct described is highly problematic. The thing that, I don't want to be graphic, but where Jane vomited between escort 1 and 3, and Combs apparently said, get out there and perform.
That's appealing.
But the thing is it a federal crime? Was it overcharged? I think, as I felt throughout, the prosecutors, for good reasons, from their point of view, we're trying to kind of break new ground and say, if you're an executive that uses your assistants to, provide procure and use sexual favors, you're going to be charged under RICO. Didn't work this time. I'd really like to hear from the jurors. Personally, I think Jane's testimony wasn't that, the witness known as Jane wasn't that compelling for a variety of reasons. The prosecutors chose the witnesses that they did. There's 30 civil cases. There's more people out there. I don't know if they held tryouts, but it is what it is. I know that there were going to be many people very disappointed about it. I'd kind of like to know what turned them. I think it's significant that nothing was asked as to Jane and sex trafficking. I think that it wasn't even close, apparently. They looked at it in terms of Cassie. They looked at the threats made on the plane from Khan. They looked at the videotape and the aftermath. They looked at what Daniel Phillips saw, but they came back with a not guilty. The Mann Act charges were kind of slam dunk. You had transportation of Daniel Phillip and all the Cabral and their performance. So it is what it is. We're going to be covering the 1 p.m. letters and the hearing on bail afterwards. But for now, the Week 8 book is coming, and it's going to be a doozy. Week 8, Diddy on trial. To be continued.
Okay, guys. Finally got me something to drink. Oh, yes. Oh, it's in my Pinkie the Housewife mug. See there? Pinkie the Housewife. Just said Pinkie. Okay. But anyway, hi, Miss Jackson. Miss Jackson is in the house. Blessings to you, Miss Jackson. Thank you for coming to the watch party. Thank you for coming. So let's see what is going on. We got to see what's going on. Let me see. Let me get up here. Oh, gosh. Okay. We're going to see what the Washington Post is talking about. Okay. Let me just get this one over here. We're going to see what the Washington Post is talking about. But I'm going to get this back up. So if anything pops off, that we'll be able to see it. They better come on, because they better just come on and do their job. Come on. I'm talking about the people in the courtroom. I know it takes a while. Okay. I know it takes a while. So he's guilty on 2 out of the 5. Okay. 2 out of the 5. I don't see what the, I think they were scared. And I think somebody else had their own agenda. That's what I think. I think they were scared. The jury now. And some had their own opinion. And what you're going to get when you got 5 men on a jury. Because you go out there today on the streets of New York, people are already fighting over nonsense. Even when they know he kicked the woman, he beat the woman, he made her do. Ain't no woman in her right mind with all these diseases flooding through her crotch and haven't had time to heal. Jane already testified she never had time to heal. Every time you look up, it was another hot dog or Tootsie Roll going up. Well, they was all hot dogs. Diddy is the Tootsie Roll. But I always had another hot dog getting infected because she never had time to get well. I hope I said that right. So y'all, I hope y'all understand what I said. Yeah. So that's just my take on it. But let's go ahead and see what the Washington Post is talking about. You never had time to get well. You're carrying all these diseases. I ain't talking about it. I got to eat this morning. And I ain't got time to talk about all these people and all their diseases. And all his little toy boys, fun boys. Like Busta Rhymes called them fun boys. All his little fun boys. No, Busta Rhymes called them fun boys, allegedly. And Diddy called them, what do Diddy call them? His little boy toy. He called him Daddy. Come on here, Daddy. Let me bust these cheeks, Daddy. Well, I better be quiet. Okay. Let's see what I'm going to let y'all keep an eye on there. And I would be also keeping an eye on the front door too. Nobody's coming out. They do have the mics up. I'm looking at it on a different screen right now. Hmm. Okay. Sean Combs found guilty of prostitution, transportation, acquitted on all other counts. So he was found guilty of prostitution, transportation, and acquitted on all other. Oh, wait now. Somebody is talking. Somebody is talking. Let me I'm gonna pause this. Oh, see, can I pause it right quick? Let me drop this down and bring this up right quick. I'm gonna pause it, guys, for 1 second. I'm gonna pause it. Somebody is talking. I don't know what they're saying, but we're getting ready to find out. We're getting ready to find out right now. Okay. We're getting ready to find out right now. Okay, right here. Okay, this over here. Let me see. I'm muted.
Again, that the jury has found him liable, actually guilty of 2 federal crimes.
What was her reaction?
And I've issued a statement as well on our Twitter as well. Her reaction is what I just said. Her reaction was that she was pleased that he's been found guilty and held responsible.
What? Let me see. Can I go back to that? Y'all see that? Let me see. But that was right up there. It just stopped. It just stopped. He was at the mic. I'm hoping they show that again because I didn't get a chance to really, but it's live. So yes, this is live outside the courtroom too. So let me see. This is what the Washington Post. See right here. This is where that live is going. Can y'all see my pink mouse right there? Hovering and going across there? Yeah, you can. My little cursor, not my mouse. Right there. Right there. My little pointer. Okay. So, but see, that takes me away from this side if they pop up. So I'd rather have it from the other side. But if anything popped back up, y'all know I'm going to try to grab it for you and show it to you. Because this is a watch. Okay? So, but I'm going to still tell you, we're still going to go on with the, oh, that's not muted. Okay, let me go ahead and so we can talk about what's going on in the courtroom inside. Let me make sure I got it updated. I do. I could, let me go down to I'm going to start from the bottom of it, what happened at the very beginning. And make our way up. I want y'all to see what the family looked like when they went into the courtroom today. Let me do this. Y'all have to excuse me, but I want y'all to see what the family looked like when they was going in and out today. Okay, let me show you that right quick. Okay, this is, well, she's got a free code. It's not a RICO. Girl, you need to go sit yourself down. Okay, let me see. I hope y'all, I'm going to show y'all the pictures before I say, that's Mark there. Greeting. This is Wednesday now. He's the defense attorney for Sean Diddy Combs, arriving at court Wednesday. That's today. And then this is Janice Combs, mother of Sean Combs, waves while leaving court. While next to her is her granddaughter, Chance Combs, left. She's on the left side. And then after that, you got, after the verdict, this is the Washington Post. Mama Combs, she got on a different wig today. And y'all see the twins back in the back. They're back in the back. They're right there in front of the door. One is looking back into the courthouse and one is looking down. They both got glasses on. And they are all in black. They're in black. Chances in, I think that's navy. The other son is behind Mama Combs. He's in black or navy. I can't tell. Seems like they're wearing black today. But nobody tell Mama Combs what color to wear. I guess she's gonna wear what she want to wear. What she felt like putting on that one. Oh Lord, why is they got R. Kelly up in here? R. Kelly leaves a Chicago hearing in his child support case, 2019. Child support case. He needs to be supporting his kids, whether he's behind bars or not. And this is Cassie Ventura. Oh, I can click on this. This is today. So this is Cassie's attorney. And reporters, they have hope for an additional guilty verdict against Sean Diddy Combs on July the 2nd. Let's hear and see what they're talking about. I'm going to just hit play and see what happens. Cassie's lawyer says in statement, she paved the way. Yes, she did. Ooh, wait, let me unmute it. Oh, this is what we missed.
We're pleased that he's finally been held responsible for 2 federal crimes, something that he's never faced in his life. He still faces substantial jail time. Of course, we would have liked to have seen a conviction on the sex crimes in RICO, but we understand beyond a reasonable doubt is a high standard, and we're just pleased that that he still faces substantial jail time.
That was that, guys. Okay. Okay. This is our Eminem. Rapper Curtis 50 Cent Jackson is among the first celebrities to publicly comment on the verdict in the Combs SCX trafficking case. Curtis ain't gonna let nothing go. I don't blame you, Curtis. I'm right with you on that one. Then we got we got Audrey O'Day here. She's a TV personality. Said the verdict in Sean Combs' trial make her physically ill. I understand that woman. I definitely do. I was hoping you get your just due out of this trial. Okay, let's see what. So that's that on. Let me see. We're going to go back over to here to we're going to go back over to, but I'm going to read that and bring us up to date. Okay, I'll get that out to you in just a minute. Oh my Lord. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, my goodness, my goodness. Okay, so we don't miss anything here. This is live outside the courtroom. They got them on standby. Look at them. They standing like they ready to tackle somebody. They better go sit themselves down and wait till they are needed. Okay. Let me make sure this is just 2 minutes ago. This is 2 minutes ago. We're going to go from the most current down to the most least. While we do that, I'm going to be eating my cereal all at the same time. Because I just love my, oh Lord, I can't do it that. I just love my cereal. Let me get everything ready. Okay. Sean, let me move this out of the way so I won't waste it. It says, Sean Diddy Combs and his family was jubilated Wednesday after a jury acquitted the music mogul of the most serious charges against him, SEX trafficking and racketeering conspiracy. But the jury found Combs guilty of 2 prosecution-related charges that could carry years of prison time, and it was not immediately clear if he will be free from jail while he awaits sentencing. Okay, it's not clear, but I guess they're going to make it clear. Okay. Here are the key developments we're watching. One, Combs avoid. Wait, before I do that, let me just say something. When we're talking about the key not when we're talking about if he is released until his sentencing, most times I think, don't quote me on, well, you can quote me on it until I find out correctly, then I'll give it to you correctly. If I have to, sometimes they're out for about 30 days, not 30 days, 3 months before they go get locked up for good or forever. But anyway, I wouldn't put nothing past Mr. Man, because he can still lead the country and do one of them Russell Simmons kind of things. Go live in Dubai or some other country that don't have where they don't export what? Oh, they bringing out the dog. Why you got to bring out the dog? I love dogs, but your dogs don't play right. Your dogs be trying to. Okay, let me get my mind off the dog. Somebody must be coming out. Because it seems like everybody trying to get ready, get their spot ready. Girl in the yellow dress, you make sure you got some pants on, shorts on up under that dress, because we got a lot of old men out there. And they may be just like a P. Diddy. But anyway, or R. Kelly. or Harvey Weinstein or Bill Cosby. You never know. Just saying. And some of those people I named, y'all may like them, but it's not nothing personal. Okay? I need allergy medicine. But I need a Benadryl. But let me just say this, guys. Y'all saw me sleeping for the last 2 days on my live. Yes, I did fall asleep for the last 2 days. Yesterday, I dozed off for a quick second. Y'all, if you was in my live, you saw those eyes going. And then the other day, I really dozed for a second or two. Hi, Miss Helling. Thank you for being here. And Miss Helling, I did not forget what you said. You wanted to know about Melanie's court date. And I thought about it. And I said, if I tell everybody the court date, then they'll get the jump on me because I'm too busy on the R. Kelly. Not the R. Kelly. Ooh, thank God. I don't think I could handle R. Kelly because he is just too nasty. Diddy is nasty too. But I really just, I can't. I can't. But I'm going to get that out. Because this is dying down. And I keep everything in my little black book. I got 2 of them sitting on my desk. I write everything down. So I have not forgotten about Melanie. I'm going to go ahead and do something on that. I'm going to try to do it this week. So we can get the movie. Nasty Diddler. Yeah, he's the diddler, all right. But none of them ninjas can mess with me today. Because I got on my alien socks. Y'all see these beautiful alien socks? Yes. Got on my alien socks. They can't mess with the alien woman. Alien socks. Alien socks. Yeah. Yes, yes, yes. I got on my alien socks. Yes. Okay, thank you. I'm going to be getting it done. I'm going to be getting it done. Where's my fan? Let me go get the fan, guy. So if anything come down, I can do this here. Let me go get it. I'll be right back. I'm back, guys. I need to read. Let me find one that's going to work. I don't want to use one of these. I bought 2 of these for me. I did buy a Black Titanic one. I don't want to use these because I don't want our queens. I don't want to open it up and have our queen of Huntsville. Y'all know who I'm talking about. I don't want to say her name on this live. And don't put her name in the chat because she don't need to be associated with none of this nasty, dirty people. So I'm not going to pop this one here. So, see, I got 2 of them. I found Black Titanic early. I'm trying to see. I don't think this one will pop. I got this one over in Channeltown years ago. You see, would it let me pop it? When something second, that ain't gonna work. Let me try this one here. Let me get on this side. Okay? Let me get on this side and try it. These, you know what? These are those, these are not the kind that you pop. This is one of those kind that you use when you want to really look pretty at church. I buy fans I got more. I buy fans from everywhere I go. I can't do it with this side. I just have physical therapy. That ain't right. I'm going to try it with this one. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, this one never been opened. See what this one says? Aloha. I can't. They got to get used to doing it. Oh, shoot. Guys, we're going to put this up. I can't work on that. See, this is the only one that would do it. And I'm not going to put my queen from Huntsville. No, we ain't going to do that. We ain't going to do that. Oh! If I need a fan again, I can do this here. My husband just put these on my desk. These are from the other house. We just found them. Watch this. Watch it. See? What those things at? Oh. Let me put my shirt in. Put my shirt in so I can do that. While we're doing, I told you we're doing a jury watch. And until somebody starts talking. Wait, I'm trying to put my shirt in. See there? Trying to put it in. See there? Okay. Now, what those boots are? What those boots are? Wait. What those boots are? Hey, hey, hey. Y'all can't say I ain't got a fan. So when we get ready to do this here, guys, y'all get your fans out, and I have this one, and I'll do this here. What those boots are? What those boots are? I'll do this here. I'll do it with my fans, okay? My husband put these on my desk. I just saw them this morning. They was not on my desk. I copied that. Thank you. So when we need our fans, y'all can go get y'all's fans, and y'all can use any fan you want because nobody can see it unless you want to get up on the panel. And I will drop my link for anybody that want to get up. And we can do this here. Now, I know I'm not doing it right. What those things are? What those things are? You see what I'm saying? I know I'm not doing it right because I have not had a class. Nobody taught me anything yet. I'm just going off what I've seen. What those things at? What those things at? Okay. Oh, I'm trying to figure out, make sure I turn them off. And then you just close it up. I don't know where. I got to try to find out. And these got the little ears on it. I think these are They're not rabbits. I think these are little bear ears, teddy bear ears on the top. And then they got a little string on it. I may have my husband find out, well, these came from my other house. But before we got them from my other house, I'll find out where we get these from. And maybe I'll send, first I need to find out how much it costs. I may send 5 of these out to 5 of my people on my live. And if you don't, because these, all you have to do, and they got, I think it's 3 settings to it. See, this is setting 1. Wait, let me do it this way so y'all can see it. Okay, this is setting 1. This is setting 2. This is setting, no, don't let me lie like that. It just got 2 settings. Setting 1, that's if you just need a little breeze on you. Now, setting 2, if you got menopause and you're sweating. I don't have menopause. I never had menopause. I don't know what menopause feel like. Okay, I never went through that. So, but I got a lot of friends that sweat like bullets, and they be, oh, and I be looking at them like they crazy. Not that I never took anything for it, and I don't know what it feels like. My clothes look like no, these pants, these are low riders. My navel is here, and they ride below your navel. Because I remember when I used to wear this, sometimes I wear those little shirts coming so they don't have to be tucked down. Okay. See, now you can see what the pants look like from the back. Y'all see what they look like from the back? Yeah, that's what they look like from the back. Oh, but now you can see. But anyway, I will give 5 of these out to 5 of the people that's in my watch live today. Okay? We will order these and send them to you. Okay? But that depends on, I'm going to give them out to the 5 of my top people in my live, watch live today. So this is pink. And I think that this is a baby pink. I know you can't see it well, but this is a baby pink. So, but I will give 5 of these out today. Today. So it could be this morning. It could be around, is it lunchtime? Yeah, it's 11:51 here. It could be around lunchtime. It could be around, it can be anytime today. So 5 of these, you tell me, while I'm doing this, I'm gonna have my daughter to pull up and tell me what colors. This is on Amazon, I think. I'm gonna look on Amazon. Let me have my daughter to tell me, pull this up and find it, because she knows everything her daddy knows. Let me do this right quick. I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna go and let her pull one of these up and tell me where, make sure, and we're gonna give out 5 of these today. Okay, 5 of them. I know a lot of you get hot. I don't sweat. I don't know why. I tend to sweat at night. That's the weirdest thing. I only sweat in my sleep. I don't sweat. If I'm out in the sun, I don't sweat out there. I just get dark. I get a tan so quick, my skin tans like that. If I'm out there 10 minutes and I got on short sleeves or a bathing suit, in 10 minutes, I am tan. You see the difference when I say, see the difference? I tan real quick. Okay, let me have daughter to find out. I'll be right back, guys. Hey, sweetie. Whenever you get a chance, on Amazon where these at. I'm gonna give out 5 of them today. That means they'll get them later though. And then I just want to know the colors. Okay. So thank you, Healing. You are a beautiful woman. Thank you. You need a air conditioner in this Alabama heat. And I'm going through it right now. That's why y'all gonna have to get on the list. Okay. I'm gonna give out 5 of these. And y'all got to pay close attention. We're not just, this watch party is not, there's nothing going on. I'm going to show you right now. This watch party, see there's nothing going on. Show begins at 1 p.m. Verdict reached live. Okay. That's what this, see, ain't nothing going on. Ain't nothing going on. Okay. So when it does, but I'm going to give out 5 of these today. So y'all got to pay close attention to when I may ask a question. I may ask somebody, what color is my alien socks I got on? I may ask you what counts was Sean Diddy charged with? What counts was he not charged with? I may ask you any kind of question. Okay, how long was the verdict watch before they said they got a verdict, a partial verdict? I may ask you anything. I may ask you anything. Okay. So just be ready. So when I ask a question, but the only key to this is you can't get but one person. You can't get 2. You only get 1. And I'm just like I'm not gonna say her name because I don't want her name on this live. So don't put her name in this chat for anybody because she's the queen. She's a doctor, a mother for. So her name don't need to be on here. But anyway, I'm gonna be just like her. So when you order, you get your stuff right away. I'm not gonna be like, I can say that other girl's name because I don't give a darn about her. I ain't gonna be like Stormy. Okay, I can say her name all day long. I ain't thinking about her, but okay. But I'm going to ask a question too. I got one. I got a question. Ooh. The verdict is verses on politics, money, and power. You right. Okay, let's talk about something got to be going on. This ninja here, let me bring it up. Like the way he's acting. These two up front. You know what they remind me of? That these two here remind me when you got a dirty ninja that's ready to start ish, the kind that's nasty and mean, that'll pull you over and make up ish, pull you over, or see you walking down the street. Oh, there's the daughters. Oh my God, let me blow this up big so we can see them. That's the daughters coming back. They must be coming back from lunch. Y'all see that? Did y'all see that? Did y'all just see the daughters? Now, I can bring this back just a little because this is my line so we can see them. Here they are. Wait, let me bring it back so we can see them. No, I think I'm too far. Then I'm gonna catch us up. Yeah, we got to get to them two I didn't like standing there. Because they look like they ready to pop off. They act like they ready to pop off. They look like they ready to just make some ish happen. The kind of people that got a badge, that look mad and mean, like somebody done something to him. Because he got a gun on his side, some pepper spray, a badge. And I'm a dog woman. I got 2 dogs. I'm a dog mommy. But he looked like he ready to get his dog into some serious action. And y'all can see how the nastiness coming on out of that. Keep my face smooth. He looked like he up to no good. Look at him. Somebody needs to get that dog away from him. Now, in a few minutes, y'all going to see the girls walk past. Watch this. You're going to see the Combs sisters walk past in just a minute. Y'all going to see them walking past. And the one that's standing next to him, he looked dumb. He looked stupid. He looked stupid. You don't give a stupid person like that a pow-pow and a badge. He just looked stupid. And that little short one, that little dumpy one, he looks like I can't. And that one too, I wouldn't trust him 1 minute at my house. I wouldn't trust him for one. There's the Combs daughters. I think that's the oldest one, and then the 2 twins. That's all I wanted to show you all. Now I'm going to get us caught up. Let me bring this down and get us caught back up now.
Of transportation to engage in prostitution, the man.
Okay, I'm going to bring it back to that. Y'all know I'm good for it. I'll get back to Jesse. Okay. $1 p.m. It is 1 p.m. their time in New York. 1 p.m. in New York. Because it's 12:01 here. And while Jesse is talking, I'm going to go ahead and eat my cereal. Eat my cereal. See here? I'm going to be eating on some of that.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Jesse Weber, and welcome back to our continued live coverage of the Sean Diddy Combs trial. Big day here today in the Southern District of New York, in the federal courthouse, out in downtown New York. A verdict has been reached. We've been reporting about it all morning. A verdict has been reached in the case. Sean Combs acquitted of racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion for both Cassie Ventura Fine and Jane, but ultimately he has been convicted of transportation to engage in prostitution, the Mann Act violations. And today is, you would think that would be the end of the day. It is certainly not. Why? The judge has to determine whether or not Sean Combs should make bail, whether or not he should be released, whether or not, and we have a live shot of the courthouse, whether or not we will see him walk out of that courthouse later today. Right now, both sides are submitting paperwork to the court. We're keeping a very careful eye on the courtroom updates to see what that decision will be, because the judge is going to decide. And what the basis was for Sean Combs to be locked up during the whole course of this criminal process, it is very different now. It is very different now because he's not facing those top charges, those violent charges, those charges that could have sent him to prison for the rest of his life. And one of the other big considerations we have when we talk about transportation to engage in prostitution, the charges that he was convicted of, is what will be his sentence. While there are maximums of 10 years in prison on each charge, and although the prosecution has said that he could face up to 20 years if they stack them one after the other, it seems highly unlikely given a number of mitigating factors in this case, but there's also aggravating factors, and we'll talk a little bit more about it. But we're going to take your questions as we are live on air, and we update you about what is happening. But I also have with us a very special series of guests. So we have an all-star panel. We got with us Ben Shue, acclaimed litigator, famously represented Johnny Depp in his high-profile trial against Amber Heard. We also have with us criminal defense attorney and civil rights attorney Tyler Bailey. We have with us Sierra Gillespie and Elizabeth Milner out in the field. We'll get to them. But right now, we are also joined by Sheree Hayes. Now, for anybody who's been following this case, you will know who Mr. Hayes is, also referred to as the Punisher during the course of this case. Mr. Hayes, who's also, by the way, the author of In Search of Freezer Meat, we can talk more about that. Hayes had testified during the course of this trial about his involvement in 8 to 12 sexual encounters that he had with Cassie Ventura Fine and Sean Combs. Testified that Combs watched and gave directions during these events. You played a pivotal role in this case, Mr. Hayes. It's great to see you. Thanks for taking the time. Your reaction to the verdict?
I honestly thought the verdict was the correct decision. You know, it maybe not based on following the specifics of the law, because I know the prosecutor said you only had to find one instance where you believe there's coercion. But if you're talking about a jury and the understanding that this was relationships, these were his partners, these were, you know, they were exchanged text messages of love and care and over long periods of time. And then also a bunch of consenting also messages to the sexual activity and the type of lifestyle they lived. I thought it was going to be hard for a typical person that wasn't going to really streamline the law, extremely hypervigilant, to not see this as a relationship domestic issue opposed to sex trafficking. So this is actually what I expected.
To be clear, in any of your encounters, did you see any force, fraud, coercion being used to induce Cassie to engage in these sex acts?
Yeah, it's similar to my testimony. I did not. And so what I will even add is, you know, I testified in the facts where I only interacted and spoke to Cassie during any of these occasions. I never had any communication with Mr. Combs. So I would be greeted in a personable one-on-one situation prior to the activities, and then again at the conclusion. And I always found good vibes, good energies. Hey, thanks for coming. It was great. We'll see you again. Here you go. And I did not even witness anything that appeared to be under the influence of alcohol or drugs or anything. So I did find it difficult to see.
Let me say something. He is lying. That's a lying ninja right there. I'm trying to eat my doggone food, and he is a lying mother. See, I'm trying to be good. Oh, healing. Yes, he may get out on bond. If he do, this is the best time for them to try to ask for bond. But if he do get out, he's probably going to be ankle monitored and everything else. And they ask him for passport and everything. Because this ninja, he'll leave. He'll do them. I can't stand this man here, this ninja here. I'm sorry, guys.
My interaction being anything close to criminal.
I want to tell you what's happening outside the courthouse. CNN is reporting that people are quite excited. There are people who are gathered. They are spraying baby oil into the crowd. There are remnants of oil that could be seen on the courthouse pavement. We were reporting earlier on today that there was a verbal dispute between supporters of Sean Combs, or at least supporters of his case, and those who feel differently. When you're seeing a reaction like that outside of the courthouse, you playing a role in this case, what's your position on it? What is your view on it?
So what I think is there's a benefit of the misinformation. You know, me as a civilian, even before I was involved, before I became a witness, the social understanding of this case, they made it so much bigger than what it was. You had rumors of child trafficking. You had all of this bribery and celebrities involved, and all of this crazy stuff that escalated to this belief that you was going to get this magnitude of just terrible acts. And not downplaying the domestic violence part of it, but I think when the actual facts of the case became evident, I think people's expectation and their belief that it was going to be so much more, it actually minimized the victims' experiences. So now, where there are still people that are victimized, regardless of the verdict, there's still bad experiences. People almost see it as a celebratory, simple scenario because everybody thought it was going to be so much worse than what it was, including myself.
Do you think
listening to the banter?
Do you think that your testimony helped secure the conviction for transportation to engage in prostitution? Because let's be clear, the two charges that he was convicted of, one was with respect to Cassie, and the other was with respect to Jane. Do you think your testimony helped secure the conviction against Sean Combs?
No, not at all. Not my testimony, because I was clear that my dealings with them was, I'm from New York City at the time, and I only dealt with them in a New York City area. And me being hired in the initial communications was as a male dancer. We always show up on our own. But I did hear in the testimony, there was evidence of plane tickets and stuff being purchased on his American Express card for some of the other escorts. So I'm assuming that secured the conviction for those charges.
Mm-hmm. So as I mentioned to you before we were coming on, we have amazing viewers who submit incredible questions. And I have a bunch of them. A lot of people have questions for you, Mr. Hayes. So let's get right into it. All right. First question. We got a question from Jackie Reed. Did you have any direct dealings with Christina Coram or any other person other than Diddy that helped set up his freak-offs?
Actually, no. And actually, I didn't have any direct dealings with Diddy. All of my communications were specifically with Miss Ventura and Miss Ventura only. There was no conversation, no communication, no anything with Mr. Combs. And I said this before, the first time I actually even had eye contact him, for the first time, eye contact was leaving the stand after my testimony. I had zero interactions with Mr. Combs.
And by the way, I'm just going to let you know, I'm not like tweaking these questions. These are the ones that are coming in. So I'm just going to read them to you. This is from an account, Smarty Pants. Thank you so much for the super chat question. Do you think Diddy was cheap with you?
Well, listen, if I'm being honest, when I hear some of the other guys getting $5,000, $6,000, obviously that would be the first thing you think. But then I don't know the scenario. I was never there more than 4 hours at a time on the average. And one thing that I will say is I came multiple days in a row. So I don't know what the criteria was to determine what my fee would be, but I was fine with it. I don't have any reservations as if I was not fairly compensated,
We've got a question. Where is this? Okay. Show and Tell Knitting asks, how will the results of this trial affect your interactions with clients like Diddy? Will you do anything differently in the future?
As far as I'm concerned, I would not do anything differently. That was a nuanced situation for me. Obviously, I'm a male dancer. My trade on a regular basis is not sex work to that degree. That was a proposition I indulged in. So I don't really see much changing. This was a very nuanced situation. I don't think anybody predicted these scenarios escalating to what it actually became. So I don't have any full regrets of my interactions, or if I'm being honest, even my decision. It was something I was a part of. Were some of our decisions, and I'm comfortable with the way everything transpired, even the negatives.
Chris Bono asks, how has this experience changed you, if at all?
Well, it put me in a scenario where I have to do damage control, right? We live in a society where you meet a person, everybody Googles you, right? So I know for the rest of my life, I'm associated with this crime and or trial, I should say, with this trial and these accusations, and I'm instrumental in it too. So all I'm doing now is I have to have a much conscious effort and how I'm perceived in my interactions with people going forward, because I could start out in a lot of situations in a negative opposed to what normal people do.
And I appreciate you coming on and speaking to media outlets about this, because obviously the trial wasn't testified. There was reporting, it wasn't televised, excuse me, but it wasn't, there was reporting about what the testimony was like. People might have misconceptions about what you said, why you testified. So to be able to clear the air is really important, which is why we get a question from Brooklyn Truth. What was your motivation for testifying? So to be clear, I mean, did you want to testify? Did you reach out to the government? How did that work exactly?
So I did not want to testify. The government contacted me even way before the charges, just investigators. And I actually believed that my testimony was going to be insignificant. You know, I explained to them, I didn't see any violence. You know, I didn't see anything that was out of the ordinary. And then I was aware, I was a resident of New York. We met up in New York. So it didn't really, in my opinion, or my understanding, constitute sex trafficking. So the thing that put me in this situation, and this never happened, I didn't get any issues from the prosecution or the federal government. But if you talk to people who's supposed to be in the know, they scare you about the Southern District. They give you this thing where, look, you want to cooperate, just do whatever you got to do. You don't want to get on their bad side. So I went into the scenario like, look, I'm just going to cooperate to the best of my ability, because I don't want to create a scenario where I'm looked at as an issue and then it escalates to something. It probably wouldn't have, but I just kept getting negative feedback that the Southern District is people you don't want to mess around with. And if they want to talk to you, if they want facts, if they want information, you have to give it to them. And that escalated to me on the stand, where I never second guessed even, cooperating, because I did have worry that resistance could have been an issue for me.
Got maybe the most important question of the day from Xenu Golf Club. Did you like your courtroom sketches?
So I'm still getting problems from my buddies about how terrible those sketches are. So I did not like the courtroom sketches, man.
Well, Combs didn't like them either. He thought he looked like a koala. So
yeah, they have me. They're calling me like I don't know if you're familiar with the Fantastic Four, but I'm Ben Grimm. You know.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So yeah, a lot of jokes, a lot of unnecessary jokes I'm subjected to because of those photos.
Got a question coming in from, wait, I just lost it. Where was it? Wait. I think no. Oh yeah. Chris Buono asks, if you weren't an escort worker, in what line of business could you see yourself?
Ironically, I have a passion for car sales. I could see myself being in a decent dealership, maybe a Mercedes, BMW dealership. I like the interaction with people. That would have been somewhere I would have went into as a secondary option.
Let me ask you a question. When you were testifying, this is my question. When you were testifying, what was it like to be in the room with Sean Combs, to see him? Did you make eye contact with him? Was he looking at you? Did it feel awkward? Was it strange?
Listen, man, it was the actual extreme of all of those feelings. I think the federal court is set up to intimidate you. The magnitude of the rooms, like the doors are 15 feet high, the ceiling's 30 feet high. The furniture is huge. You're sitting up high. The judge is high. It's freezing in the room. I walked in and I had literally an anxiety attack. And I consider myself a very calm, cool, collected guy.
Yeah, he sounded like he describing my house. When you were saying that, honestly, guys, I said to myself, shit, this ninja describing my house. Yeah, literally, he is. Furniture is big, doors are real high, the room. Yeah, he's describing my house. Not this one, the other, but still, he's describing my house. Ninja, have you ever been to my house? He's just never seen nothing like that, I think. But I can't stand. Ooh, somebody help me. Can't wait till he get off because I really, really, really can't stand him.
Not easily rattled at all. And by the time I got on the witness stand, I was trembling. And so then to put on top of the understanding that I'm walking in there as the prosecution's witness, so I'm gonna assume there's not a favorable thought process with Mr. Combs, his family, anybody involved. So it was very nerve-wracking, man. And I only benefited because I got called to the stand 10 minutes before lunch. And literally just swearing in and answering my name and very preliminary questions, I was losing my voice. I was having trouble talking. And so I'm happy that it broke for lunch. And it took me 20 or the 30-minute lunch to recompose myself. Or I might have had a very different testimony if I didn't have that break time to just kind of get myself together, because it was overwhelming.
Would he have told the truth then? A very different testimony, because his testimony wasn't right. So would you have told the exact truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? That's what I'm saying.
Let me, Sheree, stand by. We have more questions coming in, but I want to bring on the other panelists as well. Ben, we haven't had a chance to talk about the verdict. This is something you predicted, though.
Well, I don't know. I went back and forth, but it was, I have to confess, it was a bit of a surprise to me.
Was it something about Cassie's testimony? Was it something about Jane's testimony with respect to sex trafficking? Again, the jury did not believe the prosecution proved beyond a reasonable doubt that they were victims of sex trafficking. What was it? What was the thing that you might have been a hang up?
I thought it was some of the communications, the text messages, which really suggested more of a relationship rather than coercion. That this is, I think it came across as a very, very complicated, unusual relationship, but a relationship.
Yeah. We got super chat questions coming in for you, Ben. So this is from Nancy Nicole. Actually, this is a regular question. Then we'll go to, actually, let me start with a super chat question. Super chat question from JAM. Thank you so much, Ben. Can law address the need for cognitive consent that is often comprised sex crimes when, I'm not sure what this means, when something's normalized? But yeah, can the law address the need for cognitive consent that is often compromised in sex crimes? I'm not exactly sure the question, but I throw it to you.
No, it's a very good question. And I don't think really this is something that the law can really define. And that's why I think the jury system is really the best way of obtaining the truth when you're talking about complex human emotions. It's really hard to have bright lines in the law. I think it's something that a jury has to consider. And I think this really is the best way to adjudicate these things.
Tyler, Nikki Vale says, do you think if Christina Corum, this is a super chat question, thank you so much. Do you think if Christina Corum testified, the jury would have reached a different verdict?
I think that if she testified as a part of conspiracy, it may have helped the jury get to a conclusion more likely to convict on count number one. But I think as a whole that this jury probably wrestled with the fact that they did not believe this was a conspiracy, a one-man conspiracy with Mr. Combs at the top, and there being no co-conspirators, and then all of the acts and furtherance of this conspiracy led to prostitution, sex trafficking with the two victims. I think they really wrestled and not feel like it was enough. With KK testifying, possibly it could have helped the prosecution out a little more in convincing the jury.
Ben, got a super chat question from Christina Lester. She writes, I have to know this. Please ask Ben Is he related to Benjamin Chew, prominent Pennsylvania lawyer and jurist and a close friend of George Washington, 1722 to 1810? The people must know.
You have a wonderful viewership and someone who is very keen on history. Yes, that is my ancestor, who was the last Crown-appointed Chief Judge of Pennsylvania. And anybody who is a history buff like your viewer can go see the museum that's in Germantown called Cliveden. And that was Benjamin Chew's house, and it was the site of the Battle of Germantown.
That is awesome. That is amazing. And you had no choice but to become a lawyer. You couldn't be in sales like Mr. Hayes. You couldn't do it. Nope, you couldn't be in that. Nope, you had to be a lawyer. I completely understand. Okay. Let me go. Let me go to you, Tyler, on this. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Super chat question. Is it curious how a deadlocked jury yesterday could come to a unanimous decision with only the hour the next day? I mean, that is interesting, right?
Yeah.
They were deadlocked at the end of the day. They basically said they couldn't, they're unpersuadable, right? Unpersuadable views on both sides. They come back in an hour and find him not guilty of racketeering. Can you explain that?
It's amazing what a good night's sleep could do. They clearly not reached that verdict yesterday. They went home. They were told not to discuss this matter, but they slept on it, and they probably were fresh-eyed and ready to go that morning. And I'm pretty sure the foreman said, "Okay, y'all, we slept on it. Where are we at?" And they quickly got to a verdict today, and that's exactly what I think happened.
We have Sierra Gillespie with us too, out in the field. Sierra, good to see you. First, let us know how crazy it is out there in terms of, have you seen more baby oil being sprayed? That's part one. Part two, we have a super chat question from Free. Free, thank you so much. I just don't understand why sex trafficking of Cassie even needed to be proven when we had video evidence of her being beaten and dragged back into the room. That seems like a flaw in our system. So first, what's the scene like? And really the basis of this question is, wasn't sex trafficking of Cassie proven by the 2016 tape?
Wow, these are both really good questions. I'll start with the former first. Is there baby oil present? Confirmed. Yes, there is. Across the street from me at the courthouse, there was in fact baby oil being sprayed over there. And let me tell you, there are literally hundreds of people here. So much so that the NYPD has come and barricaded me into this area I'm in right now across the street with my camera. I got my lights and I'm stuck here basically. Then across the street at the courthouse, Elizabeth Milner is seemingly stuck inside because they have barricaded everyone kind of over there, because honestly it was getting dangerous. A lot of people were getting rowdy, people were spilling over into the street, and this is still a road where people are driving, so it's dangerous for people to be standing in the street, right? So I mean, it is pretty intense here. There's been cheering. There's kind of been a sense that maybe, just maybe, something wild could happen in this bail hearing, and P. Diddy himself could stroll out of this courthouse behind me at any moment. We'll see what's going to happen there. So TBD, and of course, we're going to give you updates on that, number one. Number two, talking about the Intercontinental video, the really harrowing video that many of us have seen back when it was leaked in May of 2024. And now, of course, jurors saw it time and again. This is a question mark. How was Diddy found not guilty in terms of sex trafficking with Cassandra Ventura when we have that video? To which I say, I don't know exactly what the jurors were thinking. I don't know what's on their mind, and we're working to hear from some jurors. I hope to one day have them on my show Scandal, or perhaps Jesse on Sidebar with you, so we can really have a sense of what they were talking about in the deliberation room. But as far as the Intercontinental video, yes, it does show domestic violence. We've heard that from Diddy's team. We heard it from Tena Yargos in the openings. We heard it from Diddy himself when he came forward with that video, in which he kind of held up his phone. He had a lot of headroom and he apologized for it. So he straight up admitted it. Yes, it was domestic violence. However, domestic violence and sex trafficking are two completely different things. The government said that this showed retaliation. Cassie was leaving a freak off, and then that's what happened, that he physically assaulted her because she wanted to leave. And I guess the jurors just didn't believe that argument, and that's why they found Diddy not guilty on that particular charge.
So we have more. Thank you so much for that, Sierra. We want to go back to Sheree. I have a couple of questions here for you. So first of all, Tracy Roberts, super chat question. This is just a supporter. Thank you so much. That's so kind. Cleveland Thomas asked a super chat question. And I think it's really interesting. From the testimony, Cassie sometimes paid the escorts. Could she have gotten convicted on the Mann Act as well? And I'll answer that. But this is an interesting part. Are the escorts the ultimate victims? Now, from a legal point of view, this was about Jane and Cassie being the alleged victims. The escorts not necessarily for the purposes of these charges. Having said that, through the course of this, when you think about what was alleged, when you think about what was put forward in this case by the prosecution, do you feel, Trey, do you feel that you are a victim in any of this?
The only part of it I would make me feel victimized, and if this was confirmed, is if my participation did come under a space where Ms. Ventura was under duress, where I just unknowingly did not know that she was being forced in some way, and really giving me a really.
Well, he know now she was being forced, and he is still singing that same old song, like, I didn't see nothing. It was just a loving couple. He now knows she was being forced. She was being forced to lick your thing, to have you all up inside of her. Now you know. Now do you feel sorry? No, he don't feel sorry. He will keep doing the same thing. His nasty escort. Talking about he don't do those kind of, yes, you do, nasty ninja.
Transparent, acting job of, hey, I'm fine with all of this, but deep down inside, there was a scenario where she was being abused and in pure true distress with my interaction. If I unknowingly was put in that scenario to take advantage of a woman unknowingly,
that's what happened,
and that is outwardly confirmed in my specific participation, then I would feel like a victim.
Stop thinking what you're thinking. You now know this woman was being forced to act the way she was acting, to talk to you the way she was talking. And then you still going to be somebody. Oh, Lord, somebody help me. Somebody hold me back. Hold me back.
The other people that were part of these sexual events would feel the same. Ben, go to you. You think Sean Combs is going to be released? You think today the judge is going to say, hey, listen, the game's changed. Whatever factors were working for the prosecution months ago, the game's changed. He should be released. What do you think?
I have an instinct that he won't be. I don't think so.
Tyler?
I hope not.
I think he should be released. I think that, bonds are all about what could reasonably ensure that the defendant's not going to flee. And here, the max penalty is 10 years per charge. More than likely, the judge is not going to impose a max, and they're not going to run consecutively. So I think a reasonable bond of $1 million would ensure that he's going to come back and do his sentence. And the fact of the matter is, the government has brought a heavy case against Mr. Combs. Most of those charges have been dismissed now because he's been found not guilty. The remaining two, the question that should be asked is, would he have received a bond if these were the only two charges he was accused of at the time he was indicted? And I think the answer is yes, he would have. It would probably been high, and Mr. Combs could put up a high bond in this case.
Ben, Papa Sear asks, thank you so much for the super chat question, Papa Sear. Do you think the $20 million alleged settlement with him, still paying $10,000 a month in rent for another victim, do you think that swayed the jury? We are in a recession. So basically, right, the settlement that Cassie had with Sean Combs, the idea that Jane was still getting her rent being paid for, I think her lawyer was still being paid by Sean Combs. Do you think that affected the jury's decision?
It's a great question, and I think it could have. I think any number of factors, could have entered into the decision. So it's a good question, and I think absolutely it could have affected some of the jurors.
Oh, this is wow. Okay, this is from Sean Love Combs. Okay, this is the account Sean Love Combs. Tyler, super chat question. Thank you, Mr. Combs. Is it possible that if Diddy is released, he will be able to leave America, or would he be able to retrieve his items, the baby oil, the Astroglide? So multiple questions there, Tyler.
yeah, I think Mr. Combs could afford to buy some more baby oil and Astroglide. There's no way he's going to leave the country. That would be a clear violation of any terms of bond. I'm pretty sure he's already had surrendered his passport. No commercial airline or TSA would not allow him to get on a flight. It's clear that he would not pass the security clearance for it. So no way unless he tried to sneak out the country somehow. And that would be pretty insane for Mr. Combs to do that, knowing his ties here, his family here, the asset he has here, and a relatively low chance of him going to jail for a very long time.
Ben, this super chat question from JAM. Thank you so much. May more clinical expert testimony be used in future sexual assault and RICO trials? Trauma and coercion cause prolonged fear. Young witnesses won't come forward now.
Yeah, I think it will continue to be used. I don't think it was particularly effective here. So I think it's a matter of how good the expert is and how effectively she portrays her information.
Ben Shu, Tyler Bailey, Sheree Hayes, thank you all so much for coming on. Really appreciate you taking the time. We are going to continue our coverage here in the sense that Sierra Gillespie is outside the federal courthouse. If there is an update, if there is a significant update in what is going to happen with Sean Combs today, if he is going to be granted release, we will cover it. She will jump on air, talk about what's happening. If we see Sean Combs leave that courthouse, we will cover it. Thank you so much for the terrific, terrific questions. Appreciate all of you. Stay with us here on Law&Crime. We'll see what happens next in what is a very eventful day in the Sean Combs criminal case.
Okay, guys, I was muted. Okay, there's nothing else going on. I'm glad they got that man that had that dog and that tall, skinny one that looks like he was dumb, stupid. I'm glad I'm not looking at them right now because I didn't like the look. Their look gave me the wrong vibes. Okay. While they're on that, I got a 6-minute video. And I will be keeping everybody up to date what's going on. We're going to remove this for a second. Ooh, that man gave me the willy jeebies. Oh, Lord. When I say the willy jeebies, he gave me the willy jeebies. Ugh. Okay. We're going to watch this here video, guys. Okay. We're going to watch this video. This is CBS. We're going to be watching this while I keep my other eyes on what's going on in the at the courthouse. All right, so let's go ahead and get it popping. Okay, here we go. Oh, Lord. This happened just 1 hour ago. This is 1 hour ago. Okay. Okay, here we go, guys.
Procedural vote ahead of Trump's budget bill today, but we want to bring you updates and breaking news into our newsroom right now. We are talking about the Diddy trial. This is a trial against Sean Diddy Combs. The verdict is in his trafficking case. It was a mixed verdict from the jury. Combs was spared of the most serious charge, and that charge carried a sentence of life in prison. But we want to start with the ruling here. He was found not guilty of racketeering, not guilty on count 2 and 4, which were the sex trafficking charges, but he was found guilty on counts 3 and 5. Those were the transportation for the purposes.
Wait, let me just do something, guys. So I can put this here up. Okay. I'm just doing something so I can bring it up for us. Just give me 1 second. What's today? July. Okay. I just want to make sure I save that. Okay.
Of prostitution charges. So you're looking right now at a podium right outside the courthouse, right there. We expect lawyers for Combs to give a presser there any moment now. That news conference will bring it to you as soon as it begins. But right now, we want to get to CBS News national correspondent Jerika Duncan to give us much more information about this ruling from the courtroom, the reaction from Combs, his family, those outside as well. Jerika, thank you so much for joining us. Tell us more about the ruling, and I know you're standing outside. Tell us about the reaction too that you got once that verdict officially came in.
What?
This is a victory for Sean Combs and his family. Sean Combs put his hands up to the sky. He had his hands sort of clasped as though he was praying, according to those who were inside the courtroom, and kneeled down. He was very emotional. There was cheering inside of the courtroom once this verdict was read. The issue now is whether or not Sean Combs will be able to go home until sentencing. That is being worked out as we speak. The judge adjourned and said that they would be back at about 1 o'clock this afternoon Eastern time to figure out whether or not the sentencing would start sooner, or whether or not he will have an opportunity to go home until their sentencing for the 2 counts that he was convicted of, the Mann Act. Now, that involved star witness Cassie Ventura, someone that dated Combs for the 11 years. And then you had Jane. He was also found guilty on that Mann Act. That was also someone that he dated from 2021 to about 2024. But the family just left. I believe it was 6 of his 7 children that were in 2 sprinters. You see one right here behind me. We're not sure. Looks like this one is leaving. But I can tell you from even where I was standing, I could see that the children of Sean Combs had a smile on their face. They took their time getting into that sprinter. Normally, they are in, they are out. They do not make eye contact. They have no comment. But today is different. And it's different because their father is not facing up to life in prison. He's still facing significant time, a maximum of up to 20 years, because each count of the Mann Act has a maximum of 10 years. And the government saying they plan to pursue the maximum. But it is definitely something that we saw in that courtroom. Based on those who were in there, we could see that there was a weight lifted off of Sean Combs because he was facing very, very serious allegations and crimes, but again, only found guilty on 2 of those counts. The Mann Act, that is the transportation to engage in prostitution.
And Jerika, just yesterday, we know the jury, they came back with a partial verdict and they were going to continue deliberating this morning. It seems very quickly into that deliberation process, they came up with their final verdict, right?
That's right. And, you know, one of my colleagues, Elaine Quijano, said there's a lot of social science behind people being a little bit sharper in the morning and being more decisive. And I never thought about that, but it makes sense when you're trying to analyze, you know, why not go later yesterday at the end of the day if you only had an hour or less of deliberating before you needed to make that decision. And I think many of us were wondering if, because that racketeering conspiracy charge, which was very broad and very complex, a lot of legal scholars would describe it that way, especially considering a case like this that had to do with a criminal enterprise, a group being formed, being led by Sean Combs for his sexual desires. But it was, you know, you never know what the jurors are thinking, and that's why you have to wait for the results. So we could have said, well, maybe it means this or maybe it means that. I have to be honest, I think a lot of people are a bit shocked by the outcome. Some saying that they thought, a number of people I spoke to thought for sure he might be found guilty of sex trafficking on Cassie Ventura. But again, that is not what the jurors found. 8 men and 4 women who listened to 34 witnesses over the course of 7 weeks, making that decision this morning after deliberating for less than an hour on this Wednesday morning.
Yes, and what's next for Combs here? I know obviously this verdict is a victory for him and his team, but there's a chance that he is going to spend time in prison. So what's next for him, and how does this affect his legacy?
Well, it will be interesting to see if he will. He didn't have a previous record, if you will. I believe the minimum is it could be probation on a Mann Act. So you're going to have to look at statutes. There's time served since he's been in the MDC since September of 2024. So I don't know what kind of time he is facing, but I think this is the best possible outcome that the defense could have asked for. Obviously, I'm sure they would have thought maybe not guilty on all of the counts, but they realized the serious nature of what their client was facing. The next step really is this 1 o'clock hearing where the judge will determine whether or not Sean Combs gets to go home free until his official sentencing, or whether they'll make that determination today.
All right, Jerika Duncan in New York for us. Very busy out there in the courthouse, as we would expect. Thank you so much for your reporting today.
Yes, thank you.
Transportation of prostitution, guilty.
Let me ask, can you all hear that? I want to make sure you all, okay, I was muted. I keep forgetting. I should mute myself when I'm doing things, because then I forget to unmute. Thank you. I think he will get a bun. Let me, Sweet Tea, I saw what you put. I just heard that he was let out. I'm not sure. I'm trying to find that. Let me still work on it. Also, Impetitious, happy Wednesday to you. Thank you for being here at the watch party. Miss Lily, thank you for being here. Thank you so much for being here. Healing says, I think he will get out on bond. I don't know. Can't hear you. Okay. I'm going to play this from TMZ. Y'all let me know whether you can hear it. While we listening to TMZ, I'm going to be searching the major news outlets to see whether anybody saying whether he was let out on bond. Okay. I'm going to check, but put in the chat a one if you can hear this. Thank you, Helen. I see that you can hear it.
You know what I mean? Okay, the deputy ruling prior to the verdict. In the matter of U.S. versus Combs, count 1, not guilty. Sex trafficking of Cassie Ventura, not guilty. Transportation of prostitution, guilty. So count 1 and 2, not guilty.
Wow.
And guilty.
Wow.
All right, so that's sex trafficking, no. Count 1, no. Count 3, yes. Mann Act, Cassie.
And
Now we have
count
Jane.
3 is Mann Act, Cassie.
Correct. Now we have Jane for the sex trafficking and the Mann Act left. Oh my God.
If they say yes on Jane, they say not guilty for Cassie.
It's just going to be the Mann Act.
Well, we got to see what they're doing. What did they say on 1?
Not guilty. Racketeering, not guilty. Not guilty on RICO. Sex trafficking of Kathy, not guilty. Transportation or prostitution for Kathy, guilty. So now we just have Jane sex trafficking and sorry, I'm yelling. Jane sex trafficking and Jane Vanna. Sex trafficking, not guilty. Transportation of prostitution, Jane guilty. Wow. Two Vanna.
Up to 20.
You know what? But
2
that
minutes.
may be confirmed, and the prosecution.
Well, it's two separate acts. It wouldn't be.
This is a.
Oh my.
Even though he's found guilty, huge. This is a loss for prosecutors.
Yeah.
I mean, their whole point was Diddy was a racketeer who forced them into sex. The jury said no.
It's a law. It's just a simple prosecution.
It's a prostitution case, which is
A prostitution case that he faces up to 20 years. No, we got that, but it's just the fact that I was about to say mine is different.
And by the way,
I agree, it was the easiest count, and it isn't a lot for the.
Oh my God.
they never. If this were just a Mann Act, they never would have prosecuted him. They prosecuted him on racketeering and on sex trafficking, and they lost.
I think the judge will throw the book at him on the 2 counts. Because that's all they got him on, and he's been depicted as so monstrous during this trial that the judge in sentencing, he did, but they found him guilty on the Mann Act. I think he might get.
Well, and by the way, by finding him guilty on the Mann Act, they could have technically found him guilty on racketeering, but they didn't.
You're not
Well, no, he did sex trafficking also.
No, because you could have 2 separate things.
No, but they have to be 2 different predicate acts.
Right, but the predicate acts for the Mann Act were still 2 different
I
crimes.
think that should be two separate types of predicate acts.
Yeah.
Not 2 Mann acts. I think you had there were plenty of things the jury could have found. They decided
They did, presumably not kid cutting, not kidnapping.
well, not two of
Because if they
them.
would have found his second, they could have found him guilty on racketeering.
They didn't have enough for Rico.
Wow. 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 I mean,
How did you listen to that Kathy testimony?
wow. So here's, they said it's an 11-year relationship.
Because
there were times where she said she wanted to.
Yes, but they were.
No. She gave the time. That's the instruction.
No.
But
No,
She said
no.
no.
No, but what I was thinking, when you listen to the testimony, she was saying, I didn't want to do it. She didn't say to him, no.
She did say no to him on the 49th word. Yes, she did.
That's the fact that she picked her up and walked out of the room and said,
No. That,
Threatened her.
yeah, that's what.
Threatened her.
I understand that, but they didn't believe. They didn't believe.
Guys, we have seen time and time again how difficult it is to get a conviction of a famous, wealthy person. Over and over and over again.
Harvey Weinstein got convicted, Bill Cosby got convicted.
So, hold on. There are exceptions, but we also have Robert Blake and O.J. Simpson, and the list goes on.
Yeah, but I can
and
explain.
on.
I can explain O.J. Simpson, and it has nothing to do with celebrity. It has to do with Rodney King. It has to do with Rodney King. That's what it has to do. I covered it.
I know you covered it, but
I'm telling you.
but the understanding in the world of the time, everybody thought he was guilty. There's a lot of people who
I covered the trial. I know what
So wait,
happened.
does
Back
he,
to this trial.
hold on, did he
What
just
happened
walk
was there
out
were too
today?
many times that
No.
both Jane and
Said
Cassie
yes.
said yes. Said not only said yes, but said they requested.
But then there's very delegation of the times that
But
they
hold
said
on.
no.
What about the Kid Cudi case?
They don't believe it was him.
They don't. They just don't believe it was him. I know. What about the kidnapping of Capricorn?
She got to swear that cross.
What
They
I'm
said
saying
she
is
was home every day.
they
It wasn't
couldn't. They just couldn't. They didn't believe that because had they believed it, there would have been 2 acts.
Jurors throughout the operations. Jurors, you can contact your chambers. They gave up a lot. It's 10 weeks. It's inspiring. You work together, rain or shine. You answer the call of public service. That should give us hope.
Okay, I'm going to just say something now. It's great that the judge advised them, and if they want to take the judge's advice, that's fine. But the judge cannot stop the media from going to this jury and asking them questions. That,
Right.
you know, I'm sorry. The judge can say that. I asked the media, why? I mean, why? The jury is excused. The media,
Any juror can say no, but there should be no problem with the media, anybody in the media, approaching an excused juror and saying, could we talk to you? And if they say no, fine. But I'm sorry. I've heard enough of judges saying to the media, don't talk. Why? Why? The jurors can say no if they want. So I'm sorry about that. That's just wrong. So let's go get them. Well, we're gonna try, and everybody else is gonna try. Everybody wants to know, especially now. Especially now. I mean, look, Diddy got convicted on 2 serious felony counts that could land him in prison. I don't think he's going to get the maximum. He's a first-time offender. And you have to look at the overlay here, which is they found him not guilty on the main counts that caused the prosecutors to file this case in the first place. So I don't think he's going to get anywhere near the maximum. But whichever way you look at it, whether he spends 5 years in prison, which will...
Harvey, Nicolo just said Diddy should be released to the judge until sentencing.
Well, that's interesting because they all believe he was
The analysis hasn't changed on his case.
Yes, it has. It has. No, he was found not guilty. No, he was found not guilty. If he were guilty of coercion or force or racketeering, yes, he should be held without bail.
Society is not at risk from somebody who just simply sleeps in prostitutes. It's just not at risk.
He's guilty of putting one on a plane.
He's still guilty on 2
That's
counts.
illegal.
It's illegal, but it's not a risk. It's not a risk where you keep somebody in pending appeal. I don't know if we don't know. So hold on, guys. This is huge that the judge is going to have to make a decision now on bail. This is, guys, this is huge. Whether if the judge, it's huge.
So he would just be out.
Yeah, he could be out pending sentence. Honestly,
It's a fair ask. I don't know
This is going to show the judges.
No,
How he should be released.
Good afternoon, my thoughts. Good afternoon. We're doing the jury watch party here. Good afternoon. Okay. Feeling hey beautiful. Okay. Let me see. That is PMV.
said no. He's not committing a crime. It's now. He does not have access to his plane. This is his first conviction, and it is a prostitution offense. He should be released.
Yeah, I mean that's a compelling. That is a compelling argument.
They would never hold over somebody just on
the man. They would never.
They would never. But it's not the same analysis as the verdict. It just isn't. It's an analysis of
He was
dangerousness and flight
found
risk.
not guilty.
He is found. No, he is found guilty of crimes. He's going to be
Right.
sentenced.
He was found.
Hold on. Now I think about this. Is he a flight risk? Yes, he's still hugely wealthy. And he's
Thank you. He is flight
They
risk.
still have his passport. He probably is not a flight risk.
And he still got his plane, although it's not there.
Everybody, because you're wealthy doesn't mean you stay.
Okay, here's the thing. His family is here and could sign a bond. He's to be released today to go back and live at 2-Star Island. The judge says he's coming up right now. I will hear it from the government in a moment. Are you proposing he just walk outside now?
Yes.
Let me see. Let me look that up right quick.
No, I know. I don't see how the if this
Give me
judge,
one
if the
second.
judge says we're going to hold him without bail on a prostitution charge, no way, no way.
Roman Polanski, because he was raped.
No, I know,
raped a 13-year-old.
Yes.
Okay. All he did was have a transported prostitute. Yes, sex with a prostitute. Those are crimes, guys. They're low level sound like not crimes. Low level. They're punishable.
Okay. Okay. That was TMZ. We still watching. If he was out, and I'm gonna pull this up and make sure that we are not lagging behind. We are not. So this, if he was released right here on bail, it would be mayhem going on right now. Let me just check the other outlet that we're screening to. If he was, oh, let me show you all a picture right quick. I'm going to bring up this picture for you all. This is a picture of his family this morning. Let me just bring this down right quick and show you this. This is a picture of his family this morning. You see how his mom got a hand. Let me show you. His mom got a hand up in the air, like throwing that hand up in the air like that. Yeah. Let me bring the picture up. Oh, wait, no. She got it like that. Maybe it's because she's old. She's 80 some years old. Maybe she can't get her hand all the way up in the air. But she's doing this here. She's doing this. I had it like that. Or maybe she can't get her arm like that because she's 80 some years old, I guess. So I bring it in like she got it. Okay. And it's girls, the first time I see them coming out smiling, that's Chance. She's smiling. The two twins in the back, they're not smiling, but they're not really sad right now, I don't think. And then you see his son behind Mama Combs. He's smiling. The lady over in the sunglasses with the black on beside Mama Combs, she's smiling. So, but if he was coming out right now, let me just see. Other people go to jail for prostitution, and Diddy should too. That is true. He was convicted on, he was charged on 2 counts of the Mann Act. Yes, one is Cassie, we know. So other people go to jail for it. They're sending one to jail in a heartbeat on it. Why not Diddy? Is it the money? It is illegal in the states that he engaged in it. Rich man cannot escape God's sentence. The twins are not smiling. Twins are not smiling. No, they're not smiling. Here's the picture. Chance, the one up front, is smiling. The twins are in the back, right there by the door, between the little boy with the white button down on. They're not smiling. They're just walking out. But everybody else has got a smile on his face, on their face. Mama Combs ain't got no smile. She just got a thumb up in the air. And I don't know whether she's talking about that's victory, victory, victory. I thought she had it like this. No, Mama Combs and victory, victory. I ain't gonna talk about his mama though. But I did say this so y'all can see it. Details of the inside courtroom as Sean Diddy Combs jury announced verdict. Count 1, racketeering, conspiracy, not guilty. Count 2, sex trafficking, not guilty. Count 3, transportation for prostitution, guilty. Count 4, sex trafficking, not guilty. Count 5, transportation for prostitution, guilty. He should never been calling those men like the Punisher and the rest of them, so he can be watching a ding ding. And then he had no business taking Cassie and these other women across state lines and all out of the country and everything, so they can trap it and do, so he can be a director with his no clothes on. Who want to talk to a director with his hands on his wee-wee and he's directing? Oh, put more baby oil on. Oh, you need more lube on. Oh, yeah. Oh, hold it. Let me go get my veil and put it on my head. Oh, gosh. So I put it up here so you all can see it, so we can refer back to it. Okay. Let me see. Remember, we was watching it on another outlet just to be on the safe side that we don't miss nothing. Nada. Let me find it so we can pull it up, because we ain't gonna miss nothing. Nada. Oh, before we do that, let me pull up the fans. Remember, I told you all I'm gonna about these fans here. Remember, I said I was gonna give away 5 of them during my watch party. And see, y'all thought I was gonna say, do this here with it. Yeah, you can still do this. You can still do that. Okay? You can do that. You know why I had these fans? I used to travel before the pandemic. We did a lot of traveling and and stuff. And sometimes you travel, you got all kind of bugs and everything. And when we would be down at the Grand Canyon or go down, I forgot what is this. You go deep down. I mean, so deep down. You have to. We would park our car. We would park our car on the edge of a cliff sideways, and these cars be zooming past and barely escape. And you have to crawl out the other side and try not to fall. And your car be sitting like this here, and you get down, and I would have my kids to go down first with my husband to see is there a pathway for us to go down the mountain. We'll go down this mountain. And then about a while later, maybe an hour later or less, that one of them or a few of them will come back up and tell me, Mom, we found a way for you to get down. And then they'll help me to get down. And we go through this jungle. We go through all these rocks, and you one slip and you dead. I mean, you know what I mean, unalive. And they would help me to get down. When I get down, boy, the humidity down there. Ooh, and you got all this water rushing and everything. We used to do some dangerous stuff as a family. My son, he have so many broken bones, I could not tell you how many. He got more. He used to break a bone every year. Break a bone every year. Every part of his body got broken because he's like his mom. We stay breaking up stuff. But anyway, so it's time for and before somebody come back with the verdict, right quick. Let me show you all this. I'm going to show it to you. My daughter found it for me. That's why I got my kids. That's why I tell them all the time. That's why I send you to school. That's why I paid for y'all to go to college. I didn't pay. My husband paid for them to go to college. He paid for all that. But anyway, this is I'm going to give away 5 of these. And then my first question is to the first person that answered the question, my thoughts, I agree. I hope he get help and take Jesus' hand. He need to take somebody's hand. Somebody's hand. And I'm praying for him. He deserves grace. I ain't gonna pray for him. I'm gonna tell you, Helen, I love you to death, but I ain't gonna pray for him. But that's you pray for him, and pray for him because he needed it. But okay, we're gonna talk about these fans. I'm getting ready to give away my first fan. Okay, my first fan. It got 2. Don't let me say that. It got 2 speeds. See there? That's the second speed. This is the first speed. Okay? And then when you get through, it just closes up, and it got the little ears on it. The bunny rabbit ear. No, these are the bear ears. And then it got the little thing. It got the USB rechargeable portal. So you can put your USB plug in there. And it works for hours. It really does. And it's a power bank. Flashlight. Also got a flashlight. I forgot about that. You got a flashlight on it. Let me see how to make the flashlight pop up. I'm trying to do the flashlight, guys. It's a flashlight too. It's a flashlight right there. That's a flashlight in it too. So I'm going to go ahead and give away the first one. Okay. The question. Hi, Janetta Speaks. Thank you for being here. You just in time. I'm giving away 5 fans, and you're just in time. I'm going to ask 5 questions throughout this watch party. Okay. So the first one, and it comes in different colors. Let me just show you all the colors. You can get it in black. You can get it in blue, a navy blue. You can get it in brown. That brown is kind of pretty. That you can get it in green. That's a light green. Or you can get it in pink. The one I have is in pink. The ones I have is in pink. Or you can get it in white. Okay, I'm going to give out the first question. I'm going to put the which one I'm going to leave up? I'm going to leave the green one up. Can y'all see that green? Well, I'll leave the navy blue, or I'll leave the navy blue up. Okay, that's black. I'm going to leave navy blue up. How did it jump there? Okay, so the first question, I'm going to write the questions down. So, and I'm going to, whoever answered that question. Hi, Terry. Thank you for coming in chat. I hit the like button coming in. Thank you. These are the questions I'm going to ask. Questions. I'm going to, for a fan. Okay. And I'm going to write the date. So I'll remember what date second. Okay. And this is on Wednesday. That way I remember more. Okay. The first question is the person that answers the question the fastest. So y'all ready? Get your fingers and get the typing. Let me see how many people I got in here ready to go. Okay, y'all better get in that. If you're in the bushes, you better get out of the bushes so you can get the typing. Okay, because I'm going to write your name down, and then I'm going to make sure I give you my Instagram accounts so you can contact me. If you ain't got Instagram, I got I'll give you a email address or maybe TikTok or something so you can contact me. But the first question is, how many charges was Diddy charged for? Out of the 5, how many charges was Diddy charged for? You got to put the number and then what are those 2 charges? It's 2 questions. Put the number and then what was that charge? I'm gonna put it up in order. Who answered first? Okay, remember it's 2 parts. We got healing first with the first healing first, Month second, Terry third. Month said prostitution. Healing said 2. Oh, you got it. Wait now. Healing filled it all in. 2, transportation of Cassie and Jane. We got a winner here. My thoughts was wait now. My thoughts was right on it. You said prostitution. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Healing, she got that one. So let me put it down on that one. Okay, let me do my thoughts. You was right there in second. You was on. You was riding Healing's coattails. You was right there. Okay, let me give thanks to the people that Healing won this one here. She won. She came in first with 2, and then and then my thoughts came in second, and Terry came in third with 2. But then my thoughts came in with prostitution, and then Healing broke it all down into pieces. Second, she broke it down the way I was. This is the exact way I have it on paper. I'm going to read it to you. And Healing got it the way I have it on paper. Okay. It was the Man Act, which was 2 is transportation, and I put Cassie. I drew a little arrow, line and put an arrow thing, make it an arrow, and I got Cassie. 2, Man Act, which is Jane. Okay, so Healing gets this one here, and I'm going to ask another one. Okay. Let me just get this one here all taken care of. And then I'm going to write down my next question. So when I get ready for it, we are ready and ready to go. Okay. 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 So let me ask so we can move on and see what else is going on to make sure nobody is walking out with Diddy. Okay. Now, Healing. Good job to everybody that participated in this one here. Now I got 4 more fans left. I got 4 more of these left. Okay. Healing. What color fan do you want? Let me go through them. We got black. Let me pull them back up. We got the black right here. What is it? Won't do what I asked. Okay, we got the black. We got the navy. We have the brown. We have the light green. We got the pink. And then we got white. That white is pretty. You want blue, okay? Let me make that a note. Blue fan. Okay, so you're getting a blue fan. Okay, let me get ready for the second. Okay. Let me just check and see what we got going on before I bring up the next question. Let me do this. You know, whenever we do something and we do something good, we got the.
I'm tired of shit and the coffee ain't hit yet. Damn, ain't that great. I don't want to go to work because my boss is a jerk and I'm not even that paid. I need a change in my life because I don't feel alive and there's nothing that makes me happy. Hold my beer.
Okay. Okay. We got 1 out, 4 more to go. Okay. 4 more to go. Let's see, because I think Sweet Tea wanted to know whether Sweet Tea wanted to know whether Diddy was out. I think that was Sweet Tea asked that question. And so we're getting ready to find out. We're getting ready to find out and find out now. Okay, let's see. Oh, while we do that, while we find out, we won't be missing nothing. Let me get back to the matter at hand. Let me get back to in front of the courthouse. Oh, I want y'all to see this. This thing is flying like bees attacking somebody. Oh, it just stopped. It was flying. This chat was flying out. It was flying like, woo, like somebody, bees was attacking somebody. Okay, here's the family walking out. Let me unmute it. It's not muted, guys. He had the whole family in there today. He had all the family in there today. Yeah. My bow. Yeah, this is my bow on my shirt. He had the whole family in there today. He had the whole family in there. It is 2:20 in New York right now. I wonder, are they going on a break or are they leaving for the day? I'm not sure. I don't even know what this means. If they are leaving for the day, do that mean they already know that he's not coming home with them? It is mind-boggling. Do that mean they're leaving for the day? I'm not sure. Do that mean they're leaving for the day? And that means maybe Brother Love, Puff Daddy, the Diddler is not coming home with them? I don't know. But every last one of them left. D is definitely a weirdo. Yeah, he is. He's one of a kind. Let me see who else is carrying this and see what they're saying. Give me 1 second, guys. Give me 1 second. Oh, Lord. Oh, gosh. Okay, let's see, because nobody's coming out right now. Who is this? What's going on? When they got all these popos, I don't want to miss nothing. Guys, this is something else. Sweet Tea, okay. Sweet Tea, you still in the bushes. Okay, that means you can still, if you can, when I throw out the fans, because I think this will be a great addition to you at work, having this here. And also, guys, let me show you this. I want to show you all something. This fan is more than just a handheld fan. Let me show you. Just say if you turn this fan on, I'm going to show y'all. It can sit. Wait. Let me find something sturdy. This book is not sturdy enough. Just if you got it sitting. Let me find something sturdy. You can have it sitting. Let me show you. So if it's sitting, see here, I got to have it sturdy on something. You can have it sitting. It got to be, let me use something steady. See, it can sit. What you do, you turn it this way. You turn it this way. Let me show you. And it sits. You can sit it on your desk and aim it directly at you. Or you can turn it this way. And it have different angles. You can turn it, see here, now it's not, it can sit. As long as it's sitting, it can sit like this here at an angle like that. And, or you can sit it straight up like this and just aim it directly at you on your desk. It's, I'm moving, but, or you can sit it straight up. Just say if you had a cup, you can sit something, you can sit it straight up in. I got something in this cup, so I can't do it on this one. So I just want to bring that to your attention. See there? You can hold it like this. And well, you recharge it and everything. See there? Ports in there. So while we're waiting on that, Sweet Tea, try to get in a win for this. This would be great for you. What you do, we need to do on order to win one. All you have to do, just answer when I give a question. Our first winner was Miss Hilling. She won one. She gave me the answer. This was her answer. The first person that answered the question get chance to win. Okay. Just say if I give out a question, somebody answer, it may not be the right answer. So you, as long as somebody give the first answer, come up with the first answer, that's all I need. I need the right answer, but it got to be the right answer. The first one to answer it correctly gets it. Okay. You can be anywhere. You can be in the bushes and you can come out of the bushes just whenever I get ready to answer that question. You can come out of the bushes and type in your answer real quickly. Okay. It doesn't matter whether you are a Pinkie the Housewife member or a subscriber. You don't have to be a member or a subscriber. Remember, this is a watch party. Watch party is for everybody. Okay? I don't care who you are. You can come out. You can be a content creator and say, oh, shoot, Pinkie, I need that fan. Sorry, I got to come out and get that fan because I know all the answers. So I'm going to come out and get this fan, and then I'm going to go back in the bushes. You can do that. I don't discriminate. You can be a blogger. It doesn't matter who you are. I'm just trying to give away 5 fans for the day. Okay, so let me show you what they're doing right now, since nobody's doing anything right now. And until I get word, let me just say, Law&Crime, if he was getting ready to walk out of that courtroom, Law&Crime would interrupt this whole outside courtroom of the popos. They would come live and start talking. Y'all know that. So while we got a chance, Jimmy Swagger passed today. He did. Ooh, sorry to hear that, Jimmy. Rest in peace. Okay. Prayers go up for his family. Prayers go up for your family. Rest in peace. I did not know that. Thanks for the update, Helen. Thank you. Okay, so let me get on with the next question before, because we're running late on giving out these fans. So the next question is, it's going to be something y'all don't think, y'all may not. What? Now, I made this, I said this early on. Okay. The question is, this is going to be funny. This is a funny one now. Y'all going to have to think outside the box and think back when the live first started. Okay? I'm giving you a clue. The live just started. So start thinking back. What happened when the live first started? Okay? What is two-part question? Two-part question. Because if I just give one part, y'all answer that one so quick, I want to make it kind of complicated. Okay? Because we do have these fans on the fifth. When I get to number 5 question, I'm going to start it back. We're going to do 5 fans. Then I may do a bonus, something of a bonus question. Maybe if we have time, I do a bonus question. And with that bonus question, it doesn't matter whether you already won a fan or not. You can still come into the running for the bonus question. Okay? So if I decide to give another fan, that means you'll be getting 2. Or I may decide to give away something else. Okay? We'll see. Because y'all never know where I may go. Okay? I'm not playing to give others a chance. Okay, for this one, you're going to have to sit it out until I do the bonus questions healing. When I do the bonus one, because I'm doing 5 fans, the 6th thing I give out would be the bonus thing. So everybody can jump back in for the bonus question, okay? And thank you for that. Thank you for that, okay? The next question I got written down is a question, something I said at the very beginning. What color socks do I have on, first of all? And the second part of the question, what kind of socks are they? What color socks do I have on? And what kind of socks are they? Because I said something, why the reason why I have these socks on. I say it all the time. If you watch some of my old videos, I used to do this all the time. And I always said why I got these socks on. But I want to know the color and what kind they are. Oh, Helen must know that one. Helen, let me just tell you this. If nobody knows the answer to this question, you can go ahead and answer this question. And then if you want to, when you if you get 2 fans, that means you can give one away to somebody. You see what I'm saying? Only way Healing can get this answer if nobody else can come answer this question. If nobody else can answer it, then I throw it out to everybody. I was not here for that from the start. Okay. See whether you got somebody that know you're that you can call and ask, what kind of socks did Pinkie have on? And what kind were they? I know you know, Healing. You probably already know it. I'm giving y'all a chance. While I give y'all that chance, I'll be looking at something else. I'll call up somebody, my thoughts, and ask them, Sweet Tea, were you here in the beginning? Because I showed, who remember how many times I showed everybody my socks? Remember, I even put my, y'all better go back a little, scoop back this video and look at them socks, because I did it several times in the chair. I did it while I was standing over there trying to pop the fan. Blue multiple color long socks. There's a blue in there. I got blue, and there's another color. The main color, blue is not the main color, but there's blue in there. Blue do play a significant part of the socks. Yeah, blue do play. Thank you, Helen. Tell her she got half of it, Sweetie. Sweetie, you got half of it. Come on now. Blue is part of it, but blue is not the main color. Whew. Helen, what do you think? Do you think that question is too hard? Helen, do you think that one is too hard? Helen, you want to come up on the panel just while we're doing these questions, while I do this question, to help give them some clues? Then you can drop back down. I'm going to just put my link out. If anybody want to come up here, I think I missed that part. Maybe help give me some clues. Anybody that want to come up to help give me some clues to give the chat some clues can do it. And then after that, y'all can drop back down. I dropped the link down there. I just dropped my link. I know Black Titanic need one of these here. Oh, I know she needs one of these. Some people you just know got hot flashes. I know she got it. She needs one of those. But you got to be in the pink house to get one. No, you should go with the blue in the character. Okay. No yellow. No yellow. Yellow, white. No white and no yellow. Ooh, that one. I thought that one would be an easy one. I really thought that one. Sweet Tea, you're working on it. You're working on it. You're working on it. You are working it. I'm going to give y'all a clue. What is my favorite color? Because blue is part of it. But what is my favorite color? I'm going to give y'all a clue. I thought that one would be easy. As much as I kept putting my foot up in the air and talking about them. Oh my God. Come on now. What is my favorite color? Who knows my favorite color? My thoughts. Blue and pink, and because your feet are cold. That is true. My feet stays cold. That's why I always wear socks. It's blue and pink. So the color of the socks are blue and pink. Thank you, my thoughts. Now, what kind of socks are they? I always say, okay, my thoughts, you got part of it. Sweet Tea said blue. Blue was correct. But pink is the main color of the sock. The main color of the sock is pink. And then it got blue in it. It got blue toes, blue heel, and around the top of it is blue. And then the little things on it is blue. But the sock, no go. The socks are pink and blue. So stick with the color, pink and blue socks. But now you got to tell me, what type of socks are they? Right, pink. You did the blue, Sweet Tea, and then now you just did the pink. You're correct. So the color of the socks is pink and blue. Okay. So Sweet Tea, you got that right, because you said blue at the very beginning, and you just said pink. My thoughts said pink and blue. So my thoughts said it all together. But Sweet Tea, you broke it up into pieces. So both of y'all are right on the pink and blue. But what type of sock are they? Helen, give them the clue from outer space. Helen is telling y'all. Y'all listen. I'm not gonna say nothing else. I'm gonna turn my back. No, I can't turn my back. Healing just alien. Yay! You got it. Let me tell you. The pink and blue alien socks. Oh, let me pull this down some so y'all can see it. You got it right. The pink and blue alien socks. I need to shave my legs, but they pink and blue. See? Pink and blue alien socks. You got it right. See the alien? The toe is blue, navy blue, heel is blue, and then the trim around here is blue. And then these are the aliens. See, there are the aliens on it. Yeah! Oh, let me do my fan thing. Where the fans at? Where the fans at? You got it. We got a winner in the house. Where the fans at? Where the fans at? Where the fans at? Where the fans at? Okay. You won. Whew, that was a hard one. That was a hard one, guys. That was a hard one. Helen didn't think it was hard because she knew the answers. You know all the answers. And she was giving y'all clues. So it was amazing. Let me bring it back up. Wait.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to Law&Crime's live coverage of the United States versus P. Diddy. I'm your host, Sierra Gillespie, joining you live from the Southern District of Manhattan, where today history was made. A verdict was completely reached in the federal case against P. Diddy. Now, I know a lot of you have been following along with us, though we do have some new viewers, so I'm just going to go through and break it all down for you. So ahead of all of this, P. Diddy, Sean Combs, faced multiple charges: racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, and transportation to engage in prostitution. Now, yesterday, we ended the day here on air with jurors saying, okay, we've reached a verdict. Counts 2 through 5, we've got verdicts. There's one that we're holding out for, and this one turned out to be racketeering conspiracy. So we started this morning, Wednesday morning, thinking, what's going to happen? We don't know. Deliberations began once again at about 9 o'clock this morning, and not even about an hour later, all of a sudden we have a complete verdict. All counts have been decided, and I want to talk about what goes into all of that in a moment, but let's just reveal exactly what was on the verdict. Here's what it breaks down as: not guilty, racketeering conspiracy; not guilty on the 2 counts of sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion; and guilty on the 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. Now, as this is read, by the way, there are no cameras allowed in the federal courthouse behind me, so that's why we're showing you a lot of these courtroom sketches to kind of give the vibe. And we've, throughout this entire trial, had our amazing reporter, Queen Elizabeth Milner, inside the courtroom to capture the essence of everything, to take a look at how the jurors are reacting, how the prosecution and the defense, and of course, P. Diddy himself and his family are reacting to things. So when this verdict finally does come down, P. Diddy, according to reports, fell to his knees when he hears the not guilty as far as racketeering conspiracy. And now I want to kind of touch a little bit more about all of that, right? The racketeering conspiracy, because even before we went to trial, back when the indictment came down in September of 2024, that's really when a lot of people were scratching their heads about this racketeering conspiracy charge. And let me kind of explain why. In order to prove racketeering conspiracy, the government would have to successfully prove that P. Diddy had co-conspirators with him, right? Because this is a conspiracy, meaning multiple people. And generally, when we're talking about RICO, usually people will think about, the mob, the mafia, a whole gang was being taken down. And yet, P. Diddy is the only person who's charged here. There were no sort of co-defendants. However, the government alleges that there are co-conspirators that weren't necessarily charged. So it's confusing, right? A lot of people are like, wait, he has co-conspirators, but they're not charged. Does any of this make sense? And that's just the start of it, okay? Because in order to prove that P. Diddy was guilty of this racketeering conspiracy, there were multiple predicate crimes that needed to be proven or met. And those include things like kidnapping. When we're talking about Capricorn Clark, for instance, when she alleged that she had been kidnapped when some jewelry went missing and she had to perform this lie detector test, or when she was allegedly kidnapped and taken to Kid Cudi's house, which leads into the next predicate crime, of course, that's arson, when Kid Cudi's Porsche allegedly was blown up. There are more examples of predicate crimes too. We're talking forced labor, or we're talking bribery. There was a whole list on the verdict sheet of many of these things that needed to be met. So to me, yesterday afternoon when we came back and the jury said, we're kind of hung on this one, count one, we can't really meet a consensus on all of this, it made sense to me because it was the most difficult one to be proven. And what I'm theorizing happened in all of this is that they went home last night, went to bed, they kind of thought about it, and perhaps what happened is this morning they started deliberating again at 9 o'clock and they thought, okay, well, we couldn't agree before, so maybe that means reasonable doubt. All we know that happened for sure definitively, I can't report what happened in the deliberation room, but what we do know is they came to a not guilty verdict there on racketeering conspiracy, which leads into the next text of everything, right? The fact that P. Diddy's life behind bars, his life was literally on the line here, you guys. His life behind bars completely thrown out. And I just want to remind everyone, I am live here in the Southern District of Manhattan with the courthouse behind me. So if you hear any sort of sirens or anything going off, that's why. And I think now is a great time to let you all know or remind you about what's going on here. So this is an active street. You can hear sirens, you can see cars going back and forth. And after this verdict is announced, people are going, I'm just going to say it, people are going wild. There are hundreds of people that are here surrounding the streets. The NYPD came and barricaded both sides, the side I am on right now, and then the side across the street over there, because people were falling into the street. Many people were walking into the street. There was cheering, people who were excited for P. Diddy, who felt that he had been wrongly accused of all of these things. There were some people who were upset, saying that this was a defeat in a way for many sexual assault survivors. So there's kind of back and forth and a lot of tension there. And I do want to highlight too, a main topic of this trial, even prior to the trial really, ever since we heard the indictment, was the 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lube. That's what made headlines. That's what a lot of people were talking about. We all remember when Mark Agnifilo said, oh, hey, P. Diddy just shops at Costco. These are all probably Kirkland brand, right? He just buys in bulk. Well, it turns out Costco says, first of all, they don't sell those. It wasn't Kirkland brand. It sounds like P. Diddy was a brand loyal kind of a guy, and he had Astroglide and Johnson & Johnson as far as his products go. But people here today kind of brought that all back full circle. And across the street from me, over here, behind me in this courthouse, people were actually spraying that, the baby oil and the lube, and it was over there. So let me just tell you, things were tense here after the verdicts came down. And there were a lot of questions too, because of course, P. Diddy's family, excited in a way, right? That life behind bars is kind of thrown out. And now what he faces is 10 years because he has 2 counts, remember, that he's convicted of: transportation to engage in prostitution, 2 counts that could a maximum of 10 years behind bars. Now, here's where the question mark comes, because is it 10 years each? That's the maximum. Is that what he faces? Could it be consecutive? Could it be concurrent? There are a lot of question marks about all of that, and I'm sure we're going to break it down here on Law and Crime as the days go on. I'm going to break it down, I'm sure, on Scandal, which is my channel, by the way. If you're liking this update or liking any sort of the Diddy coverage, make sure to subscribe to Scandal. Actually, I had a man over here earlier who was like, hey, I watched the live stream, I subscribed to Scandal, and I was like, thank you so much for watching. So it shows we have a really interactive audience here on the live stream, also here in the Southern District of New York. People everywhere kind of watching us and coming to us because we bring you the updates. And that's kind of going into the next thing I have to tell you. So of course, after this verdict comes down, I do think it was a win for P. Diddy and his defense. After all of this, they say, all right, great, racketeering is off the table. He's found not guilty of that. Now we want him released on bail. Okay, the most severe charge that we have here, the one that carries life in prison, that's gone, that's wiped away. So let our client go free. Now, of course, there's never been a true moment when we've seen the government and the defense kind of pairing hands and saying, yes, we agree on everything completely. And today that didn't happen either. So of course, what happens is both sides are having their disagreement, their argument, and Judge Arun Subramanian says, okay, you guys, I want you both to write letters, explain why or why not P. Diddy should be released on bail. Come back at 1 o'clock. That's when the letters will be due. Now, right now, it's about 2:33 p.m. Turns out things kind of got pushed. The 1 o'clock p.m. Hearing that they originally had scheduled, it sounds like the defense might have had their letter kind of composed and together, but perhaps the government didn't. So things got pushed. And that leads us to 5 p.m. this evening, Eastern time. And that is when that bail hearing is expected to happen. And I do want to once again tell you that after this verdict came down, I want to remind you, we saw the NYPD putting up their barricades and kind of getting everything in order. And honestly, it's because P. Diddy, Sean Combs, could later today walk right out of that courthouse. I mean, there are barricades, there are people, there's crowds on either side. He could walk out. He could be released on bail today. It's still to be determined. So I think that's another one of the reasons why we've seen this crowd of hundreds of people here behind me, in addition to the NYPD officers who put up the barricades and who are making sure that everyone is in place, because it could truly be pandemonium here if P. Diddy walks away on bail today out of this courthouse. I don't know if it's going to happen. I'm not sure. Anything is possible, especially after seeing a mixed verdict like this today. But I know one thing's for sure. We're going to keep following it here on Law and Crime. We're going to bring you the latest as far as that bail hearing. Elizabeth Milner is here. She'll be back in the courtroom to kind of watch and update us on Diddy's reaction to everything. And of course, report what happens, whether Diddy's going to leave or not. If that happens, we've got our cameras here and we will capture it as best as we can. I do have to say thank you to everyone who's been watching our live streams from all across the world. It's so fun to see where everyone is from and to see all the comments and questions you have. I know that you guys have been following this trial for as long as I have, Jesse and Elizabeth, and it really shows that you guys are Law and Crime loyal. So thank you so much for watching. And thank you to everyone here on the Law and Crime team who have masterfully put together live stream after live stream, bringing you the latest information. I mean, I believe we were the first ones to confirm on air that there was a verdict. So you know where to go to keep tuning in to find out the latest in the P. Diddy trial and any sort of trial that we have. Thank you so much for watching. Make sure to stay tuned for that future coverage of the 5 p.m. bail hearing, and we'll see you then.
Okay, 5 p.m. bail hearing. Okay, 5 p.m. bail hearing today. Okay, the next question, before anything else happened, the next question, because they're on a break right now. So the next question, right quick, to get a fan, I'm going to just pull this down right quick. The next question, in order to get a fan, is, I still got my eye on what's going on. Okay. I still got my eye on what's going on. Okay. So we ain't going to miss much. But anyway, in order to get a fan, somebody, and you just push this little button there. Okay. That's on high. Okay. In order to get a fan. Okay, so the next question, it is, okay, Everybody, if you're in the bushes, come on out. Come on out the bushes, okay? Come on out. Come on out. Listen, I'm going to go ahead and give the next question. Sweetie, wait now. Sweetie, which is in the bushes because she's busy working. Okay, here's the next question. What was the name of the person that testified on the stand at Diddy's trial, but today he was on Law&Crime with Jesse Weber? He was on his panel today. What was that person's name? And what do he, that's the first question. What was his name and what do he do? What was his job? Now on that job, you can, I would take, there's several different things because he said he don't do this, but he did it. He said he do this, but he still did what he said he didn't do. So I'll take either one of those jobs, okay? You can't go wrong when you state his job because the man don't even know what his job is. If you throw him some money, he'll be ready to prostitute himself because he said he won one. He's a dancer. He's an exotic dancer, but he wasn't too, he still went down, he still went low. Okay, so this is the person today that was on Law&Crime with Jesse Weber as one of his, on his panel today. He spoke on his panel today. He was also a witness for the prosecution. He testified in Diddy's case. I know, Helen, you already know. You can help me to give him some clues. Also, guys, I did drop my link if anybody want to come up. But like I said, y'all can come out of the bushes for this. You don't have to be just a member or subscriber. Okay? Or somebody just love my content. No, it wasn't Kid Cudi. It wasn't Kid Cudi. This person today, he was live with Law&Crime. The show we just got through, the scene we just got through watching where the lady came out. She's part of the Law&Crime team. Law&Crime with Jesse Weber. She's at the courthouse though, but Jesse always have a panel that speaks during this. Big Homie bodyguard. No, I wish it was Big Homie. I wish it was Big Homie. He was on the witness stand. He testified in the Diddy trial. He testified in the Diddy trial. He testified in the Diddy trial. And I kept saying, I can't stand him. Oh, I can't stand him. And then at one point I said, he lied. I came out of character and said, he lying, that ninja lying. And when they showed him, I just couldn't restrain myself. Not sure. Okay, I'm going to start it back over. What was the name of the person that testified in Diddy's trial for the prosecution? He was, I said a he, didn't I? But he also said what his job title was. It seemed like he was doing more than his job title. Okay, I'm driving, picking up my lunch. Oh, I hope you're getting something good. You make me want to say, it's time for my lunch, sweetie. I'm trying to look over here and see what I got left to snack on. I got some stuff, but anyway, drive safely, sweetie. And he come from an agency. And he said his job title was this, but he was doing more than what his job title was. And then you can't say you don't do that. That's just like a prostitute saying she's not a prostitute, but every time you see her she's strolling up and down the strip, picking up men and being arrested for allegedly saying she's not a prostitute. Okay. But anyway, can anybody tell me his name? I mean, this one was so easy because he was on, I got pretty, I was jumping out of character when they showed him today. I was pissed. That man that he paid to have X with Cassie. Yes, yes. You're on the right track, sweetie. You're on the right track. He was on the live. It showed him today on the live talking. He was one of the people on Law&Crime talking with Jesse on Jesse's panel. Jesse had 3 other people. He had really 2 experts and this dumb fool up there. And he's trying to sell a book. He's just trying to promote his book. Talking about he didn't know Cassie was under distress. Nancy, you do know now, but you still singing the same old song and have not apologized to Cassie. You low down, dirty fool. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I tell y'all when I talk about that man and see that man, I get upset, but I still want to interview him. But I won't call him a fool then. I won't call him a fool, and I won't talk bad about him while I'm interviewing him. Come on, guys. Come on. Come on. Y'all got to tell it. Tell it, tell it, tell it. Come on, guys. Oh, Lord, I want y'all to see this here until they come back. I want y'all to see this. Come on, nobody. Sweet Tea, you was on it when you said the man that was paid to have XCX with Cassie. You're on the right track. You're on the right track. You're on the right track. You can't think of his name? Anybody? You want to call in somebody to help you in the chat? You can call somebody in the chat to help you. Healing. You want to try to give her healing? Sweet Tea is trying. Who else besides in the chat is trying that answer? Nobody else. You want healing to give you a clue? She can give you a clue. Anybody else in the chat trying to throw, y'all threw in the towel for that? Did y'all throw in the towel on that one? That was an easy one. If I tell you who it is, y'all will be shocked. Okay. While y'all working on that. Okay. While y'all working on that one. Oh, man. I'm getting sleepy again because y'all know I woke up early this morning. Oh, Lord. I woke up early this morning. Okay. While y'all working on that, let me say this. Diddy Combs acquitted most serious counts. I want to show y'all this picture here. This is a picture, a courtroom sketch captured the moment Diddy Combs heard the verdict. Y'all see that? This is his family here. That looks like Mama Combs right there. These look like the twins because their hair is just alike. Y'all see that? They all got their hands and yes. Okay. Now this is Sean. And I've seen this picture earlier. I may get it. Oh Lord, oh Lord, oh Lord. Let me see. I'm not mocking him. I'm trying to make sure for anybody that can't see that good. Oh Lord, oh Lord. Those knees fell on. Okay, healing. Sweet Tea said help her. Sweet Tea is asking for you to help her with this one. Come on, Sweet Tea. She asked you. You know how this game show is when you get on, you can call somebody and ask for help. And you better hope they know so you can win. Sweet Tea, okay, I put out the word. Healing, we need your help. She needs your help. I'll leave it up there. Sweet Tea, the healer. Come on here, come on, healing. Oh, yes. Okay, but he had a name that he went by. You can give me his government name or the name that they call him during the trial. The name that he go by. You can give me either name. Y'all see how it's shine? Okay, let's go. Let me see what they're saying about this here. Let me bring it up to date. This showing how many minutes behind before I can I go by minutes. Okay, that one is 52 minutes behind. This is 9 minutes behind. So I'm going to update us. So 1 minute behind. So that means them just put out some new stuff. Healing said, I was on the phone. What was the question? Okay. The question was, and if she give you answers, Sweet Tea, you got to put it in. Okay. The question was, what was the name of the person that testified in Diddy's trial? He was on the stand. He testified in Diddy's trial, but that same person today was on today's live when Jesse Weber has a show called Law&Crime Network, right? Law&Crime. He was on there today on his panel. Jesse had 3 people on his panel, 2 experts, but we're talking about that third person. I said, I can't stand him. And I even said, he lying. He was on Jesse's panel today. But he also testified during Sean Combs' trial. I want to know his name. You can give me his full name, his government name, or you can give me the name that he goes by. Also, he had a job. What was that job? Because he said he's this, but he did what his job. He said that wasn't his job, but if it wasn't your job, you sure was doing what you said wasn't your job with Cassie. Oh, I have no idea. Oh, I remember that question. I remember you saying that, Healing. You and him got the same name. Let me see, can I find that? Because didn't you say you and him or somebody got the same name? Let me see, can I find that question? Oh, Healing, no prayers. I'm trying to find that question, Healing, because I think you said something about you all got the same name. Or somebody got the same name. Somebody said that in the chat. That y'all got the same name. I can't find it. And Patricia's, do you remember? Okay, we need a condition of Alabama. I remember that part. Queen Liz, do you know? Let me go back down here to the questions. The Punisher, that is his name. The Punisher. Okay, his name is the Punisher. His legal name is Sheree Hayes. But I said I'll take the legal name, his government name, or the name he go back since the trial. The Punisher. Now, what do the Punisher do? Now, Sweet Tea, you still in this because you can come out with the second part of that question. You can do both and come out with the second part. Or Terry, you can come up with the second part of your answer. I need both of those answers. The Punisher. Terry is, so far, she is leading. She is leading. Pearson from Atlanta Housewife that dated Martell. Sheree, a male escort. That's it. Healing got it, a male escort. That was his job, but he did more. I keep saying he did more than what his job title said. He said he was this, but he did more than what his job title said. Daniel Phillips, no. Healing just said the whole thing. Terry said Sheree Hayes. That she's you said his name, Terry. You said his full name in the beginning. When you said his full name at the very beginning, you said Terry the Punisher, and then you said Sheree. What's her name? Healing said that. But Sweetie, Terry, you said his full name, but I then wanted, what do he do? You could have said sex slave, exotic dancer. He did with the boom boom. He did the boom boom. I said I would take anything dealing with his job, because he said he had one job, but he seemed like he got a lot of jobs. He did a lot of things. Let me see. Okay, let me narrow this one down. Shay Hayes. Okay. Shay Hayes, both of y'all got that. Give it to Sweet Tea. She worked in Shay S worker, right, as exotic dancer. Okay. So what I'm going to do, because what I'm going to do on this one here, because this was neck and neck. This was neck and neck. I'm going to go ahead and give out one for each. Sweet Tea, because I understand she was driving and she was trying to get it, and you came out with part of it, and then I'm going to give it to Terry Matthews. Okay, so we got 2 winners for today on this one here. So let me, y'all think about what color. I'm going to bring it up. So we got congratulations to 2 of my winners, Terry. We got Terry here because Terry gave me his name. Then Terry came back and gave me more. But then we got Sweet Tea after asking for help from Healing. I told you can call in and help if you have to. And Helen, for some reason, Helen know all these answers. I don't know. Helen, you've been paying attention. Helen said, y'all just, she be paying attention. She may know more about this trial than I do. I'm trying to put my shoes on so I can get up. Okay, let me do this first. So we got Terry Matthews. Let me write the names down before I get all excited. 2 winners. We got Sweet Tea. And we got Terry Matthews. Now, I'm going to pull this down for a moment, and I'm going to pull up the fans while y'all tell me what color you want. You got to get a color, okay? You got to have a color, because I'm going to ask you, what color do you want, okay?
I'm so expansive, like the universe. I'm so expansive, like the universe. I'm so expansive.
Hello? Hello, are you there? Hello? Hello, are you there? Hello?
Okay. Okay, here it is. Okay, here we go, guys. The fans. Okay, y'all tell me what color do you want. I'm gonna bring up the colors. Congratulations. Congratulations. Exotic dancer. Yay. Okay, so here's the colors. I'm gonna put them here and let me put it. Okay, we got black, blue, that's a navy blue, brown, light green, pink, and white. Okay, what color do you all want? So I can write it down beside your name. What color? And I think my thoughts. Who won the my thoughts? You never told me what color you want. I don't have a color down for you. My thoughts. Remember? You never told me what color you want. Can y'all go ahead and tell me your colors? My thoughts. Go ahead and give me your color too. If you told me, I don't have it written down. Only got Helen her colors because she wanted a blue fan. What color do you want? Let me see. Okay. Terry want brown. Okay, let me put it down with my red pen. So Terry want brown. Sweet Tea, what color do you want? Sweet Tea want pink. Okay. And Sweet Tea is getting pink. Okay. Now, also, so that's 4 fans already gone. Healing got a fan. My thoughts got a fan. And my thoughts, I need your color. I need what color fan do you want? Sweet Tea got a fan. And Terry Matthews got a fan. So we got one more fan to go. And then after that one more fan, I'm going to do a bonus question. That bonus question will be something, it could be a fan or it could be something different. Okay. So, my thoughts. If you're still in the chat, can you go ahead and tell me what color fan that you want. Because I got it here, but I don't have your color. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and see what's going on. See, I did have a video for y'all. Let me, my thoughts, let me know so I can, okay. I don't see my thoughts. Pick a color for her. Okay. I don't see her either. So since her icon avatar is green, I may just pick green for her. I'm going to pick green. Let me see what green looks like. Here's the green, guys. Or I could just pick pink for her. But since her avatar is green, I may just pick green for her. Pink. Give her pink. Okay, since she's not in the chat, everybody, what color? I'm going to go with the majority. What color for my thoughts? Helen said pink. Oh, no, she said pick a color. Pick one. I may just give her green. I'm going to put green in here and put a question mark. That let me know that. Okay, I put a big question mark there with green. If y'all see her come in the chat, let her know or let me know. Let her know she needs to pick a color. Okay. Oh, look, it's showing different ways that you can have your fan. You can put it. Look at here. Guys. See there? You can get all kind of fans. And see, the one that you all have here, it can do the same thing. It can do the same thing. It can do the same thing. You can turn it this way. Let me show you. You can turn it that way, or you can turn it this way. So you turn it this way here, or you can flip it over and turn it that way. Or you can have it standing straight. So see there? 2 speeds. All the beautiful colors. Unique folding fan. You can put it on your desk. Handheld style when you're going out. And it's small enough, it can slide in your pockets. See here? I got a pocket here. Small enough, it can slide in my pocket. And see, it's not, see there? You can slide it in your pocket. And then just pull it out. Okay. And see the flashlight part on it? You see right here. You got a flashlight. This is the flashlight right here. So if you get lost and you drop something in the dark, no need to fear. You got your flashlight. Okay, let's go on back with I need to do one more and I'll do it in just a minute. But we're gonna see what's going on with Diddy and stuff. Because they said they're not gonna do that until 5 p.m. for the bail hearing. So we're gonna see what's going on right now. I'm going to refresh. Oh, Lord, let me take that down. Let me take this down. I told you we was going to have a watch party. It ain't a party without bringing some gifts. And I'm bringing the gifts. Because y'all have been very good. You've been very good to me. So, and if y'all haven't hit that like button coming in, go ahead and hit that like button. Y'all go ahead and do what you got to do. Hit that like button coming in. And subscribe to the channel if you have not subscribed. Oh, my throat is getting messed up. Y'all know what I'm drinking right now? I'm going to show you. Sparkling water. Let me pull this off. Wait. See? Sparkling water. And I put this on to keep it and put it back in this thing to keep it chilled. Let me slide it back on here. It keeps it chilled. Well, let me just, now I keep it chilled. So I don't want no more right now. I'll move that cup out of the way. Oh no, I got some more still left in there. It's hard to see it. Okay. Let's go ahead and see what's going on outside the courtroom. Okay. Give me 1 second. Okay. Guys, I'm trying to see. Okay. Here we go.
Remember, in the process, the jurors are the ones who determine the facts. The judge is the one who makes.
This is live. This is CNN News 18 live.
What is RICO? Racketeering Influence Corrupt Organization Act. And what it says is that Diddy is accused of running a criminal enterprise where he conspired, that is, agreed to engage in illegality with one or more people in his organization. And in doing that, it has to be that he did it for 10 or more years. And it also has to be that in doing it, he broke other laws, such as racketeering. What is racketeering? It's various types of crimes, such as arson. You heard evidence about him bombing a car. You heard about bribery in terms of the tape. Give me the tape for $100,000, and you know what? Let it not see the light of day. The tape involving his beating of Cassie Ventura, the issues about drugs, the issues about guns, so many. And so the jury has to determine whether he is responsible, Diddy, for any of those predicate acts over the 10-year period of time, and whether he was running a criminal enterprise. The other count relates to sex trafficking, and that really deals with the fact of whether he was engaged in this sexual activity, commercial sexual activity, and whether or not it was coerced, or whether it was that they were willing participants, applying to two people. Cassie Ventura, a person he was involved in a long-term relationship for 11 years, and another one only known as Jane, who he was involved in a relationship for 3 years. And finally, Issa, the last count, there's two of them. It's really transportation for prostitution, and there's 2 counts as to that, making 5 in total. And that really says that if you were crossing state lines for the purpose of engaging in prostitution, you would be guilty, defining the time frames he's alleged to have done that. And the jury has to decipher whether the hotel receipts and the flight records and all of the various participants and the evidence would point to his guilt to that. And so that's what the jury was instructed on. They were informed as to what those charges specifically mean, right? A lot broader than I pretty much presented it to you in the time we have. And then they said, hey, go back and deliberate. So they have to look and determine with the facts whether they match the law. And if they do, he'll be guilty. And if they don't, Issa, he'll be not guilty.
Ago, they sent a note to the judge with concern about one juror. For the latest in the trial, I want to bring in CNN legal analyst Joey Jackson, who's also defense attorney and joins us from New York. Joey, you're the perfect voice to make sense of what is happening right now. Talk to me first about this note about this wild card juror that was sent. I mean, it's pretty early on for the judge to be receiving this note, right? So do we have any more details on this? Speak to the importance of that.
Sure. So we do not have any more details than the note itself, which gave the indication, Issa, good to be with you, that, you know what, this juror doesn't want to deliberate and doesn't want to follow really the judge's instructions. And so that's very significant. Why? It's significant because you have a process where in 12 jurors, and you have a number of alternates, 5 that are left, okay? But the 12 that are impaneled have to reach a verdict unanimously. That is, all of them have to be in agreement as to what the final verdict will be, guilty or not guilty. In doing that, they have to decipher through 5 various counts with respect to Diddy, with respect to what prosecutors argue and allege that he violated in terms of the law. But in doing that, you're supposed to deliberate in good faith. Deliberation involves exhibits, deliberation involves emails, text messages, various audio, video, etc. You look and then you make the argument. To your point, Issa, wow, they just started. And there's a note which would be suggestive that one juror is not participating in good faith. What I read into that, and I'm being very careful here, is that there potentially could be one juror who's just sitting on their hands and saying, look, I don't care what you say. I don't buy what has been sold to me. And that's not the way the process should work. The way the process should work is people deliberate. And there are times, Issa, during a deliberation where one side may be brought over to the other side, guilty to not guilty or not guilty to guilty. But for right out of the gate, a note to be brought that says, hey, this juror is not playing nicely in the sandbox is very concerning. And finally, could raise an issue on appeal depending upon how it's dealt with. Now, how it was dealt with is the judge sent back a note saying, hey, you know, you got to follow my rules. You have to follow the law. Go back and deliberate. And that's exactly what the jury is expected to do.
Yeah, and on that point, the judge said, bring it up, Tom? I'm going to ask my producer to bring up the graphic. He said, the judge said, I received your note. I remind every juror of their duty to deliberate and their obligation to follow my instructions in the law. With that instruction in mind, please continue deliberating, he said. But can you tell us about the instructions from the judge here? Spell us out for us. What did he say?
Absolutely. So what happens is before the jury gets the case, the judge instructs them as to the law. Remember, in the process, the jurors are the ones who determine the facts. The judge is the one who makes rulings as to the law. And here you have 5 various charges. Very briefly, you have that RICO count. What is RICO? Racketeering Influence Corrupt Organization Act. And what it says is that Diddy is accused of running a criminal enterprise where he conspired, that is, agreed to engage in illegality with one or more people in his organization. And in doing that, it has to be that he did it for 10 or more years. And it also has to be that in doing it, he broke other laws, such as racketeering. What is racketeering? It's various types of crimes, such as arson. You heard evidence about him bombing a car. You heard about bribery in terms of the tape. Give me the tape for $100,000. And you know what? Let it not see the light of day. The tape involving his beating of Cassie Ventura, the issues about drugs, the issues about guns, so many. And so the jury has to determine whether he is responsible, Diddy, for any of those predicate acts over the 10-year period of time and whether he was running a criminal enterprise. The other count relates to sex trafficking, and that really deals with the fact of whether he was engaged in the sexual activity, commercial sexual activity, and whether or not it was coerced or whether it was that they were willing participants, applying to 2 people. Cassie Ventura, a person he was involved in a long-term relationship for 11 years, and another one only known as Jane, who he was involved in a relationship for 3 years. And finally, Issa, the last count, there's 2 of them. It's really transportation for prostitution. And there's 2 counts as to that, making 5 in total. And that really says that if you were crossing state lines for the purpose of engaging in prostitution, you would be guilty, defining the time frames he's alleged to have done that. And the jury has to decipher whether the hotel receipts and the flight records and all of the various participants and the evidence would point to his guilt to that. And so that's what the jury was instructed on. They were informed as to what those charges specifically mean, right? A lot broader than I pretty much presented it to you in the time we have. And then they said, hey, go back and deliberate. So they have to look and determine with the facts whether they match the law. And if they do, he'll be guilty. And if they don't, Issa, he'll be not guilty.
Ago, they sent a note to the judge with concern about one juror. For the latest in the trial, I want to bring in CNN legal analyst Joey Jackson, who's also defense attorney and joins us from New York. Joey, you're the perfect voice to make sense of what is happening right now. Talk to me first about this note, about this wild card juror that was sent. I mean, it's pretty early on for the judge to be receiving this note, right? So Do we have any more details on this? Speak to the importance of that.
Sure. So we do not have any more details than the note itself, which gave the indication, Issa, good to be with you, that, you know what, this juror doesn't want to deliberate and doesn't want to follow really the judge's instructions. And so that's very significant. Why? It's significant because you have a process where in 12 jurors, and you have a number of alternates, 5 that are left, okay? But the 12 that are impaneled have to reach a verdict unanimously. That is, all of them have to be in agreement as to what the final verdict will be, guilty or not guilty. In doing that, they have to decipher through 5 various counts with respect to Diddy, with respect to what prosecutors argue and allege that he violated in terms of the law. But in doing that, you're supposed to deliberate in good faith. Deliberation involves exhibits, deliberation involves emails, text messages, various audio, video, etc. You look and then you make the argument. To your point, Issa, wow, they just started. And there's a note which would be suggestive that one juror is not participating in good faith. What I read into that, and I'm being very careful here, is that there potentially could be one juror who's just sitting on their hands and saying, look, I don't care what you say. I don't buy what has been sold to me. And that's not the way the process should work. The way the process should work is people deliberate. And there are times, Issa, during a deliberation where one side may be brought over to the other side, guilty to not guilty or not guilty to guilty. But for right out of the gate, a note to be brought that says, hey, this juror is not playing nicely in the sandbox is very concerning. And finally, could raise an issue on appeal depending upon how it's dealt with. Now, how it was dealt with is the judge sent back a note saying, hey, you know, you got to follow my rules. You have to follow the law. Go back and deliberate. And that's exactly what the jury.
Last night, when we got this, it wasn't like this. It was totally different. Somebody went in there and, okay, I'm not saying a word. Because somebody went in there and did what they didn't supposed to do. That's all I got to say. Somebody went in there and started flipping like pancakes. That's what I'm saying. Somebody was flipping like pancakes. That's about the size of it. Yeah. Oh, Lord, the things. Oh, Lord, did I take that away? Okay. Oh. Somebody was flipping like pancakes. Okay. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm just trying to get some stuff out of the way so we can be ready for the next. And while I do that, and I'm just trying to. Guys, I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming home. Okay. Now, I have to make sure I get some stuff in order and everything. Let's see what's going on outside the courthouse with inner city press right quick. And see what they got going on here. Inner city press, okay? Y'all getting ready to watch because I'm getting ready to watch. Y'all see all this chaos out here, right? Everybody's down in one little spot.
Okay, here we are. I'm waiting. I think it takes a second for it to be launched on Twitter. Maybe it doesn't. There have been many streamers here. There have been many streamers here during the past month. And Inner City Press has yet to go live in front of the courthouse because we've been covering the case. But now that the verdicts are in, and what are the verdicts? Well, 3 not guilties and 2 guilties on the clearly the lesser charges, the Mann Act, transportation for prostitution. I'm expecting them to announce maybe this afternoon at the bail hearing that they're going to be appealing.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, I guess it just got a little messed up, but that's okay. Let me and it was something I wanted to show y'all. Is this it? Okay, yeah, this is it. This is something I want to show you all. Remember, I always say I got some videos I want y'all to see. So do they have to do it over? You're talking about the try him over. They can't try him on racketeering again, or things that they and try them on. Now, if you go out there and do some more new-ish, and that's all new. Knowing him, I'm going to tell you something, guys. Knowing the Diddler, because see, the same thing that happened when that woman got shot in the pow in the face by him, that what's her name, gave him the pow. What's her name, J-Lo, gave him that pow and everything, and then all them people at that basketball game got crushed and unalived and all that stuff. And he asked Angie Stone to pray for him when she was standing at the elevator. They was getting ready to get on the elevator, and the man haven't said not one thing to her ever in his life. But when that happened, then he asked her to pray for him. Yeah. All these things happen. He haven't learned nothing from it. Okay, so we're getting ready to watch this. This is Sean Combs' reaction inside the courtroom as the verdict is read. So we're getting ready to see what was it like inside the courtroom. And this is what Eyewitness News, ABC 7, New York. Okay, so let's see what happened. Y'all like me, you're nosy. I love being nosy. Okay.
No, we just saw that sketch of Sean Combs kneeling in prayer, and over the last 24 hours, that is what we have seen since the jury began its deliberations. The family has held several group prayers inside of the courtroom, and this morning, as the jury began to deliberate again, because they were still hung on that first count, he led them in a prayer asking God to bless their hearts. He was praying for a not guilty verdict and for God to watch over his family. He then sat down at his seat and read Psalms 11. It was a printout of Psalms 11 as the court proceeding began. He never looked up. You could see he was meditating, really focused on what was going to come his way. They didn't know what this mixed verdict was this morning, and so his attorneys were very anxious this morning as they came into the courtroom, somber faces, not knowing what to expect and how long it might take to deliberate on count 1 where they were hung yesterday. So then when Judge Arun Subramanian came, he read the note. He said the note was returned at 9:52 a.m. saying that they had reached a verdict on all 5 counts. And then he brought the jury into the room to read their verdict one by one, count by count. The first verdict, racketeering conspiracy, not guilty. You saw him do a fist pump. And he was still looking down. He never looked up. He was still kind of meditating, anticipating all of the verdicts for each count. And so then they listed sex trafficking, Cassie Ventura. He nodded his head. Interstate prostitution for Cassie Ventura. Guilty. He was shocked. He was visibly affected when that one came. You could tell he was not ready for that to come, like a kinetic like a real serious shock, because I think, once you start hearing the repetitive not guilty verdicts, there may have been an assumption that there was going to continue to be a not guilty verdict. So then after that, as they began to read the verdicts, he grabbed Tinny Garagos' hand. They were fist pumping. His attorneys complete 180. They couldn't even sit down waiting for the verdict to be read. They were nervous, and they were kind of spread out. It was almost like a security detail. One was positioned here, one was positioned here, one was positioned back there, and they were pacing back and forth, waiting for that verdict to be read. They were all seated when the verdict was read. They were all smiling. When Judge Arun Subramanian then pulled the juror to ask juror number 1, juror number 2, juror number 3, is this your verdict? Each one of them said yes, yes, yes. That is when we saw a moment when Sean Combs reached over to one of his lead attorneys, Tinny Garagos. He grabbed her, he kissed her on the cheek, beaming and smiling. During this time, he leaned back, he kept turning towards his family. I'm coming home, I'm coming home. It's gonna be okay. And also, as they were polling the jury, you could see Sean Combs looking at them, trying to make eye contact with them with his hands. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you very much. That's kind of like a humility that he's shown throughout the trial, communications that he was actually admonished for during the trial for trying to make eye contact with the jury and connect with them. I don't believe any juror looked back at him. You could see a few of them kind of smiling, looking downwards, but I was focused on Sean Combs. He was about 10 feet to my left the entire trial, where he was seated at his defense table in the press row. And so he just kept thanking the jury. As the jury exited, he again was just thanking the jury, thanking the jury. And that is when we saw that dramatic moment when the jury exited the courtroom. He dropped down to his knees. No one saw it coming. You looked over, he was on his knees, very prayerful, being very thankful for the verdict that was rendered, being acquitted of all of those charges. His family, as they have been known to do, when they get into this moment of prayer, they all bow their head. They were standing, they bowed their head. And then when he stood up, then there was loud cheers in the courtroom, loud cheers, a couple of outbursts of cheers. You saw him hugging his attorney, hugging Tinny Garagos, Mark Agnifilo, his face beet red, group hugs. He has 9 attorneys, so they were group hugging. You could hear them saying, dream team, dream team. I was in the elevator with Mark Agnifilo. I asked him, he said, he's never felt like this in 34 years. I said, well, what does that feel like? He said, I am relieved that I'm not miserable. When the not guilty verdict, when he was acquitted of all those charges, Judge Arun Subramanian said, government, is there anything from the government? The government said no. Then he asked Mark Agnifilo, is there something from the defense? He goes, absolutely. I believe this defendant, having been acquitted of the most serious charges, he should be returned to his family. He should be able to return to his home at 2-Star Island. He said that he treasures this opportunity and he would never run afoul of any opportunities should he be released on bail. Maureen Comey, the lead prosecutor for this case, stood up. She vigorously fought against the bail the same way she vigorously argued this entire case, saying, listen, these underlying circumstances still exist. You heard the testimony. You heard what these victims testified to in terms of the violence and the threats, and these are still mitigating factors and they still exist. At that point, Tinny Garagos, you could see her going off. She was pointing her finger at Mark Agnifilo, just kind of like, you could just frustrated that there was still no, the government was still relentless in their prosecution of Sean Combs. Then the judge asked specific questions. What does this look like? If he is released on bail, Mark Agnifilo, what does that look like? Does he walk out of the front door today? He said, absolutely yes. I don't have a bail package prepared, a formal bail package, which is required in this situation. But off the cuff, we propose $1 million. We have 3 responsible family members who are here who can sign for the bail. We already have his passport. We rented out his plane. His plane is in Maui right now, so has no access to his personal plane. So he will never, he would not jeopardize any opportunity there would be should he be released on bail. And then Judge Subramanian asked Combs, I'm sure you don't want to go back to MDC. He comically shook his head, no, and he's been known to kind of react like that in trial. Laughter burst out in the courtroom. Obviously, there was levity, having been acquitted of the most serious counts. So he shook his head, no. Like, I definitely don't want to go back there. And so only within an hour, these both parties have to submit an official letter. Mark Agnifilo, what does that bail package look like? And do you have a person to execute this bail package? You have to meet with pretrial services before you can completely execute a bail package. And then the prosecution has to present case law. Under these circumstances, have we had a circumstance where you have a defendant who has still been convicted of 2 counts of interstate prostitution? Should they still be released on bond? So Comey again said this is off the cuff. We weren't expecting it, but we need to dig into the case law, and we need to come back with a letter saying why we oppose it. And this is no different than any of the fierce infighting we have seen throughout this trial. Neither side has been given an inch when it comes to the one single line of the wording that goes back to the jury responses, what text messages are in, what videos go in. They are fighting tooth and nail this entire trial. The jury has been paying attention this entire trial. They've been talking to each other even when they were told not to talk to each other about the trial. We saw them reacting to the testimony. So this is a culmination of 2 months, 8 weeks of long days of testimony, sometimes laborious testimony with federal agents just reading out text messages, going through the inventory of what was found at the searches of each of his homes, the LA home, the Miami home, and his mother has been in trial every day, in the courtroom every day. His sons come mostly every day. We did see his 3 daughters at the beginning of the trial. When it began to get heavy with the testimony.
That's Mama
Darla has been
Combs.
describing the emotion in the courtroom just a short time ago. That is Sean Combs' mother. They are really, really close. Her waving to the crowd, obviously relieved that the verdict essentially went her son's way this morning. He was not convicted of the most serious charges. And to that end, we've had an opportunity to speak with other family members, right, Mike?
To your point, Sandra, Sean Combs looking at his mom, among other family members, and said, "I love you, Mama," right after the verdict was read. In fact, some of the family members are in Lower Manhattan waiting to see what happens, whether or not Mr. Combs is released.
Okay, that ended. Woo. That ended, guys. Woo. Sweet Tea said, maybe the jury got paid off. I'm thinking that too. They can only do over. They can't do over the racketeering. Anything that they had already tried him on. Oh God, you're just sleepy. I'm sorry. Anything that they had already tried him on, they can't retry him over on the same thing. But if there's new stuff out there or anything like that, or if they want to go back and retry him on the stuff that he's was found guilty on, I think that may be something. Oh my Lord. He is a billionaire. Well, he was a billionaire. He ain't no billionaire no more. He's just a man he's a millionaire. He probably close to somewhere close to it. But that billionaire status and dropped down. Because you got to remember Ciroc and all of them pulled out. A lot of people have pulled out. So we'll see. It's 2:51, so that's 3:51 in New York. Okay, there's 3:51 in New York, and then they're gonna come at 5 p.m. for the bail hearing today. So whether or not he get bail or not, I'm not sure. Let's see this here. This is his family outside the courthouse. This is his family outside the courthouse. Ooh, we got to see that. We got to see them outside the courthouse. Where did I just find that at? I just pulled it up somewhere. Oh, here it is. Okay. Oh, God. You know why I'm sleepy? Because I woke up early. I got up early about, it was almost 10 o'clock. It was like 9:30 or 9:45. And that's too early for me. Oh, gosh, I didn't finish sleeping. I've been trying to get up early for this. Okay, I've really been trying my best. But anyway, we're going to watch this. This is ABC News. It says Diddy Combs' family reacts outside the courthouse following the verdict. So we're going to see what they're doing. This is real short anyway. So guys, get ready and be ready. Here we go.
A 2-month trial with 34 witnesses and hours of salacious testimony. A jury of 8 men and 4 women finds Sean Diddy Combs not guilty of racketeering and sex trafficking, but guilty on 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. The judge is currently deciding right now whether Combs will actually be released today. His defense arguing that since the music mogul was acquitted of the most serious crime, arguing that since the music mogul.
You all see his kids all standing there in a row behind him, and he's turned around. Oh, I'm so sleepy. And I'm gonna go get me something sweet to eat on. Put some to make me wake up. Y'all know I haven't had all my sweet stuff. That's why I'm sleepy. Normally I'd be jumping off the walls here. Okay, you see his kids right there, the twins, the Chance, the older daughter, his mama, and is that his son right there?
Mogul was acquitted of the most serious crimes. He should be able to go home. Once court was adjourned, family members cheered today's verdict. Combs' son, Christian, telling ABC News how happy he is.
Hey, yo, we love y'all. We love everybody watching. So happy. Pop's coming home. God bless. God bless the whole world.
What was going through your head when the verdict was read? Happy.
Joining me now, Irina Roy, just outside court, legal contributor Bernarda Villalona, and also senior entertainment reporter Kelly Carter. All right, Rena, do we have any update on whether the judge will decide to release Combs at this hour?
Kira, no decision quite yet from the judge. Just a couple of minutes ago, though, I can tell you we saw the Combs family van pull up to court once again, presumably to hear this decision on whether or not Combs will be released. The deadline that the judge gave both the prosecution and the defense just passed a couple of minutes ago. They were set to turn in their letters at 1 p.m. So for the last couple of hours, they've been working on their cases, both sides, for and against his release. The defense wants to see Combs walk out of those golden doors here behind us. They say that because he was acquitted of the more serious charges here, that he should go home and be with his family. But prosecutors have argued that he's a flight risk, and they say that he is still facing up to 20 years in prison on these lesser charges. They are arguing he should be held until his sentencing, Kira.
So, Bernarda, if Combs does stay in custody, how much jail time do you expect he would actually serve?
So in terms of if the judge does decide that Sean Combs remains in custody pending sentencing, the judge will ultimately determine what his sentence is. You have to think that the sentencing is not going to take place in another week or two. We're talking about months from now that the sentence will take place. And in terms of all the time that he's already been in custody, he's going to get credit for that time. So no matter what amount of sentence the judge sentences him to, he'll get credit for about the 9 months that he has been in custody. Yes, he faces a maximum of 10 years on each of those counts. Highly unlikely that this judge is going to max Sean Combs out. He can give him probation, he could give him time served, or give him something more of a year or 2 years or even 3 years on each of these counts.
So, Kelly, how does this verdict impact Combs' legacy as an entertainer, as a music mogul moving forward, you think?
I think it does impact his legacy because we have to talk about this in addition to talking about his 3 decades as being a pop culture icon. You know, this is a human who has touched every facet of business, of industry, you know, politics, film, TV, music, Broadway, spirits, fashion, you know, but we also now have to talk about this case and the role that that plays and that legacy. And I think it's significant because unfortunately people are going to be able to unhear some of that testimony that they read, and they're most certainly going to be able to unsee that video footage from that 2016 Intercontinental incident between him and Cassie Ventura. And I think that that's going to be part of the conversation moving forward.
And Rena, has there been any reaction from prosecutors or witnesses so far on the verdict?
Yeah, well, Kira, prosecutors say that they are going to fight for substantial prison time for Sean Combs. It remains to be seen what that looks like, but they did release a statement earlier today thanking the alleged victims in this case for coming forward, saying it's not easy to share those harrowing stories. And we know that the prosecution's star witness was Cassie Ventura, Combs' ex-girlfriend. Her attorney spoke outside of court shortly after the verdict, and he says that he's proud of her courage. He says that she is in a good place and she's happy with this outcome. Take a listen.
The reaction is that we're pleased that he's finally been held responsible for 2 federal crimes, something that he's never faced in his life. He still faces substantial jail time. Of course, we would have liked to have seen a conviction on the sex crimes in RICO, but we understand beyond a reasonable doubt is a high standard, and we're just pleased that that he still faces substantial jail time.
And he also credits her for paving the way for other alleged victims to come forward. Remember, Combs is still facing more than 5 dozen civil lawsuits, so his legal troubles are far from over, Kira.
Yeah. And we'll be following him as well, of course. Bernarda, what impact do you think this verdict will have now on future cases similar to Combs?
So in terms of what impact this verdict will have on future cases, I think the prosecution has to rethink how it applies racketeering conspiracy, because first off, when racketeering RICO came out, it was more for mob bosses or gang activity to try to get an enterprise, hold them accountable and not let individuals get off simply because they're not being taken into account with co-conspirators or using their businesses in order to uplift their enterprise, their criminal enterprise. But I think the prosecution is definitely going to take another look of how it's being applied, racketeering conspiracy.
All right, Rena, Bernarda, Kelly, thank you all so much. And tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern, ABC will release a 1-hour special that will explore the highly anticipated verdict in the trial of Sean Diddy Combs. Be sure to tune in tonight or stream the next day on Hulu.
Okay, I'm sorry. I tell y'all all the time I don't like muting myself, because when I do that, I can never find out whether I'm. This is sad for me, guys. I can't ever keep track when I'm muted like that. So that's why. Thank you, Helen, for letting me know. Also, let me get this last fan done, and then we're gonna talk about how y'all can send me your information so I can get this fan out to you. Okay. Let me did I just see this right? Let me just let y'all see this. Am I seeing this right? It's just something I just happen to come across. Okay. Now, should I show this? Let me unmute it. Suge Knight threatened Akon. Let's see what happened. Y'all know who these two people are, right?
Threatened Akon, got knocked out, and then ended up snitching. Akon had a producer named Detail signed to his label, but Detail owed Ray J $25K. The problem was Ray J was signed to Suge Knight, so Suge does what Suge does. He rolls up to Akon like a bloodstained debt collector and demands Ray J's money. Akon tells him no problem. Detail's next check, we'll give $25K to Ray J, all good.
So I call Ray. I say, yo, Ray, you know, does Detail owe you money? His next track or whatever we sell, up into 25 will go directly to you to pay you out until you're clean. And Suge said, okay, cool, no problem.
Everyone dabs up, no problem. But a month later, the piece vanishes. Akon's in a club. Suge presses him again about the money.
I had a walkthrough at this club, you know. So he's like, yo, man, you know, where that money at? I said, well, goddamn, Sugar, you broke? You need some money or something?
And this is over $12,500.
50% of $2,500.
Right.
I mean, $25,000.
Yeah.
I said, if you try to get the money before the money comes, that's a different conversation. Because you keep pulling up on me and shit.
Akon basically tells him, look, Suge, I'm paying you that money. I'm paying Ray J, and I don't have the money right now. Once Detail gets the money, he's going to pay Ray J. Suge ends up leaving again, but a couple weeks later, he crashes one of Akon's parties uninvited, looking to intimidate and collect like it's 1996 again. But this time, Akon's road manager, Jar, steps in. Now, this dude is just as big as Suge, and he ain't scared of Suge. He tells Suge straight up, yo, if you want to settle this, we can fight in the bathroom.
So Josh said, yo, we can go to the bathroom if you can fight. We can fight if that's what you want to do. And he said at that point, Suge was like, motherfucker, I don't fight. I'll have your mother killed. You know, I'll have your whole family killed. I'll have... And Josh said he just had enough at that point.
Jar, he's heard enough. He swings on Suge, and Suge hits the floor like a dropped microwave. Security comes scrambling in, tasers are flying, cops show up, Suge ends up in hospital. But here's the twist of the century. Suge Knight, the guy who threatened and scared Vanilla Ice and Eazy-E into signing contracts, the guy who's been terrorizing people for years, ends up snitching. He tells the police Jar assaulted him and tries to sue. This guy's been running around threatening to kill everyone's family, and now he's snitching to the police. Suge Knight threatened Akon, got knocked out, and then ended up...
Y'all, I had to see that. I've never heard that before. That's something else. That's something else there. That's just too much. That's just too much. That's just a lot all on one plate. Mm-mm. That's too much on one plate there. But anyway, let's get back to let's get back to the matter at hand. Ooh, I just had to show that. I just had to show that. I'm sorry, guys. I ain't, don't be coming after me, should not. I thought that was dead and gone. I thought that was gone. But if anybody know whether Diddy, oh, they won't do that until 5 p.m. So we got until 5 p.m. Let's go ahead but I'm keeping my eyes. Let me show you what we're keeping our eyes on. Let me show you what we're keeping our eyes on. Where is it? Show you what we keep. I'm trying to find it. Okay. There's nothing going on yet. If it is, CNN, News 18 will let us know, or side crime, Law and Crime Network would let us know with Jesse. Okay. Okay. See, eat on some M&Ms right now. Okay. Let's get this next fan out of the way. Okay. I'm going to find it right quick. Okay. The next question. I'm going to do something easy this time. This is the 5th fan that I would have, because this is 3 and 4 here. This is number 5 fan. I got to think of easy, something not too difficult. Okay. Oh. Oh. Okay. I know what it is. Oh, let me look at it, make sure I'm right. I'm gonna write my answer here. Okay. Answer is okay. This is just one answer. Okay. And some news, I'm going with the one Law and Crime had. Okay. I'm going with what they had on theirs, on their screen. Okay. I'm going with Law and Crime Network. How long did it take for the jury to come back last night? Not today. I said last night, yesterday evening, or last night. Depends on what time zone you was in. With a verdict. Remember, they kept coming back and forth, but then they finally ended where they got a verdict. And then the judge told them they can go home. Don't discuss this with nobody else. That was after the last time, because they kept going in and out, coming back. This person don't want to work with us. This person don't want to do this and this and everything. What? How long? How many hours? How many hours did it take the jury to come back with a verdict before tonight? When they went home, this was when Law and Crime Network finally stopped reporting, and they went home for the night. Everybody went home for the night. That's when the jury went home. Because remember Law and Crime yesterday. Let me pull up Law and Crime from yesterday. I'm going to pull up yesterday. Not today. Yesterday. Let me just pull it up from yesterday. This is yesterday. So let me take this down. 15 hours overnight and 52 minutes this morning. Okay, you're good. You're close. I'm talking about yesterday before they went home. Whoever get it right or get the closest. Okay, I don't know about yesterday. Yesterday, I'm gonna pull it up and show you. Let me. No, that's the wrong. Law and Crime. You're close. You're close, Healing. You are very, very close. Okay, this is my video from yesterday. Let me, I think this was, one day ago. I'm going to bring up Law and Crime so y'all can see. Okay, if you look at the very top, Law and Crime so far, they got 8 hours and 42 minutes. I'm talking about the time clock that they had up here. Let's push forward. I got out. Yep. This is yesterday. Okay. That's Nancy Grace. That's Law and Crime. They had 9 hours and 30 minutes. Law and Crime, 9 hours and 42 minutes. They had 9 hours and 46 minutes. Because I left, I got out of here. So that's yesterday. Let me see. Okay, we did a little inner city press yesterday. And so last night, okay, 13 hours. You're close. Terry, you're very close. 13 hours and what? 13 hours and what? 13 hours and what? Let me see, can I find them with this morning's time? This is yesterday. 13 hours is good. That's the closest so far. Okay. Let me pull up Law and Crime. Let me get over here so I can see. Get over here. Get over here, Pinkie. Ooh. Maybe I just need to let me type it in. Oops. Okay. Okay. You saying 13 hours, 45 minutes. Very close. And then you said 14 hours. Which is you're going a little too high. You're close right up. And Terry, I don't know about yesterday. Do you want do y'all want to help? Let me see. This 13 hours is very close. 13 hours and 45 minutes. Go down. 13 hours and something, but not 45 minutes. 45 minutes is a little too long. Are you saying 14 hours or are you saying 14 minutes? 13 hours and 14 minutes. What is the 14 for, Cherry? Come on, guys. Come on. 13, 13:30. 13:30 is very close, Healing. Very, very close. 13 hours, 15 minutes. That's very close. 13 hours, 14 hours is too high. Sweet Tea is right in the middle of it. She's right in the middle of it. Come on, 13 hours, and you're right there. You're right there. Go up, just go up a little. Somebody go, Sweet Tea. Sweet Tea is right there in the middle of it. 14 hours is a little, 13:20. 13:20. So, because Sweet Tea and Healing is right there in the middle. 13 hours, 15 minutes, 13 hours and 20 minutes, 13 hours and 12 minutes. Come on, somebody got to hit it. Hit it on the head. Y'all right there. Y'all right there. Who is that? Terry. You hit it on the head. That's exactly 13 hours and 17 minutes. Oh, y'all was hitting it. Y'all was getting it. Sweet Tea had got the closest to it. I mean, I think, who was that the closest to it at one point? What's that, Sweet Tea? Sweet Tea, when you said 13 hours and 15 minutes, you just needed to go up 2 minutes. That's why I was saying you're very close. And then Terry said 13 hours and 12 minutes. Just go right back up a little. 13 hours and 17 minutes exactly. That's what they had last night when they was doing their last report. It was a report they did last night after everybody went home. And then they put 13 hours, and the jury came back with a verdict last night at 13 hours and 14 minutes long. And then they got to come back tomorrow. So I made sure I write that down or put it in my memory bank somewhere in the bedroom. And I said, I got to remember that. So I'm going to ask them. Oh, yes, you. Yes, you, Terry. You, tell you what. You get enough. That's the last fan. Terry, I'm going to now this is the bonus gift. Remember I told you, I either going to do another fan or something different. Yes, I think I may do something different. Okay, so what color fan do you want, Terry? Because you already got, let me tell you what you already got. You already got brown. You already ordered the brown. Give me 1 second. And y'all know what? It's hot outside. It's hot. So we getting things we need. It's hot out there. Y'all go on vacation, you're gonna be burning up. Please give it to someone else. Okay. I love this. Okay. We're gonna give it to somebody else. Who I'll let you think. Who do you want this? Or Terry, you can do this. I can send it to you. You get both of them, And you can give it to somebody that you want to give it to as a gift. These are great gifts for people that sweat a lot. Just say if you got a mom or a cousin or aunt or something that's always sweating and you don't have a Christmas gift for them or a birthday gift, bam, wrap this thing up. A woman would be so happy to get one of these for Christmas. I'm telling you, they sure will. You can't tell me they won't be happy. They'll be so happy to get that thing. I love this too. Okay. But if you want me to send you just one and you want, is there somebody in the chat that you want to have? Well, I'll tell you what, let's go. If somebody comes in the chat that you see, or somebody's already in the chat that you want to give it to, you can do that. Or you can, you all can give it to anybody. You can tell me who you want to have it. If somebody comes in a little later, and you can tell them about this, or have me to tell them, and I'll let them know. Or you can get both. Let me see. Okay, I will give it to my sister. She has MS and hot flash, and you have hot flashes. See there? Give it to your sister. Thank you. See there? And and that's still passing it on to someone else. Thank you. Thank you. Y'all, that's how you do it. Thank you. Now, what color do you want your sister to have? Let's go back over these colors again. Oh, where's the colors? Shoot. Oh, here it is. Let me go back to the colors. The colors. We had black, blue, brown, green, pink, and white. What color did you want your sister to have? Because you asked for brown, Terry. You want to see what another color looks like, so that way y'all can fight over the colors. Maybe you get both of them and say, "Oh no, I want this color." You know, because she don't know what color you want. Navy blue. Okay, you want the blue, the navy blue. Okay. So I'm going to run down the list. Okay. People who got fans, right quick. Okay, so I'm going to go down the list, guys. We got Terry Matthews with 2 fans. She got a navy blue fan, and then she's getting a brown fan. And y'all correct me if I'm reading it wrong. Okay. We got healing up here with a green fan. Wait now. Green. Oh no, that was for my thoughts. We're doing my thoughts green because she didn't answer. So that was for my thoughts green. But you asked for blue fan healing. Is that still what you want? Is the blue one? Sweet Tea asked for pink. Sweet Tea is getting pink. And here's that brown also, Terry, that you asked for. Okay, so I got heal. I'm going to just do this and go through them. I got healing. She is getting the blue fan. My thoughts, since she wasn't in the chat, I think healing and I agree. We're going to give her the blue. I mean a green fan. And then for for the question what was who was the Punisher. Y'all supposed to be naming the Punisher an exotic dancer or whatever, or a sex slave. That was Sweet Tea and Terry. So Sweet Tea is getting pink, Terry brown, and then Terry got won again. Exactly. It wasn't close to it or nothing. She won exactly that. She put the 13 hours, 17 minutes, and she's getting a blue too. So that last thing we're going to do is that bonus question. Okay. That bonus question. Can anybody name, correct on both? Okay, thank you. Can anybody name these fans? Oh, you can see the price of them. What is it? Wait now. Oh, that's if it's a bundle. If you get this too, that's $44.98. Oh, we ain't paying no $44.98 for a phone. I mean for a fan. Okay. That's if you get it as a bundle. That means you're getting this thing too. You're getting both. Okay. We ain't doing that. Okay. Y'all, we just doing one fan. I think for one, see that price $44.98. We ain't doing that. But we'll get hit here in 2 days, but we ain't doing that. Okay. We're doing it won't let me. Let me just put it in. It won't let me do it. Let me just refresh right quick. Well, anyway, don't worry about it, guys. We can go ahead and take that down. Y'all can we can take that down. So we're going to see what's going on the outside. Let's see. Okay, let me read this to you all. This is what we was last night. And that's why people are confused. It's like the election. We go to sleep with Harris in mind, and then we wake up with a spike, with a orange hair person running around threatening folks. Okay, but anyway, let me this is with AP, okay? And it says we go where the story is, even if it's hard to be there. Okay, but we're not talking about that story. We're talking about this one here. Y'all see which one we're talking about? Right here. Updates. Sean Diddy Combs found not guilty on most serious charges. Convicted of prostitution offenses. Okay. Jury finds Diddy not guilty on racketeering and sex trafficking. I don't see how they not find that, but anyway. Sean Diddy Combs was convicted of prostitution-related offenses, but acquitted Wednesday on SCX trafficking and racketeering charges that could have put one of hip-hop's most celebrated figures behind bars for life. Now, this is where we went to sleep. We all went to sleep last night. The mixed results came on the third day of deliberations. Because remember, they deliberated on Monday. After they got the instructions from the judge, they deliberated. They deliberated on Tuesday. And then they wake up this morning, Wednesday. This is where it all went to hell. The mixed results came in on the third day of deliberations. It could still send Combs, 55, to prison for as long as a decade, and is likely to end his career as a hit maker. Okay. Music executive, fashion entrepreneur, brand ambassador, and reality TV star. I don't think a lot of people are going to have him marketing their brands. He may get a good deal from baby oil, or he may get a good deal from the lube. I bet you, maybe not the baby oil, because baby oil deals with babies and they don't want to have nothing to do with somebody like that. He stole the election. Yes, he did. That's why I said we went to sleep with Harris. Went to sleep peacefully because we knew what we thought we didn't think we was getting a dictator. We did not think we getting somebody that's getting ready to fall over every minute he gets, walking up and down the plane, falling over everywhere, stumbling, walking in the wrong directions, and his handlers and people have to turn him back around. No, you need to go this way. And he 3 and 4 and 5 o'clock in the morning. Well, some people get up at 5, but he haven't went to sleep yet on his phone. They ain't used to that. 100 texts going out in a day, in the morning, just in the morning. We ain't used to that. But I guess the people that now they're trying to blame everything on us. They're trying to blame everything on us now. But let me get back to the matter at hand first. Okay. Okay. All right. So we woke up to a nightmare. The charges: Combs pleaded not guilty to one count of racketeering conspiracy, but 2 counts of XEX trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, and 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. 7 weeks into the trial, because this trial, his first day in the courtroom was May 5th. May 5th. On May 5th, let me show you what we was doing on May 5th. Oops. May 5th, we was doing jury selection. May 5th. Then the following Monday, after May 5th, that following, because that was on a Monday. Then the following Monday, we did 1 day of jury selection. I mean, the first part of, I would say, of just first part of that morning was finishing up with the jury selection. And then Cassie took the stand. Prosecution was all over it. They had 34 witnesses that they brought in. The defense had 0 witnesses. They didn't have nobody to say Sean is a good person, Sean is this, Sean is that, the dealer is this, or whatever you want to call his name. They had nobody to do none of that. Then, when the defense finished, rested their case after 30 minutes. Some people said it wasn't even 30 minutes, but I was willing to give them 30 minutes in their defense. Then they did the closing arguments. Okay? Then after that, the jury spent 3 days. I'm not going to say 3 days, because they did Thursday and Friday. They came back on Monday. No, they did deliberations Monday. Correction. They did deliberations on Monday and Tuesday. Tuesday was and don't forget jury number 50, what is the number? 25, that 51-year-old man was acting a fool. He didn't want to follow the instructions because he had other agendas to me. Like a lot of them did. They looking for a payday. And then yesterday evening, last night, we get a thing saying they got a verdict. They got a verdict. Yes, they did. They got a verdict. Jury has reached a verdict on counts 2, 3, 4, and 5. That's what I wrote down. Oh gosh, I wrote that down, guys. Let me tell you what I wrote down. And all this time I forgot to look at it. In my book here, I wrote down I got 7/1/25. That's July the 1st, right? I got jury has reached a verdict on count 2, 3, 4, and 5. They did not have a verdict on count 1, racketeering, conspiracy. So then we wake up this morning. Now, who heard that too? Who saw that last night? That they had a verdict on counts 2, 3, 4, and 5. Let me see, can I pull that up from somebody from yesterday? Let me see. Because they kept asking questions. I'm trying to find somebody that also put that up there and said the same thing I said. Let me try to find that. Because, guys, this ain't making no sense. This I'm just okay. I got to find something from yesterday. Yesterday. I'm looking. It got to be from yesterday. I don't want nothing from today. I want yesterday. Okay. Let's see whether let's see whether this one is showing it. Okay. This is yesterday, 22 hours ago. Let me see. Oh shit, that's too long. I ain't mean to cuss like that though. I need something. Let me see. Oh, here's one right here. Here it is, right here. I'm gonna. They was hung on the RICO. Yeah, they was hung up on the RICO yesterday. But they said they reached a partial verdict on counts. Partial verdict, and the verdict they reached the verdict on counts 2, 3, 4, and 5, and they did not reach the verdict on one. On one, and they supposed to come. Oh Lord, see this getting me hot up under the collar, making me mad. Okay, this is just. I'm going to show you. This is yesterday. Okay, this 18 hours ago. Okay. Sean Diddy Combs trial jurors reached verdict on 4 of 5 counts. 4 out of the 5 counts. So if you got 5 counts, they reached the verdict on 4. Okay, let's watch this. It's real short, just 2 minutes and 26 seconds long. I'm going to make this sucker big.
We begin with breaking news. Jurors have reached a partial verdict in the Sean Diddy Combs sexual misconduct trial. The jury reached a verdict on 4 of the 5 counts, but is stuck on the top charge, racketing conspiracy, a charge that could send Combs to jail for life.
The judge has...
Now, did y'all just see that, hear that? Did they say what I thought they just said? 4 out of 5, and the top charge was racketeering? They said 4 out of 5. If you take the top one count, which is racketeering conspiracy, but they had already settled on the other 4. 2 counts of trafficking, 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. So what happened? What happened since this morning, since they went back in? Okay, here we go.
Ordered the jury to resume deliberations in the morning. KTLA's Jennifer McGraw is live in the KTLA News Center with the breaking details and the next steps in the case. Good evening, Jen.
Hi, Sharon, John. This was a quick comeback by the jurors who only just started deliberating yesterday. They say they've come to an agreement on 4 of the 5 charges, but cannot come to an agreement on count 1, racketeering conspiracy.
Sean Diddy Combs closer to learning his fate. Will it be life in prison or instead just years behind bars? After the jury came back in less than 10.
So 4 out of 5. Now they're saying guilty of 2 out of 5. Didn't they say last night? Verdict on 4 of 5 counts. 4 out of the 5. Now this morning they're saying 2 out of that 5. Just 2. So what happened when they went back? Did somebody at the house? You know, can't nobody tell me these people ain't talking to somebody. Ain't nobody tell me that. That's why I'm playing it back.
10 hours of deliberating, saying they had a split verdict.
And in my opinion, it probably doesn't bode well for Sean Combs.
Legal expert Allison Treasel weighing in.
People were saying that all night. Still, he's going to spend a significant amount of time behind bars because he was guilty of 4 out of the 5. And they kept saying, all last night, I watched these different news outlet major. I didn't watch regular content creator. I watch major news. They all were saying he's still going to spend a lot of time. He ain't going to be able to get out. If they do, he's going to have an ankle bracelet. He's going to just probably have to stay where he's at. No, they were saying they had a verdict on 4. And whether he was guilty or not, I understand it. A verdict on 4. Yeah. 4 out of the 5. Then this morning they saying a verdict on 2 out of the 5. Oh.
Weighing in, saying the charges of sex trafficking and prostitution are arguably guilty. His ex testifying of her years of abuse from Diddy, even caught on camera.
That video was undeniably upsetting. There is no question that she was brutally beaten.
But on the charge of racketeering, conspiracy that the jury is stuck on is much harder to prove.
When you think of racketeering, you think of John Gotti, you think of mafia. You don't think of a successful rap mogul. And here's the thing, they never had a co-conspirator. They never listed a co-conspirator who he was conspiring with in this criminal enterprise. And so the prosecution had those problems early on.
And while the jurors have been told by the judge to continue to deliberate and come to an agreement, Treasel says that will be difficult.
Once they have made a decision, it's going to be very hard in either direction to sway them. It's going to take almost an act of God.
If Diddy is not found guilty of racketeering, the maximum sentence he would face would depend on the other charges. Minimum sentence for sex trafficking is 15 years and transportation of prostitution is 10. But again, racketeering would be life. So stay tuned.
All right, Jen, thank you.
That is spending. Okay. Guys. I don't know why this thing want to spin. Okay. That's that. And I tell you. Okay. Helen was saying, no, they were saying they had a verdict on 4. That's what I said. 4. 4, not whether he was guilty or not. I understand that. Yeah, that's what I read. They had a verdict on count number 2, 3, 4, and 5, which is 4. They had on 4 of them out of the 5. Racketeering was never one of them. They had it on there. They didn't have it on racketeering. That was the holdout, was racketeering. Yeah. And then you wake up this morning. I don't know why this thing is spinning. So when it comes back, it's going to come back loud, and I'll just get over here and fix it. But anyway, right now it is 3:50 in New York. I mean 3:50 here. It's 4:50 in New York. 4:50. And remember, they said that at 5 p.m. the bail hearing. They're going to do the bail hearing at 5 p.m. today. So we're almost there for the bail hearing. A few more minutes, the bail hearing, guys. Let me go ahead and do this last gift before the bail hearing, because we only got a few minutes. We only got a few minutes before that bail hearing. I need to go ask baby girl, let me find something that I like. Let me see. Let me find something that I like. Oh, my favorite thing. I love my HEB mug. When I love this thing, I'm going to give y'all some choices. I'm going to pick out maybe 2 or 3 things. This I love. I love it. Y'all know I talk about my HEB mug all the time. I talk about it all the time. See, I'm not going to send y'all no alien socks. That ain't going to do. I know kids could send you some of these, but y'all ain't getting none of these here. These are just for me. Just for me. Let me walk over here and see. Or should I send I got to maybe have to go ask baby girl. Oh, no, I don't. No, I don't. Go right in here. Wait, let me get rid of that. Go right up in here because we only got a few minutes. We only got a few minutes. I just made 2 huge big orders last night. Why is this thing asking me this again? It don't supposed to ask me none of this stuff again. I don't ever supposed to be asked this again. It just started asking me questions the other day. It was like, are y'all crazy? Don't ask me. Oh, yes, it did. It did it again. Oh, my Lord. Where's this phone? This thing asking me questions. There's nobody to ask me questions. Let me put this in right quick. How did it not know what I just put in? Oh, that's the wrong one. Oh, that's why. It's supposed to go into my phone. I don't see why. Y'all give me a second. I don't see it, guys. And it's not letting me in. And I don't like that. Let me have it sent to my email again. Let me just pull my email up. I don't like pulling up my email because it want to ask me questions, and I don't. Okay, let me just put in my email address. Okay. I'm not doing that. This thing want to act up, and I don't like stuff acting up with me. So we're gonna leave that one alone again. We're gonna leave that alone. Okay? We're gonna leave that alone. I don't know why. I was just getting ready to tell y'all something, but I forgot. I don't want to say it here on this. I don't want to say it on here. We need to think of that third gift. Oh, the third one. Y'all got to help me to think. Y'all just got to help me to think. Or I can do one. What about, hold on, let me go get it. While I go get that, let me let y'all watch what's going on here. And I'll be right back. Let me we ain't gonna watch nothing from yesterday. We're gonna watch something. Mhm. I'm gonna go get it. Let's see. Hmm. Okay. We're gonna see what's going on outside the courthouse again. Okay, because we're almost to 5 o'clock. In 1 minute, it would be 5 o'clock in 1 minute. Okay? 1 minute, it would be 5 o'clock. I'm gonna unmute this.
So we'll get you right there because that'll have our reporters right on the ground, Lisa Evers and Arthur Chiano, give us live reports outside the courtroom. And we also have an attorney present to answer any questions
I'll
as
be right
to
back, guys.
what might be happening. But, you know, the jury deliberated for about 14 hours. This is quicker than a lot of legal experts thought would happen. And of course, yesterday, they were able to come to a decision on 4 of the 5 counts. And then they couldn't reach a decision on the most serious charge, the RICO charge, racketeering and conspiracy. So the judge said, listen, you got to keep deliberating. He sent them home for the night. They came back and really in under an hour, they had a verdict, complete verdict on all 5 counts. And of course, as we said, he was only found guilty of engaging in moving people around for the purposes of prostitution. So the other charges, though, he was more serious, that had more time attached to them. He was found not guilty of. So it'd be interesting to hear what the jurors had to say. It was 8 men, 4 women, ranging in ages between 50 and 70. So it'd be interesting if the jurors talk afterwards to see how those deliberations were going and what brought them to this decision. We're going to take our newscast now, I believe, coming up. Yeah, it's not here yet. Alex. Oh, yeah, let's take a look on Live View 5 and see how we go. Should have our anchors ready there. You know, another picture. This is a picture of sort of the scene, the circus scene outside the courthouse. There's been a lot of Diddy supporters, some against him, that have come down there and pulled off some crazy antics, some having to do with some of the testimony in the trial, and others not so much. But you can see there's quite the crowd out there. It's media, it's lawyers, it's fans of Diddy, it's people who don't like Diddy. There's all kinds of people out there, family members. You know, a lot has been said. As famous as he is and as powerful as he is, we did not see a lot of celebrities attend his trial. We did see Kanye West show up for about a half an hour, and he had to go to the overflow room and he only stayed a short time and then left. It's not clear whether Diddy knew he was even there. But a lot of the celebrities that he had all those white parties with, none of those showed up. And it probably is because of that damning video of him. You can see Diddy beating his girlfriend, Cassie, something he apologized for later on Instagram. And that was played multiple times during this trial. All right, Alex, and how we doing? Should we go to our newscast now?
Yeah, we're about to start pretty soon. So
Okay.
let's,
Very good. Very good. Oh, I know. We're a little late because we have a sporting event. That's right. My bad. I forgot about that. That's okay. But let's recap just a little bit. I have an echo in my ear. That's why I'm
While she works on her echo and stuff and everything, I'm letting her work on her echo. Let's get this out of the way right quick. I can see her. If everything changes, I can see what's going on. Okay. This is the last one. The last one. Okay. And this is from, I'm not going to say the name, but I'm not going to say her name, but this was from the Queen of Huntsville. Okay. All right. Now, the question is, let me see. Oh, yes. Okay. This is, don't nobody know yet. We're getting ready to find out the question. Do you think Diddy is going to get released on bail or no bail? And if he do get released, this is the one that everybody you got to give a number, okay? If he's released on bail, no, that's too easy for everybody. That's too easy for everybody, yes or no. But then I was going to put a stipulation with it. But let me see. I know it's almost time and we can't. Let me see. Let me just show you the gift so y'all can know, and then I'm going to ask the question. I'm not going to put the front name. I'm not going to show it from the front. The bucket hats. I'm not going to show it from the front because the front of it got the person's name on it. Okay? So, out of the bucket hat, you can get a bucket hat or you can get the regular hat. You know, the regular baseball cap. Okay? Now, oh, they didn't see it that quick, but I'm not going to show the name. Okay? You can get a baseball cap or a regular bucket hat. Okay? Or you can get the fan. These are the three things. You only get one though. You can choose from the regular fan. I'm not going to open it up because I don't want to show her logo on it. You can get a regular hat. I'm not going to show you what's on front because I'm not going to say the name. You already know who these hats, or the pink hat or a baseball cap like these. Okay. Now, with that being said, and that being said like that, those are the, you can pick one of those. If you get the bucket hat, you tell me what color. If you get the baseball cap, tell me what color. Or if you want one of the fans like that, the big fan from the Queen, just say the fan. Okay? So you only pick one. But let me go, they're getting this ready. So I got to hurry up and get my question to everybody. Let me look back at some of my notes and everything. Who can name the lady that was in the girl group? The lady that was she testified. She was in the girl group that testified in Diddy's case. She was on the one of those hit reality shows. I'm not going to say the name of the show. I want the person's name and the name of the show. I mean, the name of the group. The name of the group And what was her name? She testified in this case for the prosecution. She testified in this case for the prosecution. And what was that name of that girl group? Okay, that's all I want. And we're getting ready to watch this. Two questions. What was her name? And what was the name of the girl group? She was always with Diddy on a lot of going. Diddy did a lot of shaming her way. She was friends with Audrey O'Day.
Against him. These are live pictures from the courthouse where we are now waiting to learn if he will be released from jail. Good evening. Thanks for joining us. I'm Natasha Verma.
And I'm Bianca Peters in for Steve. Diddy found guilty on 2 of the 5 counts that he was facing. They are the lesser offenses, so his defense team has asked for his release.
Diddy's bail hearing is scheduled to begin at any moment now. The judge asking both sides to submit letters arguing for and against his release.
Now, if Diddy is released from jail, he would likely be subject to specific conditions while awaiting sentencing, as his legal team has proposed a $1 million bond and travel restrictions as well.
And this morning, Diddy was found not guilty of racketeering conspiracy and 2 counts of sex trafficking, but he was found guilty on 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. So that means he could still face prison time, but may be released while awaiting sentencing.
Also, right now, we are waiting for the judge's decision on that. So let's get right over to Lisa Evers, who's been outside the courthouse all morning long into this evening. Lisa, what are you hearing?
Well, Bianca, Natasha, just think about this. That verdict came out early this morning, and Sean Diddy Combs has been in a holding pen the entire day waiting for this whole issue to be resolved. Instead of resolving that bail question right after the verdict was read, the prosecutors asked for several more hours in order to try and put their position together, which their position being they want to keep Sean Diddy Combs behind bars, even though he was cleared of the 2 most serious charges in this case. But let's bring in right now for criminal defense attorney and former Manhattan prosecutor Jeremy Sallin to get some understanding about this whole bail process that's going on right now. Jeremy, thank you so much for being with us. A little unusual for them to delay the bail hearing like this so many hours after the verdict?
There's nothing usual about this case. Everything about it's unusual, especially when you think about the magnitude of the charges that were brought against Sean Combs, and to be cut down, for lack of a better term, by the prosecution right at the knees, leaving him with a crime that does not mandate incarceration, though he's already been in for 10 months. And now it's a very fair question to ask. Bail Reform Act aside about keeping him in, why should he not get out when he's not facing mandatory incarceration?
But what at this point would you say the prosecution's or the prosecutors' main concerns are about if they let him out on bail?
I think there's an integrity check here. Do I really believe, or do they really believe, that he's a danger to the community at large, he's a danger to any particular people, that he's not going to return to court? That's a hard stretch, considering the man came down prior to being in charge. The man surrendered his passport. There's been no allegations since the accusations began that he's made any threats. And the bottom line is all of those things he's accused him of in terms of violence, guess what? He was acquitted, not a conviction.
Right, and I think that's the thing that's so hard for us to understand. So one of the bail denials, because there were several attempts to get him bail all the way through this process, the prosecution said, well, we're worried about him intimidating witnesses. But that would even be a point right now because he was cleared of the sex trafficking and the RICO charges, right?
Yeah, I think it's a heavy lift, even more so than the RICO charge itself, for the prosecution with a straight face to say, this man is a danger to society, this man is a danger to any particular women, this man is a risk of flight. Absolutely not. The evidence doesn't bear it out in terms of what he's been convicted of, and nor does the history of in terms of his compliance with returning to court or behaving and following the judge's instructions. I think they come up empty-handed, but again, there's something called the Bail Reform Act, which says in substance, barring exception, he should be held in.
And then in terms of the final decision, that should be the judge, right? That will make that decision based upon these letters that he's gotten that Natasha and Bianca were talking about from the prosecution and the defense.
Yeah, he's going to have to assess everything. He's going to be the arbiter of everything. The defense is saying, let's set $1 million. Combs will easily make that and be out. You can monitor him. We can regulate where he travels to in certain jurisdictions he can go. It can be done, and there's really no reason from a practical standpoint. And to be clear, he, yes, faces up to 10 years in prison, theoretically consecutive. That's never going to happen to 20 years. We're talking potentially months and nominal years if he's ultimately sentenced to that.
For that, on the transportation for prostitution for charges. But then in terms of the conditions and that they would have to satisfy, there were other things that he had offered in the past that were turned down by the government. An ankle monitor bracelet, having 24-hour security watching him. What about that? Do you think there'll be special circumstances or conditions that maybe a regular person, I shouldn't say regular, but another detainee with a similar conviction would be not asked
I think a regular detainee with a similar conviction would not have to have an ankle bracelet with 24/7 monitoring by security. Hand in your passport. The defense counsel already has that. Stay in certain venues, drug tests. Don't leave New York or Florida where you reside. Post bond if you need to, in terms of the $1 million, if that's what's being asked by the defense. Those are reasonable things to ask. Is he going to return to court? Yes. If you have evidence that he makes a threat, you put him back in.
And then you've tried many big cases. What role does his family presence have? It's been very strong, very consistent, especially this last final week. His mother's been there every single day. He said his 85-year-old mother, in one of the defense application, he needs to be the main caretaker for his 85-year-old mother, Mrs. Janice Combs, who's been here every single day, and also be a father to his 3-year-old baby daughter. And then we've seen the other kids, the grown kids in there, and other extended family members. What effect does that have on a judge in this kind of decision?
So family ties are critical to show community ties. Family ties are critical to show you're not going to flee and you're going to return to court. However, let's not overstate. I think the defense has to be careful. Well, if he's a primary caretaker, who's been taking care of him for the past 10 months? If he's a primary caretaker for a young child, obviously someone else has been doing it. Let's not overstate, but let's also be very clear. They showed their support. They came for him. They're available for him. They're going to ensure his return.
They offered one of the bail packages previously that was denied by the judge and by the court was $50 million. Do you think this is going to be, we're going to be in the 7 figures to 8 figures?
Assuming that the judge agrees to release him, it's either going to be release him, or subject to certain conditions, or it's going to be much, much more nominal in terms of what that dollar amount is. There's no reason, if it was that high or higher, when you're talking about violent, ugly crimes, they don't exist. They're gone. Granted, I will say this, the prosecution at the time of sentencing can raise that evidence, even though he was acquitted, for the purposes of sentencing. So there is still that element, but bail needs to be reduced or he needs to be released.
All right, we'll stay tuned and find out. Jeremy Selden, thank you so much for being with us. And again, if you're just joining us right now, the bail hearing for Sean Diddy Combs happening inside this courthouse. He'll find out whether tonight he's going to go back to the Metropolitan Detention Center that has been named by numerous prison watch groups as one of the worst in the United States in terms of conditions, or whether he'll be in a much more comfortable setting for his first night out after this verdict was released. Anyway, that's the latest here from federal court. Natasha and Bianca, back to you in the studio.
All right, Lisa, thank you so much. Keep watching Fox 5 for continuing coverage of this breaking Diddy verdict. We're going to have more legal analysis coming up.
Okay, guys. Ooh. So they're just showing the courthouse now. Oh my God. Y'all heard it. Judge soon to decide if Diddy would be released on bail. Now, my personal opinion, I think if he's released on bail, it will cause other people to be in harm and danger. Because like they said, he don't know what the word no means. So you telling him not to tamper with witnesses. They ain't witnesses no more. But that don't mean he ain't gonna tamper with them. Anybody that came against him, he know who you are. He ain't gonna let you get away scot-free. He gonna make your life a living, you know what? A living hell. So, y'all, that's what I'm saying. And then ain't nobody want to do business with him no more than the lewd people. You not the the Astroglide. They'll be happy to let him sign a contract with him so he can promote their Astroglide. You know what I mean? Yeah. They'll be saying, "Oh yeah, you can promote our Astroglide. Here's $1 million contract." They ain't gonna give him much because they know that nobody else gonna no, he ain't got no others, nothing. I can agree with that. Right. That ain't nobody else signing him to nothing, no deals. He ain't got no promotional deals or nothing. So they know that. And the only people that probably will sign with him is companies that need to promote their brand that's not doing good. They underwater. They're about to lose their company. And then they'll say, Diddy, let's make a deal. Because either they make a deal with him and make a little money, or they don't make a deal and still go under, file for bankruptcy, lose the company altogether. So he's going to get the ones that's desperate. Money make people do strange things. Yep, it does. And some people, they have money and they don't do strange things. Oh, that's Mama Cone. What I said, Jones. Y'all, do y'all like the new wig she got on? I want to know that. Do y'all like Mama Cone's new wig? Y'all like Mama Combs' new wig. Now, while we are waiting on that, let me see. Let me undo this.
Hey, you know what? Tell me what it is that's going on right now, guys. Who's yelling at me? All right. Well, this is breaking news right now. Let's come back on camera for this, and let's bring in Lisa Evers here. We're learning right now, Lisa, that apparently bond has been denied. Okay, that's it. Well, I don't know if that's getting it. Let's use this one. Let's get Jeremy.
Did y'all just hear that? You heard it here. Helen, Sweet Tea, Terry, y'all, did y'all just hear that? Bond has been denied. What time is it? 5:19 p.m.
Here, yeah, Jeremy, can you come back in here when you get a moment? So what we had been positioned for was an argument that because the jury found Sean Diddy Combs guilty only on the lesser of the charges, that there was a presumption that he might be able to go home. The judge even asked him at one point, I imagine you don't want to go back to MDC. He nodded vigorously. Right? Let's use this microphone. I'm not sure if that one works. And Jeremy, if you'll come in here too. Should we start with Jeremy's reaction?
Jeremy Fallon is with us. He's a criminal defense.
Y'all hear that? Did y'all hear that? Where's your drinks? Make sure you get your drinks. Where's your drinks? I got mine. Get your drink ready. Y'all go get you something to drink. Tell your husband or you run and get you something to drink. What is that? What is that? What is that? What is that? Oh my Lord. Did y'all just hear that? It was 5:19 when he said that. Yes. Are you okay? I'm okay. I heard it. I'm not sure I didn't hear things. Y'all put in the chat whether you heard that or not, because I swear I don't want to be the only one who heard that, and then y'all got to calm me back down. Okay, here we go. Her mic is acting up. Y'all need to share one mic. Somebody get that woman's mic and fix it right quick so we won't miss nothing. They need to work on the mics. Whew.
Attorney and former Manhattan prosecutor, and the bail. The news is that bail has been denied.
Yeah, that the judge.
So there is the law, the statute says in substance that bail would be denied, meaning that he goes in and stays in. There's not an exception. For example, there could be an exception where the prosecution says we consent, and there's other pieces to it as well. There could be a danger to somebody or not, but the bail being kept as it is not necessarily atypical because of the law, though one would believe the fact that he was not convicted of the top charge, and it's been a reduction, and people do walk free and come back and RR.
Well, keeping the bail as it is means there's no bail.
Right. So he's remanded, he's held without bail. So this doesn't change the potential sentence, obviously, because it's still up to 10 years, but for the immediate gratification purposes of getting out, doing what he needs to do and fighting this from the outside.
He said this does not change anything. He's still, because with the charges, with these charges, he has still got up to 10 years. But bail has been denied. Who is he? I said that he could be a threat to somebody. Let me bring that up. I put it in. I made a thumbnail about that. That Diddy, is he a threat to somebody? Yes, I did. I did it. Yes, I did. Let me bring it up. Because I was thinking, Diddy could be a threat to somebody. Where is that? Right here. This was a thumbnail I did. Here it is, right, not that. Let me see. Say what? Sweet tea. You just heard it. They just said bail has been denied. And I made a thumbnail about that right here. I said, what if Diddy is found not guilty? Are they threats to his fake friends or anybody else? Because he got a lot of fake friends, the ones that didn't show up for him. Y'all remember when I said that? I put this thumbnail up on one of my 3 channels. I put that thumbnail up. Yes, because he could be a threat to one of his fake friends. Yes, I did. I said he got all these fake friends. And he could be a threat to one of them. Let me bring up the other one right quick. Because I said, oh, y'all know I can't see without my glasses. Y'all know. So just give me a break and say, Pinkie, sorry that you can't see without your doggone glasses. Where's that? Well, I can't find the other. But anyway, I think that he can be a threat to somebody. If he get out and is found not guilty, everybody that know him, everybody that was at them parties, everybody, even the people on social media may be in danger. Even the everybody may be in danger. I told them they better get out of town. Y'all better get on go ahead and pack your bags. If you are a big star, y'all better do like Ellen did. Ellen is already gone. Big homie, he's already gone. He lives in London now because he told his mama, whatever he told, that he was going to be safe. He ain't doing that no more. He ain't. They are trying to make an example out of him. They need to, because these celebrities, how long am I doing this crazy ish? Taking these innocent poor people that barely can pay their own rent and don't have a job. We heard it first on Pinkie the Housewife. That's right.
In terms of preparing
here until the verdict was read. Because right now we are on 6 hours and 17 minutes. I've been on 6 hours and 17 minutes. I'm going nowhere until we hear this.
for that sentencing. Now it's been stripped.
And let me just add, this morning, the prosecution was very adamant about wanting to have this extra time to present their argument to the judge, and seemed, obviously they were disappointed with the verdict. It was very visible and very obvious, but they wanted to keep him behind bars. And they said, Your Honor, we need several hours to really get this whole argument together for you. And that's pretty stunning.
But again, I think you have to go back to what the law is and what it allows for. And generally speaking, barring some exception, the Bail Reform Act says you're staying, you're not just getting released. He was convicted of a crime. I think people.
Sometimes it takes 3 months and sometimes it takes a little longer. Most times it's 3 months. And so he ain't going nowhere. And when he do get sentenced, then he going right there. Right. Let me show you what's going to happen to him. Let me show you. So when he do get sentenced, he's going to go. This is what's getting ready to happen. Y'all got to excuse me. Pinkie is already ready for everything. Everything. He's getting ready to get. When he get sentenced, this is what's getting ready to happen to him. He getting ready to go behind this thing with these bars on it. See them bars? You can't climb over those. You got to be a strong man to climb over that. You got to be a strong person to climb over that. And I won't be trying it. I would just say, leave the bars there because I can't climb over that. Now, I see, I know I can't sing, but in this world, you don't have to be able to sing. All you have to be able to just pretend like you can sing. See the man with the handcuffs? I made this too. The jury has reached a verdict. I made this one last night in the Sean Diddy Combs trial. See those handcuffs? So what happens when he go back out of the big Metropolitan Detention Center, that big building, when he leaves this big building, this big, beautiful building, y'all know who always say big, beautiful this and big, beautiful that. When he leaves that big, beautiful building, let me find that big, beautiful building. I got to set the stage. When he leaves, what's that big, beautiful building? What's that big, beautiful building? I don't know, but I don't know. Don't y'all try to copy my song. Don't try to. So when he leaves the courthouse, handcuffed, they're gonna handcuff him like that, and then when they do, they're gonna they may take him straight on to prison, or they may take him over there until they can get him ready, so he can get all his little stuff and go straight on to prison life. Rapids Island. I don't know what the name of that place called. He going somewhere. See there? But tonight, will he go back over into this big, beautiful building? Big stone building? It ain't beautiful to me, but that's what the orange-haired man say, the big, beautiful building. And then he gonna get a handcuff, beautiful handcuffs like this behind his back. Then he gonna be behind something with metal bars, the rope chain, the chain like this, the chain link fits like that. But let's go ahead, guys. I tell y'all, didn't I tell y'all I was getting sleepy, but I went to get something to wake me up. I got some M&Ms. Y'all see what sugar does for me, don't you? Keeps me awake. It is raining down the valley, guys. I'm up high, so I can see down in the valley on top of the rooftops. You can't see them because the rain, the clouds are on top of the rooftops. It's on top, so, and it's coming down raining. It's pouring down raining. This window faces the valley. My house is up high, and then there's a mansion across the street from me. They're up higher than I am. He should go to Rikers Island. Ooh! Wasn't anything bad on nobody. I'm just trying to shake some of this sugar I got down here. I'm trying to shake it down. Like, shake it down. Shake it down. Shake it down. I'm just trying to shake some of this down. Shake it down. Shake it down. Y'all know I get you some rest, Pinkie. We're getting ready to hear this. I tell y'all I need something sweet. When I get something sweet in me, some candy and stuff, I have the food. Okay, here we go. Not gonna stop it.
People, rightfully so, are disappointed and have questions from the public's perspective when you have such a horrific allegation that is not proven or substantiated beyond a reasonable doubt. And summarily, we're not talking about on the cusp. That's a pretty quick verdict that I think fooled many people, thinking that there might have been a sex trafficking conviction. He's walking scot-free in terms of any allegation of coercion, force, fraud, violence, but he's still in custody.
Okay, so Jeremy, what about? Can we just ask Jeremy? Was it a difficult decision for the judge? Legally?
I think the judge is I think the judge is not finding any exception and following the law, and that's why he's staying there. The hope from the prosecution, though they didn't, the defense, though they didn't raise it specifically in their letter to the court, was that yes, there may be the Bail Reform Act, and that was what the prosecution relied on, since statutorily you can't just let them walk. The prosecution was hoping, the defense was hoping that the judge would look past that and say, he's returned, he just shows that he can follow a court order, he's not going to flee, and he's not a danger to anyone specifically or the community at large.
And then let me ask you this, in terms of the appealing this decision, what's the process now that the defense will have to go through in order to appeal the judge's decision of no bail?
I would expect that he's not going anywhere anytime soon, appeal or not. I think that they're going to follow the judge. I haven't heard what the judge said, so it's hard for me to just speak on an island here. But based on the law as we know it, I think the judge has ample ground to stand on and make this decision.
Let me answer that. Our Sharon Crowley has been watching this and telling us right now the judge says that the government was correct that the detention is mandatory for a Mann Act conviction, what you're indicating, and the judge said that the limited exception to mandatory detention was not met. Sean Combs pointed to his duties as a father and a son, which we talked about, but that does not rise to the level of an appropriate exception, according to the judge.
Right. And to my point moments ago, that's what the law is. But we like to think that from the outside looking in, when someone has been charged with such egregious and horrible acts and a jury of your peers says no so quickly, there should be a means to say you should be free, but there still is a conviction. The Mann Act qualifies. He's in custody. Whether that's a sign of the judge saying I'm going to harshly sentence him or not, we can't say, but let's not read into it. The judge is simply following the law, and this warrant does not warrant that 10 years that you're hearing about for each of the counts for Jane and
then Jeremy, remind us again about the Mann Act.
So the Mann Act does not involve coercion or force or anything like that. The Mann Act simply says that if you're bringing someone across state lines in substance, engaging in prostitution, that violates the law. I look at this case, not to really go too far off, this really, especially when you hear this verdict, should likely never have been in that courthouse. If anything, it should have been in that courthouse, meaning 100 Center Street or something similar, in a state courthouse for domestic violence, for abuse, for things that physical abuse and assaultive behavior, those types of things. But now we're here. It is what it is. But I think the prosecution really got humbled whether or not the judge is keeping Sean Combs in.
No, 100%. So now tonight he'll be spending the night in MDC.
It's hotter in there than it is out here, certainly for him. But there is now a horizon. That sun is rising for him. There is an out, and I'd like to think, based on the evidence and based on the finding of that jury, that out will be reasonable. And the defense said maybe 20 to 24 months. The prosecution is saying at least 50 to 60 months, even more. Where the judge falls, I don't know. But there's freedom for a guy who's looking at life in prison, which is unbelievable, whether he's in jail tonight or not.
And you told us that there's no minimum with the conviction, the prostitution conviction.
Correct, but there are guidelines, and the judges generally follow those guidelines. There's ability to move along them and go up or down. But I think we have to look at what the evidence is and remember that the prosecution can still bring out in sentencing, though you could not do that at a state court, all of these other allegations and the evidence there that was not supported by the jurors who said not guilty, because it's not proof beyond a reasonable doubt in sentencing. It's not the same standard.
Right.
But do I think he's going to get 10 years? We've been wrong before. No, I do not. There is an out for him.
All right. And we'll continue watching this closely. And so that's it.
That's it for now.
Yeah, just to sum up, this has been a day of news on the Sean Diddy Combs case. First, the jury came back and rendered a not guilty verdict on the heavier charges of the indictment. And then there was this talk about whether or not he would be walking out of here. There were a lot of reasons why some people thought that that might actually be the case. But at this point, we've just learned that the judge has denied the application for bail, which means instead of walking out a free man today, Sean Combs will have to wait. And the judge noted, we're told right now by Sharon Crowley, that one of the incidents of violence against a former girlfriend was in June of 2024, after Sean Combs knew that he perhaps was illegal. Right. So there are things in the bag, so to speak, that the judge is taking into consideration, that as people out on the street, maybe we were slower to get to, but the judge has made his decision. Sean Combs will not be seen on camera outside the courthouse today, at least not as a somewhat free man on bail. That's the latest from here at the federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan. We go back to you guys.
I was going to say, Arthur, before you go, maybe one more last question. We do know that by law that detention is mandatory under the counts he was convicted on. But maybe you could explain some other reasons, or the top reason why the judge refused bail.
Well, it was actually, as Jeremy Salan so kindly shared just now, that bail typically isn't decided after the jury's decision, the jury's verdict. A bail is decided before the trial goes into play, right? And then they decide whether or not to hold a defendant in that case. That had already happened in this case. The decision was made to hold Sean Combs behind bars during the length of these court proceedings, and they're not over yet, right? That we have to get through sentencing for this to actually truly be over. So what Jeremy was explaining was it would have required an exception to the decision that he already made, and he said based on multiple factors that it doesn't rise to the level of granting an exception at this time. I don't know if I put that in English.
Arthur, thank you very much. Lisa as well, and Jeremy. We've got more breaking news coverage after this break.
Okay, while we're on break, what color hat? Terry, tell me what color hat you want. You want the baseball cap from the Queen. What color baseball cap? Oh, I think they got black. I know they got this color here. I'm turning it around because I don't want to show her name. I don't want to show our Queen's name. Okay. I think they got a white. Let me see. Can I pull it up for you? Oh, look at all these people. Oh, look at all these people. I don't have the color, Terry. It's on melt. It's on the melted site going down the hill. See over there, down in the valley. See that melted site going down in the valley. I see you. 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 Okay. I had to play it off like I was talking about something else. A melted site down in the valley. Oh, you want to take the pink? Okay, she want to take the pink. She want to take the pink. Okay. I'll put pink down here, but then I'm going to pull up on the site right quick, okay? I'm just happy as a peacock. Hey. I'm happy as a peacock. Oh, before they come back, let's get 7
News.
Welcome back. Some breaking news now at 5:30. Sean Diddy Combs has been denied bail. Some breaking news here. And is going to be remaining behind bars following a partial verdict in his federal case. Manhattan jury found him guilty on 2 counts of transporting individuals for prostitution, but acquitted him on sex trafficking and racketeering charges. Now, despite the mixed outcome, the judge did rule that Diddy must stay in custody, citing consequences and seriousnesses of the convictions at hand.
Big news today. Let's get right to Lisa Evers, who's live in front of the courthouse. Lisa, what was the decision by the judge to deny bail for Diddy?
Well, Bianca, Natasha, first of all, this, I'm sure, was a tremendous disappointment to his mother and to his children and to his other family, and as well as to the supporters that we've seen out here outside of the courthouse. But in terms of the legality of it, according to Attorney Jeremy Sallin, who we've been speaking with this hour, he said that this is fairly standard in terms of a conviction on these prostitution transportation charges, which are the 2 counts that Diddy was found guilty of. Now, what the big argument and the big push to keep him behind bars obviously came from the prosecutors. I'm sure it seemed that they were very upset about the verdict from the jury not getting that RICO case that they had pushed so hard for against the better advice of some in the legal community who didn't think that was appropriate in this particular circumstance. They also lost out on the sex trafficking. That was not guilty. And they said at this morning, the prosecution said, Your Honor, we need several hours to come back and consider bail. Otherwise, they would have just considered the bail, the bail application and the bail situation right there shortly after the verdict was read. That was not the case. They were granted all these extra hours, the extra afternoon. Sean Diddy Combs sitting in a holding cell all the while this afternoon while they're crafting these letters to the judge to explain their positions. And the defense was arguing his mother, who we've seen many times here on Fox 5 going in and out of court every single day to support her son. She's 85 years old. The argument of the defense was that he's her primary caregiver, and certainly he is the closest relative to her, and that he also has a 3-year-old baby daughter, baby love Sean Combs, and that's her name. And so that was their argument, but the prosecution he still remains a danger. They wanted him behind bars until the sentencing, and this was, I'm sure, was devastating to Combs and many of the family who seemed elated. They were elated, in fact, when they heard those not guilty verdicts. But it's one more step, and as we've seen with Combs and other situations, once he's determined, he's going to see it through. The worst is over in one sense, and that he is no longer looking at life behind bars. On the other hand, his attorneys will have to file an appeal to this to this denial of bail. And remember, they had several bail applications throughout the course of the pre-trial conferences and after his arrest that were completely denied, and those were just eye-popping bail packages: $50 million, 24-hour armed guards, an Upper East Side apartment where there was limited access, no internet access for him, monitoring cameras, monitoring his activities, no guests allowed coming in, and that was denied. So we'll see what happens now. But this has to be a devastating blow for the family. The family's been very united and come together at this. We saw the 2 sprinters that have taken most of the family after 1 o'clock this afternoon, or a little bit earlier, a little bit after that, after we found out that they found out the hearing would be at 5 o'clock. They all went out together to have lunch, or to have something to eat, if in fact they could do that. I'm sure many of them thinking, okay, you know what, Dad's coming home, my son's coming home, that type of thing, and he will not have to spend another night in the MDC, the Metropolitan Detention Center, which is a place nobody wants to go. And so that's what it is. It's just a devastating blow for them. They went from this high this morning of realizing that there's just those 2 counts of the prostitution transportation that they're facing, and that that can be dealt with over time. That's a far cry, Bianca, Natasha, from looking at the possibility of life behind bars, which would have been with the RICO case and many decades on the sex trafficking case, because that also carries a very, very heavy penalty. But that's it for today so far. And then tomorrow, the courtroom will be tomorrow the whole courthouse is on administrative leave, is on administrative closure, meaning that they will be, we're getting excuse me one second, we're getting interference from all the helicopters up above. So tomorrow
Lisa,
the courthouse that you see right behind me, where the trial's taking place and where this bail hearing just happened, that will be closed for an administrative closure. There will be no activity there, no scheduled activity there. Friday, the courthouse is federal holiday closed. It's always closed on Saturdays and Sundays. So there was obviously a pressure to get this decision in before the holiday weekend. And I'm sure there's a lot of disappointment all the way around that they just couldn't bring him home tonight. Natasha and Bianca?
Yeah, Lisa, you mentioned that the $50 million bail package, which is pretty extreme. Why was that not enough to convince the court to let him go on bond here, especially with all those other extra things you were talking about?
Could you repeat that again? I'm sorry.
Could you repeat that again? The $50 million bond and bail package that you mentioned, including the other restrictions, those list of restrictions that you mentioned, you would think that that would be enough for a judge to say, all right, I can agree to this, but it wasn't. So there was a reason behind that. And why was that?
Yes. Well, the reason behind that, and that's a great question. What the reason behind that particular denial was the fact that the feds, when you're in prison or you're in jail, they're monitoring all your calls, and they tell you straight up, we're monitoring all your calls. The lead prosecutor, Maureen Comey, told the judge that he had been using other people's phone privileges, because when you're a detainee, you only have a certain number of phone calls at a certain time, using other people's phone privileges to make calls to intimidate witnesses, and that this would not be allowed. And then, as we've heard throughout the day here today with some of our legal experts, that witness intimidation is a crime or an allegation they take extremely seriously here. But the question is that even a factor now, because he was not convicted of the sex trafficking or the RICO. So I'm sure it was very disappointing for the defense. For the prosecution, it was like, well, at least we got something, and they got the transportation for prostitution. But I think it was a big come down for the federal prosecutors. That's what pretty much every legal commentator and legal expert is telling us today. That's the latest here from federal court. Natasha and Bianca, back to you in the studio.
Yeah, definitely a high to a low. All right, Lisa, thank you very much.
And keep watching Fox 5 News for continuing coverage of the Diddy verdict. We will also be posting any updates on our Fox local app. Make sure you download that. It is free.
Oh, Lord. Y'all see, I don't see nobody jumping. I don't see nobody jumping for joy. Okay. For everybody that, so I should be getting something from Healing, My Thoughts. And if y'all see My Thoughts, let her know if you see her, because I may not see her until tomorrow, or if she comes over. But if you all see her, let her know that she needs to get in touch with me. Tell her to contact me on Instagram, okay? So I can know her, to make sure she really wants green, and then also to send her gift to her. And y'all should be getting these right away. And now, as for the baseball cap from Melanie, that one, I'm going to send it, but I'm going to order it. I'm going to order it today. I'm going to place all these orders today. I'm going to place everything today. So don't worry. Now, also, Harry and Sweet Tea. I should be getting, I think I already got Sweet Tea. Sweet Tea, call me if you get this message. Let me just put it in here. Sweet Tea needs to call me. And also, y'all can call me also on Instagram. You can call me on Instagram. Sure. You can call me or send me a text. Either way, you can call me, text me your address and call me too to make sure I got it, everything. Sweet Tea, give me a call. Call me when you all work and the live is open. Ooh, somebody getting ready to fight. Somebody getting ready to fight. And then Terry and that on that bonus gift, Terry Matthews on that bonus gift too. Y'all,
I am Sharon Crowley here in the Fox 5 newsroom.
y'all know you're gonna get the gift. 'Cause y'all see me on my live all the time.
Combs will not be getting out on bail, denied bail. Let me explain to you why. The judge said, among other reasons, that Combs' violent history, and at trial, the defense conceded the defendant's violence in his personal relationships, saying
Okay, can y'all hear that? She's reading why he was denied bail. I cannot mute her because if I mute her, it mutes. If I mute them, all the people outside, it mutes her. But she's saying the reason why he was denied bail is because of they seen his violent history and they know he got a violent history. I sent mine. Okay, let me just check right quick, Helen. Okay, let me just check. Okay, I see it. I'm just letting you know. Thank you. Okay, I just sent you a message back saying thank you. Okay, so I got healings already from Instagram. Hey Queen, where you been? Whoop! At least he's denied bail. Maybe the judge will give him a fitting sentence. I hope so. And guess what? We heard it live as it went live, right? I've been on for 6 hours and 45 minutes. We weren't gonna miss this, Queen. No, Queen. And Queen, you missed it. I gave out 5 gifts and 1 bonus gift. So that's why I'm telling everybody. So go ahead and send me your information. I already got it from Healing and everything. So all of these will be ordered tonight or when I get off this. Do you have an email? I don't have an Instagram. Yes, I'll get you the email. You don't have an Instagram. Okay. All the people he paid $20 to support thought they was getting a party invite tonight. Oh, shucks. Oh, Lord. I was in the car. I'm back. Okay, Queen. I was here for a while. I thought you were. Yay. Well, I'll be around for the next. You will. You better be around for the next. So she is telling exactly why they denied him bail. It's hard to hear because when I play it, you hear all the people in the background too. But she said because of he's very violent and everything. So
happened with Cassie and James. So we are gonna.
So she brought up Cassie and James, that he was very violent, and they seen his violence because of Cassie and James.
going to be sentenced likely in October, unless that date changes, and we'll find out. Let's get right out to Arthur Tien, who's right outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. What a day this has been. First, the verdict, Arthur, and then all those fans are out there all around you. We've been looking at live pictures from the courthouse and seeing the crowd growing, it seems to be there. And then the judge denied bail for the hip-hop mogul. What do you make of it? Having a little trouble getting Arthur, can you hear me out there?
I can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me, Sharon?
Yes, I can. What do you make of the judge's decision?
The judge, from our understanding of the law, follows the law. And this is a little bit to explain, but if everybody can stay with us here. When the trial begins, a bail application is made, right? And in this case, Sean Diddy Combs' lawyers made several attempts to try to get him to go through this process without having to be at MDC, which you and I both know as the Federal Detention Center. They wanted him to be able to do it from the comfort of home. They tried everything they could think of to get him out. It was denied. What the judge has done this afternoon, more importantly, not just our opinion, but that of legal experts, is say that still stands. Mr. Combs was not found innocent on all charges. His own legal defense in court said he has a propensity for violence. We have a video that shows him beating, just brutally beating Cassie Ventura in a LA hotel hallway. The judge also pointed out that once he knew that he was being watched by the feds, that there was yet another domestic violence incident. So he said he has concerns that the defense has not proven that Mr. Combs, beyond a shadow of a doubt, does not represent a threat of violence to people around him. That is basically what the judge has decided here today. And it was a little bit surprising for those who were completely absorbed in just the jury verdict itself, because Mr. Combs was found not guilty in 3 of the more severe counts, including one that found guilty on, could have landed him behind bars for the rest of his life. So everybody thought there was a turn here, but the judge stuck to the law, said, make your case. They made their case, and the judge said it doesn't meet the level for an exception. So we are holding on to you for now, and then they'll proceed with this case. Sharon?
Great. So, Arthur, we know Linda Schmidt was actually in the courtroom when the judge denied bail, so we'll be hearing from her shortly. But I wanted to ask you, what a day this has been. Found guilty on 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, but acquitted of the more serious charges, racketeering, conspiracy, and sex trafficking, which could have put him behind bars for the rest of his life. And at that time, it appeared from all the accounts in the courtroom that Combs got quite emotional, got down on his knees praying, spoke to his family, and you can understand why his family, his relatives, his supporters might have thought that bail would be granted. But of course, the judge pointing out his violent history, one that even his own defense team pointed to during this trial. So we are hoping to hear later, I think, Arthur, this evening. I see all the bed of microphones out there from attorneys on both sides about this. And I also understand that Combs could be sentenced possibly in October. He's going to stay locked up at MDC, and he was first arrested back in September. So we're closing in the end of the summer on a year of incarceration. So it remains to be seen what the sentencing will be. We know each count carries a maximum of 10 years, which could have put there 20 years, but they might run concurrently. And then, of course, he will be credited with time served, so it could be much less time than that. But for now, he remains locked up. Arthur, I know I've been talking a lot, but I really want to ask you about the crowds. We've been looking at the crowds, and Alex, our web producer, is going to take the wide shot. We have a shot of her there. She's running now, running in the newsroom. We have, ladies and gentlemen, we are broadcasting you live from the Fox 5 newsroom. I wanted to tell you that, let's take a look at, if you could, Alex, show them the crowd. You're there on the ground, Arthur. Describe the scene. We knew there's been some crazy antics going on there today. What can you tell us?
Well, there have been crazy antics going out here since the beginning of this trial. There have been people live streaming on social media this entire time, including the last 10 days where we had a day where it was over 100 degrees. There were still people out here. Now, given the jury note from last night and what the judge instructed, there was a sense that something was going to go down today. Friday is July 4th. Thursday, this court was going to be closed, so there were a lot lot of people who came out here already and were ready for a moment. They got that moment earlier than many people expected at 10 o'clock this morning when that verdict came down. The torque, the emotional torque that you described in the courtroom when Diddy reacted by getting on his knees, putting his hands in a prayer motion and being super thankful was echoed out here. This is largely pro-Sean Diddy Combs group out here. There are a lot of people out here who believe that the prosecution in this case, if it was overzealous, that his race might have played a role in it. So there are a lot of people out here who believe that already. So when they received information of the jury's verdict, there was a sense of celebration out here. Sean Combs' mother came out here at one point. Everybody was cheering. She was blowing kisses to people in the crowd. And then certainly as we got closer to 4 or 5 o'clock towards the end of people's workday, and as this information had gone around, there were even more people who were coming to this area, and everybody has their phones up and are live streaming. So that's the mood out here. Definitely more subdued now that there's this tidbit of information that's circling through the crowd right now. I think people are just beginning to hear about the fact that bail was denied for Mr. Combs. But that's what it's been like out here. Some tourists, but not a lot.
Got it. Thanks so much, Arthur. Don't go anywhere. We have some new information I'm going to be telling you about in just a second here. We talked about the sentencing possibly being in October, but the defense is pushing back hard on that. They want sentencing as soon as even next week. They are pushing back, so we may get new information about that because, of course, they want this to be over as quickly as possible. Despite the setback today, I have to say, Arthur, this is still quite...
Y'all hear that? They want sentences to start. They wanted him to be sentenced like as soon as next week. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. Y'all heard it here first.
The victory for Sean Combs and his defense team today. He could have been looking at a much longer prison term. And so...
Thank you, Helen. Have a good evening and sweet sleep. I'm over a prayer ministry and have to get ready for it. I enjoyed you all. Thank you. Bye-bye. Love you.
Even though he has to remain locked up right now, he is facing a much less punishment for the crimes the jury found him guilty of earlier today. So, a circus because, Arthur, as we discussed a little bit when we were talking before, this case has generated national attention. Just think about it. Sean Diddy Combs, one of the most famous people in the world, and skyrocketed to fame in the 1990s and continued to grow and expand his businesses to all kinds of things, to clothing, constantly changing his names. You probably heard me call him all the names I could think of because each time, each brand has a different name associated with it. So that is part of the reason that some of this public interest is happening in this case, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, absolutely. And while we are in this moment absorbed with the recent breaking development that Sean Combs is not going to be a free man tonight, what the jury essentially did today is ensure that he will spend a good portion of his life as a free man. Going into today, it was not clear if he was ever going to see daylight again. Right. So today, with the jury's decision at 10 a.m., they gave him the opportunity to live his life out from behind bars. What the judge has decided now is because, as the judge put it, domestic violence is domestic violence. And the defense clearly said, he's a domestic violence, he's an abuser, but he's not the racketeering kind of guy that the feds want to portray him to be. The judge said, no, we still got crimes here. And for that reason, it's not a total victory, but certainly if we take a step back in terms of what he was facing in this case, this is an entirely new day for Sean Diddy Combs.
We do appreciate your coverage out there. We have a split shot of you up right now and the crowd right outside the front doors. Are we hoping to hear shortly from the attorneys on both sides? Are you expecting that? I know there's a bank of microphones set up there. Do you think we'll hear from the defense and the prosecution? I know that they weren't talking during the trial.
We've done everything we can, as you see from the podium, to invite them to come speak. So far as the federal prosecutors are concerned, I'm going to go out on a limb and say absolutely not. This was not a victory for them. I don't think they want to say anything about this. About an hour ago or so, they did release a statement talking about the serious nature of the accusations that were made against Sean Diddy Combs. So they're gonna hold steady on that. Although the jury has said they didn't buy it, right? But I do not expect a U.S. attorney to be out here in terms of Sean Combs' defense. They're going to have to be careful now. Before Sean Combs is going to walk out, they might have said something, but they could still be positioning themselves for an appeal on those 2 counts he was found guilty of. So it's kind of anybody's guess right now. We're going to have to see.
Got it. That's great. The other thing I wanted to point out to you today, Arthur, is, as this weeks-long trial has gone on, what makes it stand out, and we've covered a lot of celebrity trials together, is the explicit nature of the testimony. And 2 women, one named Cassie Ventura, the other one who used a pseudonym, describing violent, years-long relationship with Sean Diddy Combs. And obviously, the defense argued that it was consensual, that he was not coercing them into what was happening. Otherwise, he might have faced different charges. But it's really interesting, and I'm eager to hear how Sean Diddy Combs reacted when he heard that his bail was denied, because he was so emotional earlier today, whether he had a strong reaction as to what happened. And obviously his defense is hoping not to wait till October for the sentencing, but for it to happen in the next week, as early as in the next week. And apparently the government is not protesting that. So that may happen. We may have a quicker development in this case. We'll find out as soon as we get some more information from inside the courtroom. But what a week. You point out the July 4th holiday, and having covered so many court cases, usually on a Friday, even if it's not a holiday weekend, the jury is eager to get out. And it seemed like all they needed was one night of good night's sleep to render a verdict within under an hour today. When you were out there this morning, I'm sure it was pretty chaotic.
Yeah, a good night of sleep probably had something to do with it, but probably the judge's note to the jury yesterday as they were dismissing probably had a lot to do with it too, because they were essentially saying, we agree on 4 out of the 5 counts, right? But the last one, we're having trouble coming to an agreement because of different, quote, opinions, plural. That's when the judge said, get back in there tomorrow morning, today, and get at it. The term deadlock was used a lot, but yesterday was the first full day of deliberation for a jury that heard nearly 3 months, 2 months of evidence and from 3 dozen or more witnesses. So really it was a full day and some change, really enough to say that they were deadlocked. They just didn't agree yet. The judge was banking on that, sent them home, and maybe they were thinking about this weekend and said, you know what, I'm compelled to agree now. But I will say too, from our producer in the courtroom, we do have Sean Diddy Combs' reaction to bail being denied, and the description was the word stoic. He did not make an expression, a vastly different response, the emotional response at 10 a.m. this morning when the verdict was read, when
Guys, we've been here. Uh-oh. I just knocked it down. Okay. Well, guys, we've been here for 7 hours now. I'm going to go ahead and end here. We've been, I'll just let you all see while I'm closing out. Okay. Okay. We've been here for 7 hours now. Okay. And let me see, there's nothing new. I'm not saying anything new, but we've been here for 7 hours. This was the best, I would say, verdict watch party. We had a great time. We gave away gifts and everything. Everybody else, make sure you contact me. Best way to get in contact with me is through Instagram. Instagram is the best way, but you can email me. Go on to my website. My email is on my website as well. Pinkie.Hicks is on that website. Go over there. You get my Instagram plus my website is on Pinkie.Hicks. Okay. Thank you all. Make sure y'all hit that like button and subscribe to my channel, because we will be covering the case again tomorrow. We're going to cover it and talk about what's next. Because they're pushing to do the sentencing like next week. They really want to get it done. So we're going talk about that next week. We're going to talk about that tomorrow. Okay. Thank you all for being here. I had a great time. But we're going to go ahead and be getting out of here, guys. So thank you for everybody that participated in the watch party game that we had. It was a fun game, and I enjoyed it myself. All right. So we're going to go ahead and go, guys. Oh, I am tired. You all see everybody that's here. Terry, thank you, and great live. Thank you, Terry. Everybody, good night. Let me just, y'all know how we do it when we go out. Let me do that for us.
Yeah, I'm tired of shit, and the coffee ain't hit yet. Damn, ain't that great.